Good morning, everyone, and welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's meeting with our county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. The invocation today will be led by Pastor Sonia P.A., Praise Sanctuary Ministries from the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Thomas Diaz, former E4 Specialist, United States Army from the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
Good morning. If you would bow your heads, I pray unto the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, whom the whole family is in heaven and in earth, is named, that he would grant you unto you, according to his riches and glory, to be strengthened with might through his Spirit in the inner man, that Christ may dwell in the hearts through faith, that you, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all saints what is the width and the length and the depth and the height, to know the love of Christ, which passeth knowledge, that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Now unto him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we could ask or think, according to the power that works in us. To him be glory in the church by Christ Jesus to all generations, forever and ever. Amen.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn it to Supervisor Mitchell for a presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good morning, Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Sonia Pei to today's board meeting. She currently serves as the Executive Pastor and Director of Operations at Praise Sanctuary Ministries, which her father, Joseph Pei, founded in 1989. She and her congregation turned their church into a hub for community services during COVID by providing meals, services, and connecting people experiencing homelessness to county programs and services. She's in the process of evolving space to provide housing for people who've experienced houselessness. Pastor Sonia is working with my team on the 2nd District's faith-based organization pilot interim housing project. That's a mouthful. Where she has recruited colleagues to be part of this cohort, learning together and working collaboratively to increase housing options and leverage land owned by faith-based organizations in unincorporated areas of the 2nd Supervisorial District. In addition to her tireless commitment to the community, she's worked in sales and marketing in the banking industry for over 2 decades. She is the proud mother of 2 sons, Timothy and Junius. Pastor Sonia, please accept our heartfelt gratitude for your commitment, for your gift of partnership in helping us try to support our houseless family, friends, and neighbors in the 2nd District and across LA County, and for your timely invocation at this morning's meeting. Thank you so much. Hang on a second, let me take off these readers, because I can't even see where to look at the camera.
Thank you.
I appreciate you very much.
And now I would like to thank Tomas Diaz for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Tomas served in the Army from 2008 through 2016, including serving in Afghanistan. His highest rank during his time in the Army was Specialist E4. While serving, Tomas received several commendations, including Afghanistan Campaign Medal, Army Achievement Medal, and NATO Non-Article 5 Medal. While in Afghanistan, he conducted over 400 interrogations and answered intelligence gaps pertaining to high-value targets. Tomas graduated from Cal State Northridge in 2013 with a bachelor's degree in supply chain management. We need that. And in 2017, he co-founded the CSUN Veterans Alumni Chapter and is currently the chapter president. He also volunteers as a student veteran mentor. He further continued his education and in 2023 graduated from the University of La Verne with an MBA. And in 2024, he joined the County Auditor Controller's Disbursement Unit. So we are incredibly glad to have you as part of our county family. When Tomas isn't working, he enjoys hiking and recently summited Mount Baldy during the Climb for Heroes event. Congratulations. And I'm happy to have Tomas here today with us, to have him as a 3rd District resident, and of course, as a county employee and family member here at the Hall of Administration. We thank you for your many ways that you serve. Sure. So we're out of the, got it. Just right here, so we. Thank you. Congratulations.
Now, if you are looking for a sweet and social pet, I have the perfect puppy for you. This is a 9-week-old, 6-pound Chihuahua mix who is looking for a forever home. If you want to adopt her, her name is Nala, and you can call the Downey Animal Care Center at 562-940-6898, or you can drop by any one of our animal care centers Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. to meet all of the amazing pets that are available. Do you want to say hi? Nope. So this is Nala, and actually Nala's sister got adopted pretty quickly, so I'm hoping that Nala will find a forever home. Now I want to direct your attention to the screen and introduce you to a dog from our Palmdale shelter. It may be sweltering in the Antelope Valley, but he is one cool dog. Meet Glacier, a 2-year-old German Shepherd, and she will absolutely melt your heart. To bring her home, call the Palmdale Center at 661-575-2888. And I also want to share an important resource for pet owners. Our county believes that unexpected costs shouldn't be a barrier to you keeping your pet. The LA County Animal Care Foundation has care vouchers available for up to $300 for veterinary care, pet food, training, temporary boarding for people experiencing homelessness and other challenges. You can call 562-519-0339, I know, baby, or email accesstocare@animalcare.lacounty.gov to see if you qualify for a voucher. Now, how could you say no to that, right? Oh, I know, baby. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, we're
Thank
gonna go.
you. Nala's so beautiful.
Yeah.
With that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2. Consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 to 19. On item 3, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 8, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 9, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 10, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 12, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 13, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be continued 1 week to July 30th, 2024, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 14, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 15, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 16, Supervisor Solis requests this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 18, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 19, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 26, Administrative Matters, items 20 through 77. On item 44, the Chief Probation Officer requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to August 6, 2024, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 59, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 60, ordinances for introduction, items 78 to 80. On item 80, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 62, separate matters, item 81. That completes the reading of the agenda. Madam Chair, the requests for continuances through 81 are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today we'll begin with item 80, followed by items 18, 3, 8, 10, and 12, then items 15 and 16, followed by the remaining items not held by the board and general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was provided on our agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items, and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
We will begin with item 80, County Code Charter Amendment, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. I believe our county counsel is available to ask if there are any questions regarding the draft ordinance that's before us. And I will begin and then turn it to my colleagues. I want to thank our county council for the tremendous work that they've undertaken to bring forward the ordinance for governance and ethics charter reform. We want to thank also my colleagues for our thoughtful discussion on July 9th. All of your contributions have made this process stronger, and this is the very beginning of building our governance structure to create a more representative, effective, transparent, and accountable Los Angeles County. There have been questions about this process for this proposal, and I understand what we are proposing is fundamentally different, a fundamentally different kind of process perhaps than what we might have originally envisioned. It is a going forward process, a process that starts with the vote of the people who tell us if they think it's time for change. By starting with the voters, we ensure that we don't venture down the same path as other jurisdictions, which have led to little reform and risk eroding public trust in the process. We too at the county tried to go about reform through a traditional process, calling for a consultant to do written analysis of best practices and recommendations on potential governance reforms to enable a more transparent and equitable policy development process, among other scopes of work. That was February 28th, 2023, and here we are on July 23rd, 2024, and an RFP has yet to be issued, let alone the study completed. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is why instead of spending on consultants for years to come with a proposal that sits on a shelf somewhere, we are prepared to ask the voters what they think and know whether they want this change. The charter changes before us are simply the architecture for the structural change we need to better meet the needs of our diverse communities. More seats at the table for a board that reflects the diversity of Los Angeles County, distinct executive and legislative powers with an entirely new position of an elected county executive to ensure accountability for the implementation of the board's policy actions, and an independent ethics commission and common sense reforms that are essential to safeguard against corruption. The specifics of how we achieve these changes must be informed by you, the public. If approved by voters, a multi-year implementation effort will kick off, led by the Governance Reform Task Force, which will be informed by and comprised of our county workforce, members of our diverse communities throughout the county, governance experts, and academics, to name a few. This proposal reminds our communities that they hold true the power to shape a more responsive government. It shows our young people that government can work for them, and only they have the power to change it. Too much is on the line, and we don't want to lose a generation who has nearly lost all their faith in government. There are differences of opinion, and that's a healthy part of our democracy. Ultimately, we need to take governance reform to the people to embark on a process of change. Only they hold the power to answer whether they want a county government that adapts to keep up with the times or a government from 1912 when there were more cows than people. We are intentionally not predetermining what this is. This idea is uncomfortable to some people, and I understand that. And I trust the voters. It's time to put change in their hands. They hold the greatest power to reshape how the county serves our most vulnerable, serves our unincorporated communities, and delivers the services on which so many of our residents rely. Change can be uncomfortable and it can be messy, but there's no question that the time for change is now. This all-women board can continue to make history by making government work for the people even better. When people ask how women lead differently, we do so by trusting the voters, by bringing about real and lasting change. We do so by giving our power back to the people, and I ask for your aye vote on the ordinance before you today, not because this is perfect, because it is the fundamentally right thing to do. Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I want to start off my remarks by thanking our county council too for working so hard to turn this ordinance language around so quickly and doing such a thorough job. On top of all the work you did codifying how the board expansion would be implemented across different elections and specifying the powers of the elected county executive versus the board, you even went through and took outdated language that referred to all supervisors as him and he. We talked about this governance reform package very, very thoroughly at our meeting 2 weeks ago. But I just wanted to say how much support I've heard from people about this effort. And I'm not talking about people who work in government or are policy wonks. I'm talking about my neighbors, people who I run into at the supermarket or Starbucks, who have heard about this proposal and agree that it's time to expand the Board of Supervisors. I wasn't even sure a lot of people knew how many supervisors are on the board to begin with, but I think this idea of reforming county government has really struck a nerve. And they're recognizing that, for one thing, our districts are far too large, and they want closer, more representative government. I've heard from people who want more diverse voices on this board and hope that an expanded board will mean new districts that are more representative of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. And who knows, maybe we'll even have another man one day on the board. This is bigger than just expanding the board. It's a package that represents the most significant reforms for Los Angeles County since 1912. It includes a permanent, independent ethics commission to combat corruption and restore public trust. It creates checks and balances by dividing the power between the board and a new elected county executive. It establishes a Department of Budget and Management and improves transparency around our budget process. And it lays out a plan to review the charter every 10 years and see if there are any new changes that are needed to make it even better. These are big changes for the County of Los Angeles, but they're not radical. And people I talk to are telling me that they're long overdue. I love Los Angeles County. It's an honor to go to work every day with people who are so committed to helping our residents and strengthening our communities, but I think we can make Los Angeles County even better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I too love LA County. And as someone who also talks to my neighbors, they all agree about the expansion, but the devil's in the details. And something this significant and historic shouldn't be entered with the comment of it's not perfect. We have an obligation to our voters to make sure that when we do this, we do it right, especially whether it be the size or even the scope of how this is rolled out. So I do agree. We all want what's best for our electorate. I have a question for you, Thesia, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. It is putting you on the spot, but I think we have to ask this question, and it is, the ordinance states, and I quote, "Such implementation costs are funded with existing county funding sources and result in no additional cost to or taxes imposed on taxpayers, with any implementation costs to be offset by cost savings as determined through the annual county budgeting process and in coordination with the county executive." I understand that these would be decisions for the newly elected county executive, but I want to ask hypothetically about the ability to offset the proposed newly created elected officials and their offices through cost savings. Can you provide some clarity as to what cost savings would mean? And would it be one-time or ongoing funding, something that we always struggle with when we bring in motions, that it's ongoing? And in utilizing cost savings, would it in any way limit the ability of a department to fill unfilled vacant positions? That's a mouthful, I know, but.
All right. Take this in steps. Thank you, Supervisor. So let me talk a little bit about cost savings. Cost savings is a term that we throw around a lot in the county. And usually when you hear our office talk about cost savings, we are talking about money that is left over at the end of the budget year. So you have a department, the board approves a certain amount of funding for them to use, and for a number of reasons, they don't use all the money. Projects might be in between fiscal years, or they might be incomplete. So you have this leftover amount, and we call that one-time savings. There are other types of savings that are ongoing in nature, and here is an example. As part of the budget for each department, they have a budget to purchase what we call services and supplies. It's like consultants, pencils, pens, office space, etc. And there are times where their portion of that portion of their budget, it is continually and perpetually underspent. So every year they come in with the savings. And so one of the things you could do is you could take some of that savings from that underspend that we know happens every year, and you can convert that to ongoing savings, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. And then on the issue, so there are different types of cost savings. That's the short answer. And then in terms of placing limitations on the ability to fill vacancies, depending on how much funding we would need to come up with to establish these new organizational entities. So the first thing that I would recommend is that, is there an existing function in the county already? Is there an existing unit in the county already that's performing that function? And then if that doesn't result in enough savings, then you look at what are the actual savings in the organizational units where these new functions might be handled. And then if that doesn't yield enough ongoing savings, then what you're looking at is some sort of county-wide approach. How can I find additional savings? And one of the things that we could do is we could create the savings. We could hold positions, require departments to hold positions vacant. We can sweep the positions, put them in like a centralized pot until we need it. And so the answer to the question is yes. If we told departments that we need to come up with X amount of dollars and we need you to hold Y number of positions vacant, they would not be able to fill those positions because we would likely sweep them if it came to that.
Thank you. I mean, I think that it's important to understand the budget and fiscal impacts of the decisions being made, especially when I look at the language that was presented in this ordinance. Dawn, I have a question for you. SB 1439 requires that any qualifying campaign contributions either be returned or the supervisor must publicly announce the conflict and recuse him or herself from a vote. Currently, when that happens, the board's business is conducted based on the votes of the other supervisors. How will an elected county executive conduct the business of the office when they have a qualified contribution that cannot be returned or a recusal is, or a recusal is in order?
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. So first, I think it's important to note that under the FPPC regulation, even though our current CEO is not an elected official, regardless of whether a CEO of a county is elected or appointed, the Levine Act applies. So the Levine Act applies now to our current CEO. That's because all delegated decisions made by the CEO are decisions made by the county. Therefore, the Levine Act applies. However, if we're talking about an elected a county executive, Section 11.22 would allow the county executive to delegate any powers given to them by the charter. If the county elective has a conflict, then that county executive may have the authority to delegate the decision-making authority over to another county official, depending on the decision that's at issue. For example, when I say depending on the decision that's at issue, for example, under the charter, the county executive is prohibited from delegating powers to appoint or remove, powers to veto or approve ordinances or resolutions. Those could not be delegated.
Who would an elected delegate their authority as an elected official over to?
Well, presumably to
the county council, or?
No, I would assume someone within their unit, within their structural unit, like a CEO, like the CEO now. If our current CEO under the Levine Act had to recuse herself from a decision-making process, she has a whole department that she would delegate.
So if I'm conflicted on something, can I have my chief of staff, Anna, come up here and sit and vote for me?
No,
as an
not
elected,
you.
I didn't think you could.
Well, as an elected on the board, you recuse yourself, and there's still a quorum of the body that can make that decision. If that decision by the body has been delegated to the county elected, then the executive, then the county executive would delegate. Who is elected, but not a part of a body. They would delegate to someone within their structural unit. They're not voting, correct?
Yeah, and Fezia, send me an invitation to your fundraiser. I don't think you have any. So I don't think that it would, I mean, under the Levine Act, I seriously doubt that, I don't know if you excused yourself from anything? The answer is no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought there was.
Well, you said that this current structure with CEO, it would fall under the Levine.
Well, yes, the Levine Act does specifically state that it applies to a chief executive officer.
Right.
It doesn't matter whether they're elected or appointed.
Thank you. In the past 2 weeks, since proposed governance reform was launched, I have had many key stakeholders, county partners, and thought leaders reach out to me to discuss this initiative and to offer thoughtful feedback and insights. There are certainly many elements of the proposed ordinance that make perfect sense and help ensure good government, such as ethics reform. As we will discuss when that item comes up today, creating an independent ethics commission and an Office of Ethics Compliance is something that this board has the power to initiate now, and to do so with a sense of urgency without needing to wait until November. However, there are other elements of this proposal that may not take into consideration the best interest of our respective local communities, key stakeholders, or our county workforce. For example, in discussing the ordinance language to utilize cost savings to play for the expanded government structure, I am concerned that it will impact vacant positions and limit a department's ability in the future to fulfill their vacancies, similar to how we've seen the City of LA handle its recent budget deficit. The motion authors are speaking of urgency and the need to push forward with reform now instead of waiting until the board approved the consultant review and assessment is completed. And I do agree with you, Chair Horvath, it did take too long, absolutely. This is something that we should have a sense of urgency to make sure we do it right and we get all the facts. Yet, the substantive changes in the proposed ordinance take effect in 4 and 8 years, respectively. If we are waiting 4 years, I am unclear as to why this board is now not doing its due diligence to complete the consultant report that we unanimously, as a board, approved, especially because that would mean we can pull together a thoughtful and get thoughtful input from a variety of county stakeholders, such as our cities, town councils, labor partners, community-based organizations, and others. Furthermore, it would enable us to embrace a more public and accountable process of collecting and gathering feedback. As I mentioned when we first discussed this issue, I remain concerned about the communities in my North County, namely the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley, that quite frankly have challenges unique to their region and who can be written off by a countywide elected executive and a majority within the 9 supervisors. I believe this is not equal representation. It is clear in the conversations that I've had regarding the proposed governance reform that the most concerning element of this proposed ordinance is the elected countywide chief executive. There is no requirement for the elected countywide executive to have the necessary skills or job qualifications to effectively allocate a highly complex and regulated municipal budget. Let's consider, for example, what could happen when the newly elected county replaces a budget team each time they take office. Will we in the public suffer the loss of critical institutional knowledge about our fiscal policies? Will that impact have a negative effect on labor negotiations that may be underway? Will staff feel empowered to provide honest forecasts of the budget, even if not politically favorable? The County Chief Executive Office, which was formerly known as the CAO, Chief Administrative Office, was envisioned to be nonpartisan and unbiased in running the daily operations of the county, and to do so in a way that reflects the needs of the local communities represented by each district. The proposed ordinance clearly gives the majority of power and discretion to an elected county executive who, without term limits, may not operate in the best interest of all the residents of the county. For this reason, I would like to propose that the elected county executive be stricken from the ordinance. I've always been open to evaluating the size of the board based on facts, which is why, again, I supported doing a study to make sure that when we did something this significant, that we did it right. So I would like to read in the following amendment. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors instruct County Council to amend the ordinance and necessary documents to strike the creation of an elected CEO and the Director of Budget and Management and any associated impacts from this omission. I appreciate the efforts to make the county become more accessible and nimble and to be more effectively serve our residents, businesses, and organizations. However, I do not believe that a politicized chief executive will be better for this county or for my constituents. Thank you for your consideration on the amendment.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to commend you, and I want to thank also Supervisor Hahn for actually taking on, I think, a tremendous challenge that we here in the county have been faced with for many decades. And as someone who has been representing a large segment of the Latino population now for the past 9.5 years, I can't tell you how many times I've heard in discussions, when is the board going to expand? When are we going to have more adequate representation? And we've heard many of those voices in the last couple of weeks, magnified, but even more so now because we have an opportunity to move forward with an ordinance that I believe is going to be transformational. Yes, democracy is messy. Yes, people are fearful, but we here are elected to do something that we're entrusted with, and that is to listen to our constituents. And my constituents have been contacting me and saying, thank you for taking on a bold step. Thank you for realizing that the board has to change and that the way we do business needs to be more transparent and also needs to require that we really prioritize the voices of our various 10 million individuals that we represent. I said earlier, I represent a very large swath of Latinos. Latinos now make up close to 50% of LA County. There's only one voice here Latina. And it's been like that since my predecessor, Gloria Molina, who also advocated expansion of the board. At that time, it was a different era. The voters didn't approve it. But I would say that now is the time we're seeing that more people are coming forward and wanting to see change, and they want to see it reflected on this board and also in our policies. So I do believe that putting this ordinance forward is the right thing to do, and it has those safeguards and provisions. I too believe that we have to have more representation in the form of other demographic key groups that have also not had a voice at this table, and that is the AAPI community. I, in my district, represent close to 25%, and they make up different percentages across the four supervisorial districts. They have been asking for representation. Just this last week, I attended a presser with my colleagues and with many individuals representing the AAPI community, elected officials, community-based organizations, civil rights organizations that have been asking for this change. The last time that we did redistricting here, as you know, 2 years ago, the commission, the independent commission, came out and said one of their recommendations should be that we expand the board and that there be more diversity. And that diversity today may look different. We're females, but it hasn't changed that all. And I would say that it's time for that to happen. And we should take that and embrace it, because democracy is hard, can be messy, but I think the biggest barrier that we face, personally speaking, is when there's fear. And there are a lot of people who are afraid, thinking that they're going to lose power, thinking that they're going to lose some kind of position, or that now all of a sudden things aren't the way they looked before. I have been in that situation in many, many occasions in my own political career. But guess what? You step up to the challenge. And I have to say I am very happy with the response that our CEO gave when asked the question about cost savings. Because it's true. We have on this board been able to do many things when we faced crisis. And all I have to do is look back at COVID. When we asked our departments to pull back because we were not seeing revenue coming in, we didn't know what was coming our way, except a tsunami of magnitude. And I recall when we made tough decisions to ask our departments to pull back on at least 8% of their budgets. And we made a promise that nobody was going to be laid off. So we have been able to do acrobats, so to speak here, in many ways, change the direction, but also prioritize what our initial concerns are, and that is to be the safety net for our constituents, to make sure we do it with respect and due diligence, checks and balances, and everybody pulling together. And I'm happy that we can look at resources, as you stated, CEO, that cost savings, for example, positions that are not filled. I bet if we go through all our departments, we're going to find that. And there are some departments who will need those positions to be filled because there may be a priority or something that has to happen. Case in point, Sheriff's Department may be one example. But I know there are other departments that can do their due diligence now and start looking through their books and acquiring and looking with a keen eye where savings can be obtained. I think that's possible. I think looking at our commissions, we have far too many, over 100 commissions. Couldn't name them all. What do they do? Are they actually productive? And do we have staff there that are providing or not providing services adequately? Where can we save money? The other part I would say is that for our unions, who I know are in the House, we definitely want to hear from you. This is a work in progress. Whatever we do, this isn't going to be decided completely and cemented. We're still going to have time to go through this. This is an incremental phase, an ordinance that will take more than 6 years to complete. And if we don't agree, or the future board here doesn't agree, I'm sure they can take it right back to the voters and make those changes. Today, we have a proposal to create an ethics commission. I have no problem with that. When we were faced with the crisis on this board here because one member created a situation, What did we say? We wanted our county council to create positions and policies so that we could have those protections for all of us, for the county, for legal protections, but also for our employees and everybody else moving forward. So I have no doubt that we can move quickly on a dime, because I have seen it happen in the 9.5 years. And that says something about the county, that we are flexible, that we are able to meet the challenges. And I would say right now, for me, I know that this is, I'm the one that's going to be leaving. I won't even be impacted by these potential changes if the voters agree and if this moves forward. I'm going to be out in December of 26. But I will be watching. And I know that this county is right now in a situation where people are asking us to listen to their voices. And I see some young people in the audience. I see some very diverse faces. They came out at the presser that was held. They came out, I think, at the original press conference that our chairwoman had along with Janice Hahn. And I was quite surprised and impressed to see so many elected officials, not just from one particular group, but from many, standing in unity, saying, you all are doing the right thing. And I have to say, for me at least, that's where my heart is. I have always been a proponent of expanding protections for underrepresented groups and expanding their rights. And I said that the last time we talked about this, and it started for me at Rio Hondo College, where we had to break up district elections and people were gonna go to court. And that has been happening across our county for a long time, because people want representative government and they want it to look like them. And that's the place that I'm in right now. And if these are the reforms that I think we can move forward with, then I am wholeheartedly supportive of that, and continue to want to have dialogue with our community and also with our employees and with our union friends and all other political leaders that also look to the county. When we set a precedent or example, other cities follow. There are many cities that are going through this right now in other counties. Orange County, who doesn't have problems? Democracy is messy, and we have to remember that. But we're elected here and entrusted to do some pretty phenomenal things. Sometimes we get it right, and sometimes we don't. But when we don't, we make corrections. We have plans, and that's where I'm coming from. So I wholeheartedly support this motion, this ordinance, and look forward to having more discussions with everyone, including my colleagues. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think we've heard a lot of, what do you call those, kind of, not a proverb, but kind of, pithy statements that summarize. And so I'll do one too. It's an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so as elected officials, we have the responsibility to do the hard work. That's what people vote for us to do. And so we can summarize it at this high level, and then we have a responsibility to break it down and go deep into the details. Democracy is messy, and we have a responsibility to make it as clear and fair and honest as we can. I have to say that I have a growing concern that as we continue to debate this issue, we continue to conflate multiple issues. And I will continue to say that without study, planning, and model maps, we won't have the information we need about how to appropriately balance voting rights of communities of interest. We all know through redistricting, it gets very sticky. There have been lawsuits for decades from groups representing underrepresented groups, and we know the climate in our current country around race and class and people with difference. And given that, we have a responsibility to make sure if we're going to expand the board, that we expand it enough based on study, planning, and model maps to really authentically guarantee what we say is important to us all, which is true, diverse representation. I support that. I think, based on what I've read in the draft language, that there are a couple of elements in the ordinance that does predetermine what the changes will be. If the ordinance language simply said to the voters, do you agree expanding the board, we would be empowering them to make a decision later. That's not what it says. It says expand the board to 9. It says an elected CEO. So it's not as open-ended as it's being suggested. I agree, there are a whole bunch of commissions, and I think that we should have an analysis done. Perhaps the executive office could do an analysis, and perhaps we should exert some discipline, and before we introduce another motion to create a new commission, we should wait to do the analysis of the existing commissions. We just seated a brand new commission and hired a brand new executive director. And so perhaps we should do the analysis first before we start proposing to eliminate. Has the study taken too long? Absolutely. I would ask that the executive office provide the board with an update on why the process took so long. And I will know better going future when I author a motion that asks for an RFP process, that I will put in the motion, and I expect it to be done by 18 months or 2 years. Maybe that's the way we need to govern. Because I don't think any of us knew it was going to take this long. And so, again, first step, I'd like a report at some point from the executive office so everyone has the facts about how we got to where we are today, what fell through the cracks and why. I will make sure in the future that I will put a date certain. But we need to understand the RFP, RFS, and all the different processes. It was stated, I too support Ethics Commission. It was stated that there was an issue with the board member here. And a result of that issue, this board, the year I was elected, asked for an evaluation and a review on the county contracting process so we would understand the gaps and areas of vulnerability around contracting. That appeared to me in 2020 to be an urgent issue given what the board was experiencing. We haven't gotten that report back yet. So if we're going to talk about our internal bureaucracy taking too long, that is true, and we need to address that as opposed to circumventing the process. Asking for the report was important to some on this board. That's how it got into that motion in the first place. It was never communicated to me that there was an expectation that it would be done by a date certain. Again, we all may have had expectations. That wasn't communicated. On a Mitchell motion, go forward. If there's an expectation about time frame, it'll be in there. I have learned a valuable lesson. I hope others will consider that as well. And we as a board need to perhaps look at the list of all outstanding RFPs and report backs that help inform of issues that we identify as of critical importance. Again, the report on the contracting process was important in 2020. It's 2024, and we don't have it. I also appreciate the lengthy conversation we had at last board meeting. I don't know that many of the questions I posed were answered. And so, Madam Chair, I do have a couple of questions of County Council that I think are important to elevate. Yes, thank you to County Council. That was an arduous task to look at the 2000 language, the language passed by the majority of the board last. So I put together, not I, don't lie, Holly, my staff put together a side-by-side to help me try to navigate through real important level of specificity, which is my responsibility as a voting member, as an elected member of this board. So if I may, pose to County Council a couple of questions. I'm going to start with section 10.4 in the draft charter amendment. And the amendment notes that the board will still have the power to make certain board orders specified in the charter. And since many of our motions are acts of either executive or administrative authority rather than legislative, can you remind me of the major powers that the board currently exercises by board order that would then be transferred to the county executive and which we would retain? The language in 10.4 says, except where the board is authorized by this charter to act on specific matters by board order. So I'm trying to understand what that means.
Yes, Supervisor. So
Can you
10
get
point-
closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Sure. So 10.4 reserves to your board the ability or the authority to enact ordinances and adopt resolutions and board orders, which would be either board motions or approval of board letters that come before your board. It is true that the administrative and executive functions of the board are now transferred to the elected county executive. So some directions to departments, approvals of contracts, which may be by board order with the concurrence of the board, with the concurrence of the elected county executive, would be things that could be done by board order.
So repeat the, I'm sorry, contracts, repeat it one more time. I apologize. Contracts.
Contracts are authorized by board order, subject to confirmation of the county executive. Other board orders that your board may propose would be report backs from the county executive, board orders related to legislative matters or quasi-judicial matters. But generally speaking, the administration of the departments is left to the county executive, except for fiscal matters, budget, et cetera.
So that would extend way beyond the current delegated authority that because it's delegated, we as a board could take back into our own power. So it extends way beyond the current delegated authority afforded the CEO.
Yes, but your board has the ability through ordinance or resolution to provide for the high-level direction to the board offices, or I'm sorry, to the departments, their functions, their services, et cetera. The day-to-day administration falls to the county executive.
So when I think about, as I've said before, I've stopped counting recently, but there was a point in time this year that I had voted on 6,500 motions since joining the board. A good number of them are directives to department heads. That we are directing the department head. I think there's one today that gives a directive to department head, to probation department. So am I understanding you to say that those would all go through the elected county executive? That would no longer be our responsibility?
Supervisor, yes, if this is approved by the voters, the way it is currently structured, that would be the primary responsibility of the county executive. Currently, your board has direct supervision of the departments.
We've kind of gone back and forth in my multiple briefings and my staff's multiple briefings with county council. You didn't mention that the CEO has veto authority over any board motion. Is that accurate?
Supervisor, the county executive would have veto authority over ordinances and resolutions, but not board orders. There is, I think, one situation, which would be the contracting authority, where the concurrence of the county executive is required for a board order.
And, but what about veto power of the CEO on board resolutions and actions?
Board ordinances and resolutions are what the county executive would have veto authority over.
So I've had to create a little dictionary for myself to understand the difference between a motion, an order, a resolution, and an action. And how now it's different. The elected CEO would have veto power over some, we would retain it. I'll continue to try to work through that. With regard to counsel provided by county council, in some jurisdictions, the executive and legislative branches have their own respective counsel. So how will county council manage potential conflicts in representing both the board and the county executive? And that's from section 21 in the draft charter amendment.
Supervisor, the county council under the charter represents the County of Los Angeles. They represent the Board of Supervisors, all county elected officials, and all appointed officers. We do that now. We would do that if this ordinance passes and if it's presented to the voters and passes by the voters. Under certain situations for particular elected officers by statute, I think it's the auditor, controller, the assessor, and the sheriff, there's a provision in statute that if they have a particular conflict of interest, they can get separate counsel by petitioning the court. They're the only three that have that exemption, or exception, I should say, or ability to go to the court to get private counsel. Otherwise, we navigate as we do now. There are often times where departments feel differently than the board. We navigate and we represent the county as a whole, as represented by their elected officials and the appointed officers that implement the policies that have been set by the board.
Well, I appreciate you sharing the exemption from those.
For those three.
Those three. Would this countywide elective be exempted also? Because when we just heard about the interesting, delicate power dynamic between their authority and autonomy and the board's authority and less autonomy, it seems to me that's different than what you do now between an appointed department head. So should that not be considered also for this elected countywide executive for all the reasons you outlined for those who are currently exempted?
It certainly could be considered. That would be a statutory change. That there are other elected officials that don't, the DA doesn't have that. And,
Got it.
And that specific statute was recently amended to, I believe, add the auditor controller. It was assessor and the sheriff. So if there was a desire to consider that, that would require legislative change of that particular statute.
Related to the power of the Governance Reform Task Force, since the Governance Reform Task Force recommendations must be adopted by the board, is there anything that the draft charter amendment section 11.74 empowers the task force to do that the board can't already do on its own?
Supervisor, the Governance Reform Task Force is advisory to your board, so they would be making recommendations to your board. And ultimately, your board would have to make the decisions.
Right.
So, okay. So it still comes back to us to be true to the words we communicate about wanting to be transparent and it's one thing to appoint a task force to have them do the work, then we have the opportunity to then act on it. Some either through perhaps future ordinances and charter changes or just through actions the board can take.
That's correct.
Okay, great. So I was going to ask, but I don't think this is really fair to ask of county council. My question was going to be, have we done an analysis as to how to draft any charter reform to ensure greater representation for our unincorporated communities? But that really isn't a task for county council, so I will not ask that of you. So have we done a legal analysis as to whether an at-large elected county executive who has ultimate legislative authority to approve or veto board policy decisions complies with the California Voting Rights Act? My concern would be if there's been any analysis to see if there would be evidence of.
We have not done that analysis, but the county executive as written doesn't have the legislative authority.
So the county executive as written has what authority?
They have the administrative authority and oversight over the departments and the departments.
And the county budget.
And the county budget.
And oversight in hiring and firing responsibility over county departments.
Yes, with concurrence of the board.
So, Madam Chair, I thank you very much. I've got about 10 more, but I'm not going to walk through them because I think it's a level of detail that might not be relevant to the broader community. But let me just say that I will say again that I believe expanding the board and increasing equitable representation is one critical element. It's a critical piece of a broader puzzle to improve our governance model. And in theory, expanding the board allows supervisors to be more responsive to our diverse community's needs. And if we're going to be more responsive, it worries me deeply if we think that we can pay for the expansion with existing funds. If we cut the districts in half, does that mean we cut our staffs in half? I don't know that Angelenos, particularly those in unincorporated who call our offices daily. 40% of the calls that came to my office last month were legitimate complaints about DPSS. I don't know if half the staff or half the population has a more appropriate balance to respond to those inquiries any faster. So that's a deep concern. I'm still unclear as to how this motion settled on 9 supervisors, given that we have not yet had the opportunity to receive a data-informed recommendation on the number of representatives for our 10+ million population. I appreciate that there was a perspective and beliefs in past years. I also appreciate the fact that this has come before the voters several times. And in order to move forward, perhaps if we went to the voters and were transparent about how we landed on a number and how we would pay for it, we could inform voters about what we think, based on data, is actually best and empower them to make the final decision. We've not yet had a full analysis of different scenarios based on current population and demographics and how to increase representation for communities of interest and majority-minority communities and what that could look like with 9, 11, or even more. Nor do we have an understanding of how the increased seats, without an increased cost, will impact resources to districts, board offices, staffing capacity, and thus constituent access to these elected representatives, be it 5, 9, 11, whatever the number. Again, I believe that expanding the board is part of the solution, but I do not believe that expansion alone will solve some of the greatest challenges with LA County's governance model. We have a 2-part question and issue. It's both who governs and how we govern. Again, we've not yet performed an analysis as to whether an elected county executive who has approval and veto authority over the Board of Supervisors complies with the California Voting Rights Act and whether there could be racially polarized voting at the county level. Effective local government depends on a balance of the powers of policymaking and policy implementation. With an elected CEO, based on what I've seen thus far and the relatively short period of time we've had to see the language, digest it, ask questions, I have concerns that the specific needs of our unique constituencies won't be appropriately elevated, and it's unclear that the board would be able to direct the CEO to allocate resources, implement programs, or to return to the board with options for funding board priority programs. There have been several comparisons to what is proposed in the ordinance as a governance model and been compared to a governor or a mayor. And at the state level, which I've had a little bit of experience, the governor proposes a budget to the legislature. The legislature then passes it, goes back to the governor, who has line item veto authority. But the legislature, the elected body, also has the opportunity through bills they bring forward to go to Appropriations Committee, to be put on the suspense file, and ultimately has a pot of money that they can then allocate and prioritize. It's not clear to me that that's how this system would actually work. I do favor greater transparency with respect to how the county's budget is developed in coordination with our constituents. And I don't know that an elected CEO is the most effective way to accomplish this, nor has there been a recent review rooted in equitable representation that an elected CEO would accomplish that objective. As I've stated previously, the potential reforms presented in this draft charter amendment will not necessarily achieve the goal of advancing transparency and more equitable outcomes for our constituents without reforms on how we govern. So again, I think it's critical that we understand how the governance changes before us might improve representation and delivery of public services to county residents, and the significance of these changes demands additional analysis and genuine, thorough public input. I unfortunately still have outstanding questions, including what trade-offs will need to be made to maintain budget neutrality. Whether 9 is still an appropriate expansion target, given that the county's population has expanded exponentially in the last several decades, and what guardrails would be in place to protect against potential conflicts for the countywide executive. The reforms before us do feel rushed. And I think while there is concern that the consultant RFP process took too long, the response to that of bringing forward a motion and ordinance based on polling and not broader research or data isn't the appropriate response to that frustration. It feels to me like voting yes today on the proposed ordinance would be like knowingly allocating $1 million of salaries to several new elected officials with perhaps tens of millions for staff, while paying for it with county services, like encampment resolution, street cleaning, the delayed closure of Men's Central Jail, additional beds for our unhoused population, or help for our small and minority-owned businesses. I appreciate that there are areas of the budget where we can score one-time savings, salary savings. I think the sheriff was used as an example for salary savings. Well, I'm glad the sheriff filled those 22 positions for, what's it called? The street program. What is it? Help me. For parking enforcement. Those were 22 vacancies that countywide we needed those positions filled. Glad he filled them. The Department of Mental Health has a pretty high vacancy rate. We need them to fill those positions. And when we score savings from salary savings, that's one time. The reforms that we need, and I would support, are ongoing funding. And we know that thanks to COVID, We had a flush of federal dollars that came through and helped us navigate our way through COVID, and they are now gone. And in fact, the federal government's made it very clear that if we don't spend them, they'll come get them. So separating one-time funding from ongoing funding and ongoing funding needs is an important conversation in our budget process. And so I thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to continue to elevate these questions and express and clarify my position on board expansion, and clarify, from my perspective, the need to not only talk about our numbers and who represents who, but how we engage in the governance process as well. That is our responsibility and what county residents rely on to make sure that the services they need and expect and are entitled to from the county are available. I'll make one last point, Madam Chair. With regard to the availability of funds, we are in the process now of kind of implementing a budget resiliency process, because I began to have concerns when I saw us passing motions before, during, and after the budget process. We pass a budget and additional motions were coming. And so we went through this process and began to collect the data. CEOs begun to collect the data. And what we've identified thus far, there are 60 and counting, that was as of, I think, a cutoff date in April, motions passed by this board and previous board that have created new law at the county with a price tag of probably over $320 some odd million that have not been funded. It's not because those ideas weren't worthy. We passed them, and it's our expectation, I'm sure, and the public's expectation. They see we do press events, press releases, this is the new law, they think it's a done deal, and we've not funded it. We have tough decisions to make every year around budget priorities. Then we have the chart, I'm sorry, Madam CEO, I like to whip it out for you, and I don't have it here handy, with the unanticipated expenses. Layer that on top of the 60 and counting motions that we have not funded in a budget, $300 some odd million. That isn't because you deemed those issues weren't worthy, it's because they couldn't be funded. So to be clear, we would be adding this layer on top of those 60 motions, the unanticipated finance issues that are forever present in your mind and should be ours. I think that complicates this conversation even further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that I have some points for clarification, but I most importantly want to hear from the many members of the public who have signed up to speak, so I'd like to turn to them if that's all right first. So with that, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Aindi Love, Adele Andrade Sadler, Andrea Mack, Andrea McPherson, Byron Jose, Kobe Nguyen, Cookie Lomel, Derek Sue, Derek Steele, Emma Tom, Farah Sue, Joe Farragher, Kelvin Sauls, Kristen Nimmers, and Lupita Martinez. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Jeanette Ellis Royston. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jeanette Ellis Royston, and I am in support of Motion 80 to expand 5 supervisors to 9 supervisors, depending on the decision, to better serve and to better serve all of the residents of Los Angeles County, especially those residents that have been somewhat overlooked because of the capacity or lack of capacity. So I'm looking forward for motion 80 to move forward on behalf of the Los Angeles County. I'd like to just highlight just one or two of Supervisor Holly Mitchell's concerns. One of them is who will govern.
Thank you. Your
and
time
how
has expired.
Will he govern?
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Andrew Chow. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Andrew Chow. I'm a council member with the City of Diamond Bar. I'm calling in today to support item 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors and elect the county executive. As you're well aware, Los Angeles County is the nation's largest county with over 4,000 square miles and nearly 10 million residents. And the needs of Diamond Bar, for example, on the eastern end of the county is very different from that of downtown LA, obviously. With the population, as the population grows and diversifies, we must innovate and reevaluate how we can best meet resident changing needs to ensure that we're delivering the support they need as an inclusive, transparent, and equitable community. So with that, I'm calling to support item 80. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Acheli Cabarrabas. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Buenos dias. My name is Xochitl Covarrubias. I'm with the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, and I'm a support on motion 80. And I just want to say, I support item 80 to disband the Board of Supervisors and elect a county executive. Thank you for all your hard work, and let's continue you guys continue being the champions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lena Mira. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello? Can
Hello?
you hear me all?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lena Mira. I'm with the Latino and Latina Roundtable, which is a nonprofit organization serving the San Gabriel and Pomona Valley. I support item 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors and elect a county executive. Los Angeles is the nation's largest county, and as the largest county, the population grows and diversifies. We must also be innovative and reevaluate how best we can serve our residents' changing needs. This is especially critical for residents who deserve equal representation and can have confidence in our county to represent them properly. We need to make sure their diverse voices are amplified so they are given the representation they deserve in the decisions we make as a county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Christine Lee. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you very much to Madam Chair and to Supervisor Solis for bringing up the motion. My name is Christine Lee, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Asian Youth Center located in San Gabriel, where for 35 years we've been serving low-income, immigrant, and at-risk youth in the SGV as well as the Antelope Valley, covering almost half of LA County. Given the wide swath of the county that we serve, I am calling in to support item 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors and elect a county executive. And just want to recognize the supervisors, especially Supervisor Solis, for recognizing and representing our community, particularly the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, which is the largest Asian American community in the San Gabriel Valley, larger than 42 states combined. So we really appreciate the supervisor and her staff's efforts in trying to expand representation and access for historically underrepresented communities. And particularly for our youth, civic engagement and equitable access is important and can be inspiring for them to see that there is increased, more local access in terms of their representation.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Henry Lowe. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, thank you very much. Henry Lowe, council member for the City of Monterey Park. First, I just want to thank the County Board of Supervisors and the County of Los Angeles for standing with us last year during our mass shooting, and we're now asking for you to support our community again by passing item 80 LA is a diverse community. It's time that we have a Board of Supervisors that reflects the diversity of this county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Brian Caladron. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Brian Calderon Tabatabai. I am the mayor of the city of West Covina, and I support item 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors and elect a county executive. Our city, which is in Supervisory District 1 on Eastern LA County, has a very diverse community. I'm a member of the Latino and AAPI community, and the need for expansion and diversity of voice and viewpoints from urban areas to the suburbs is needed, and that's why I support item number 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Thomas Wong. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Wong. I'm the mayor of the city of Monterey Park. Just calling in to thank Supervisor, County Chair, Supervisor Hahn, and also Supervisor Horvath for leading this effort, and appreciate Supervisor Solis for your efforts to support this. I'm calling in to support item 80, long overdue for governance reform for LA County, and hope that we can move forward quickly to address this governance reform in the County of Los Angeles. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ross Weisdorfer. You may please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. Ross Weisdorfer, 3rd District resident, member of the Fair Rep LA Coalition, speaking as an individual. Governing happens in the details, and this measure text still does not have clear details about how the Ethics Commission is supposed to operate. We have to think ahead. The moment this body tries to enforce ethics, it will come under immense pressure, as it has in the city of LA. So it really does matter whether or not its powers and independence are spelled out in the charter now. Will its budget be protected from getting cut? If it tries to penalize conduct, will its powers be challenged? Can its commissioners be removed without just cause? These details cannot be left to an undefined advisory task force. It's not too late to make time for this. Please hold a special meeting to flesh out basic key protections for the powers and independence of the proposed Ethics Commission to make sure that voters know their vote for ethics reform isn't just a vote for this board to eventually regulate itself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mike Feinstein. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, I'm a former Santa Monica mayor representing the County Green Party. Our position is that the board would ideally be expanded to 13 members. Our low end of an acceptable increase is 9, and that broader and deeper representation will be best achieved by electing all seats by ranked choice voting. Your next phase on charter review should include a full evaluation of the advantages of ranked choice voting in a single general election compared to the outdated and often problematic 2-round contingent runoff system we use today. Since the ordinance would establish a charter review commission, we strongly recommend the board give direction now to the county registrar of voters to prepare a report on options to implement ranked choice voting for board elections, so that information will be available when the charter review commission is convened. Thank you.
Moderator?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Chair Horvath, honorable supervisors. My name is Adele Andrade Stadler. I am the councilwoman for the city of Alhambra, first Latina ever elected as mayor and councilwoman to the city of Alhambra in 2018. I'm not so proud of that because it took a really long time for that to actually happen, but I sit comfortably in that seat now. I'm here to support item 80. I'm an advisor to both the Alhambra Latino Association, and the Asian Youth Center, which is an amazing CBO that actually utilizes the DPS-supported programs that the county is using to reach our residents. We need more hands on deck. I support more hands on deck. 10 million, but you're not even talking about those that are living in the shadows, who are afraid to come out, but that need your services. You need to expand the board to be able to reach. I'm also chairwoman of the Department of Social Service Commission. Come visit us, come see us at a glance, how much we're not doing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Andrea McPherson. I'm pretty sure you guys know me, former chair of the Department of Mental Health Service Area Leadership Team, Service Area 5, and former chair with LA Care. I agree with item 80, allowing the Board of Supervisors to grow from 5 to 9 with these provisions. They need more diversity to begin having more equitable society in Los Angeles County. How? It could be done by having a low-income person within the Board of Supervisors, maybe a disabled person, a senior, LGBTQ, Asian, Indigenous, and or VA. We need the board to adapt to the more underserved society and show accountability to the county employees. Of course, that would be great as well, because we do need accountability overall in the county of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Kobe, and I'm a resident of District 2. Young folks today are very passionate advocates on campus, in our communities, and beyond. But when it comes to Election Day, only 15% of us show up. It's because we feel like our government bodies aren't actually accountable to our needs and our interests. By decreasing the size of our board districts, we allow for better representation and improved relationships between the supervisors and the people that they are elected to represent. As a young person, but also as an Asian American, I know that the long and illustrious history of the LA County Board of Supervisors has never included the voices of people like me. And I hope that we can live in a future with a Board of Supervisors where my communities can have a seat and a voice at the table. I support Agenda Item 80.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. My name is Emma Tom, and I'm a rising junior at Pomona College, and I am in full support of agenda item number 80. I wanted to start by thanking Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Hahn for putting this motion forward and continuing to advocate for more representation on the county level through board expansion. History is surely being made, and I want to commend the board for their openness to change. Change not only through increased representation, but also in terms of communication and accountability. Smaller districts will allow for increased engagement and stronger bridges between local government and their constituents. This motion is a catalyst that will hopefully lead to more open spaces for communities to express their desires and concerns. Diversity is innovation, and I believe all the voices speaking up today are proof of the intricate fabric of diversity that shapes LA's unique and remarkable diversity. I want to again emphasize my support for agenda item number 80. This is only the first step in the long journey to enact systemic change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Cookie Lamel. I'm here representing the Los Angeles County Deputy Probation Officers Union, AFSCME Local 685. I am here today to speak to the issue of politicizing the county executive office. Local 685 does indeed support the promise of improved transparency at the County of Los Angeles. However, we do not support making the county executive and director of budget and management positions subject to politics. Managing a budget of $43 billion plus and a workforce of 116,000 dedicated people and overseeing services to 10 million residents and millions of visitors is a job for a career professional and not a politician. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Byron Jose, SD2 constituent. The Trans-Latina Coalition, as the leader in community engagement, a stakeholder and a trusted messenger, call for budget transparency, accountability, and engaging the community in this process. Given our coalition building work and as a partner with the Board of Supervisors, we look forward to reform in a process that is not only inclusive, but centered the voices of traditionally marginalized and excluded communities. One of the current community asks being circulated perfectly summarizes the position in which community members are being placed in, which is choices put in front of us that cause more division than solidarity. While some offices or office are calling on stakeholders to oppose other agenda items in today's agenda, TLC will continue to work to address charter reform that works towards a board that is truly reflective of the population, that fully funds Measure J, and it truly envisions a care first, jails last.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, my name is Derek Scher. I'm here on behalf of the Association for Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriffs as the chair of the Coalition of County Unions and a proud member of the Los Angeles Federation of Labor. Because this motion has been rushed, we have not been able to go through our democratic process within the union movement to properly analyze the various components of this, and so I don't speak with the full authority of the 35,000 members of the Coalition of County Unions, and certainly not on behalf of the 880,000 members of the LA Federation of Labor. Our particular concern is to politicize the office of the CEO. I've had the opportunity over my 10 years working with ALADS to work with 3 CEOs, not always with great happiness and pleasure. It's a complex and difficult job. To make that position elected and looking to the outside in that way would be an unimaginable burden for an already overworked position. Finally, the idea that all these changes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
LA County has made significant strides in governance with a strong focus on racial equity and inclusivity. Measure J, having the J-Cod and already offices in existence, the organizing that it took in order to do that. These initiatives demonstrate that with good governance centered on the values of multiracial democracy, solidarity, and inclusivity, substantial progress can be made in addressing systemic inequities and promoting community wellness. The problem is that this process, the way that it was put together in the package, does not even put themselves in a posture of even being centered in that type of space and energy. Instead, it basically creates division. It has put us in conversations with each other lately where we're trying to be at odds. Even the process of getting seated to be able to speak today, there was an order, but this order was actually put some of the folks from the different districts, from the people who are for this aspect, to actually be spoken before the order was
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we will work with the executive office to make sure that the list reflects how we call up speakers. Thank you for elevating that for us. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for having this conversation and for putting this motion forward. My name is Andrea Mack, and I'm here on behalf of Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment, also known as CAUSE, and a lifelong District 1 resident. I'm speaking in support of the charter reform that will expand the supervisor seat with 2 million residents per district. It is very difficult for supervisors to represent and address the diverse need of every single community in every single district. Growing up in LA as an Asian American myself, many of my API family, friends, and community members have shared a sentiment that the needs of the community have often been left out of the conversation. I believe expansion will create more opportunities for representation, and I'm excited about the conversations around transparency, creating task forces, commission, et cetera, and super excited to be part of that conversation. CAUSE is looking forward to future meetings and will invite collaboration and feedback from all voices from all communities to create an even more diverse LA County. That said, I'm in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Farah, and I'm also speaking on behalf of CAUSE and in support of Agenda Item 80. I just want to thank you all for the thoughtful conversation and bringing up all the ways we can continue to build out this charter reform. I do think that there are continued conversations we need to have. As a supporter of Agenda Item 80, I do believe that the expansion of the Board of Supervisors is an important step to bringing even more diversity to the table, creating a more representative governing body of LA County. This expansion will increase the demographic diversity of the board in terms of age, ethnicity, housing status, experience, and thus allowing for more innovation to address issues and constituent satisfaction. LA County is constantly at the forefront of what democracy and authentic governing can look like, and I believe as these meaningful conversations continue, I believe as well as many other constituents would want to be included and continue to learn from each other so that we can create a charter reform that honors us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to go back to speakers on the phone. Moderator, please go ahead.
Will Mark Anthony Johnson, Onyema Obikea, Pete White, Red Chief Hunt, Regina Martin, Rob Kwan, Ron Collins, Seng Xiao Yu, and Stanley Thermidor please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Zamira Pena. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Xiomara Peña, and I'm with Hispanas Organized for Political Equality, HOPE, a nonprofit organization ensuring political and economic parity for Latinas. We support Item 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors and elect a county executive. With LA County being the nation's largest county and nearly 10 million diverse residents, collectively speaking over 200 languages, we know that as our population grows and becomes more diverse, we must innovate and reevaluate how we can best meet residents' changing needs to ensure we deliver county services as inclusively, transparently, and equitably as possible. This is especially critical for residents in communities who have historically been left out of these conversations and who deserve equal representation and confidence in our county's commitment to deliver it. We believe this is critically important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kenneth Tang. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. My name is Ken Tang, and I am a school board member in the Alhambra Unified School District, and I'm calling in support of Item 80. We serve the Alhambra area, Monterey Park, South San Gabriel, and Rosemead area, and our student population are predominantly Hispanic and Asians, very diverse population, and so this is actually a very, very important item for us as I speak to advocate on behalf of our students who don't have a voice in this. And so I urge that this item be passed, and I would like to ask for a support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Chris Marion. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, I'm Chris Marion, and I live in Monterey Park. I support the enlargement of the Board of Supervisors. I believe that the goals of improved representation will be best achieved by electing the board members and a potential county executive with ranked choice voting instead of plurality voting. This will encourage both candidates and elected officials to be more accountable and responsive to their constituents' needs by incentivizing them to get votes from all of those they represent, not just enough to win a plurality. Please ensure that this ongoing reform process allows for a full evaluation of the advantages of ranked choice voting in a single general election, including cost savings and more inclusive representation compared to the two-election contingent runoff system used today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn, and I just think that this is too much confusion to be put through so quickly. I think the number of 9 is not clear. I understand the Supreme Court has 9, but I don't see how anybody's done an analysis to establish. And I want to understand, you to understand that there are 4 district offices in the 3rd district. There are 40 employees. That's 10 per office. That's like 4 supervisors in Council District 3. The reason we have service problems is because we have service problems. How would it help with the probation department, a festering mess, to have 9 supervisors? And an elected CEO is absolutely a weird conflict. I mean, I don't want me to be a troublemaker. This needs to be, rethought. We don't want to screw it up. And if it's not going to happen for another 4 years, why not get it right? We're going to try to extend. It's a noble idea. And note how a huge political action group is the one who's doing all this calling in. This is totally inappropriate in the heat of summer. I recommend that we throw this back and let's get a life, for God's sake. There's so many things we can do now without hiring an ethics
Thank you.
commission.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Omar Gonzalez. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Omar Gonzalez, and I'm speaking on behalf of the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, representing a diverse range of businesses and community organizations throughout our county. We appreciate the opportunity to address the proposed governance reform package, as the Chamber firmly supports good governance that amplifies the voices of our residents and upholds transparency and accountability in our county's leadership. We acknowledge the complexity of proposing a new governance structure and commend the Board's efforts to enhance ethical oversight and operational transparency. Expanding the Board of Supervisors from 5 to 9 after the redistricting process is a significant change, and we urge the county to provide comprehensive data and analysis to support this expansion. Transparency and public engagement are essential, especially with the November election approaching. We believe that informed and active public participation will enable the board to fully understand the potential impacts of these proposals. The Chamber looks forward to evaluating the data, research, and public input as these governance reform initiatives develop and progress. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Genevieve Claverall. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. No, I guess we're still morning. I am in favor of item 80. For one thing, I have been trying to push extension of the board for many years, so I'm glad to see it coming. I think to have definitely an executive person on the board will be extremely important. I hope that you look at all the facets of the expansion or not. As anyway, thank you for listening to me. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sonia Brandt. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm a longtime resident of LA County and a member of the LA County activist group Hang Out Do Good. I support item 80. Expanding the board from 5 to 9 will allow more diverse voices reflective of the makeup of Los Angeles County to shape county policy. Moving from an appointed CEO to an elected county executive would give the public a say in who controls the county's $45.6 billion budget. Finally, we did not elect you to engage in analysis paralysis, is what I heard today. We elected you to fix problems and make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Anthony Alvarez. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. I support this motion. I do not think about the CEO being politicized. It should be separate. But I support this motion because we need more Latinx representation in the county. I know Ms. Mitchell made a good point when she talked about where the money will come from and as far as the statistics or the information, but I don't remember statistics being presented when Juneteenth was given a holiday. We need more representation, and this would allow Latinx to be able to have that. And I mean, we had Black president, we had almost Black Democratic person, and we need more balance in the county. And so we do need this for the Latinx community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Helen Eigenberg. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Helen Eigenberg, and I live in District Number 3. I'm also a member of Hang Out Do Good. And I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Horvath and Hahn and Solis for putting this forward and having the courage. And I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Barger for the hard questions. You know, I drive all over LA County because I teach sex ed in the LAUSD, and I see the huge disparities in resources in our beautiful county. We need more diversity. We need better representation. It disheartens me when I keep hearing, whether it's the city level or the county level, that we need more commissions and we need more analysis. That just paralyzes us. We are smart people. You are all smart on this board. We need to do this. You can figure it out. And it's just really, really important. We have done good things in the county, and we can do better. So please pass item 80. I'm in strong support of it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Christian Green. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Green. I am from Sanctuary of Hope, where we serve all of LA County, as well as a community organizer in the Antelope Valley. I stand here before you, or we're on the phone, really, to voice my concerns in opposition of item number 80 about the proposed changes. I am in agreement with my supervisor for the first time ever, Supervisor Barger, and she is right about striking the election of the CEO office. And I think that there is a yes on expansion. And, you know, on expansion of that, the few callers before us have said yes on expansion, so we need to be looking at the language. And then we have to ask the question of why only 9. And then with the elected officials, this will become a bias and more politicized. And like Horvath said, it's not perfect, but it's a start. But however, the people deserve more. Democracy is hard and messy, but it also is subjective. And none of us have given Black folks reparations. And until Black folks get that, we need to stop using this argument about diversity, equity, inclusion. No research has been presented to the public.
Thank you. Your time has
how the budget
expired.
will be divided. Thank you.
We'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lupita Martinez, Policy Advocate with Chirla and constituent of the 4th District. The Coalition for Human Immigrant Rights is a member-led organization, and our mission is to create a just society fully inclusive of immigrants. At Chirla, civic engagement is a fundamental in our mission to organize and mobilize communities to harness immigrant political power. For years, Chirla, alongside partner organizations, have worked tirelessly to ensure the immigrant community is included and represented adequately in county policies, initiatives, and programs. Angelino immigrants deserve representation that proportionally represents their present and impact in Los Angeles County. In fact, immigrants, as we know, account for 1/3 of the population in LA County. As we support a charter reform, Chirla also requests that immigrant and vulnerable communities be included in the decision-making process due to our invaluable contributions and lived experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, what's up, y'all? My name is Allende Love. I'm with Sanctuary of Hope and also with Gifted Arts and Activism. I want to say first, thank you to Catherine Barger and to Holly Mitchell. I appreciate what you guys have elevated today. I think that it's extremely important that we take time today to acknowledge that there's a few systems in place that have been harming a lot of Black people. And in order for us to be able to make real change and not just have a checked box that says what diversity looks like, we want to make it equitable and sustainable. And the way that we do that is by magnifying and pulling back layers inside of the details of everything so that we make sure that by the time something is implemented, it does not harm these communities even further. Once something is in, what we don't have the luxury of doing is the time that it took or undoing the harm that is going to be in place when these things actually take place. Thank you guys so much for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Kristen Nimmers here on behalf of the California Black Power Network. We are a coalition of 44 Black-led and Black-serving organizations working in coalition to dismantle anti-Black racism and change the lived conditions of our communities. For years, we have worked to support democracy reforms that make our government more transparent, accessible, and accountable to the needs of the community. And while we are in support of governance reform, the potential expansion and representation of all our communities, this decision has come and was done without community engagement in a rushed process that has included no critical analysis of the cost of implementing these reforms, no critical analysis of how 3 executive positions and the movement of the RD office under the executive might impact representation and equitable consideration of our communities, and no critical analysis of how the number of seats were chosen. Much of the conversation has revolved around expansion, but there is more to this package that needs to be considered, and there should be a pause in moving this forward to ensure that we are engaging in a thoughtful and analytical process that is intentional about community engagement.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Reverend Calvin Sauls, representing Sanctuary of Hope as well as a Clergy for Black Lives. I'm a Black immigrant residing in Supervisors District 2. Any initiative that attempts to advance integrity and equity, transparency and accountability in county governance is welcomed. Unfortunately, item 80 is fundamentally flawed in several areas, among others. Not backed by empirical evidence, lack of democratic participation of county constituents, lack of comprehensive analysis on financial impact. Hence, I have deep concerns about item 80 in its current form and therefore do not support it. We do not seek nor expect perfection with this legislation. What we do seek is inclusion of the people residing in LA County. What we do expect is the power of participation by the people in this county. And so I am opposed to it and looking forward to ongoing work with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pete White, Los Angeles Community Action Network. LA CAN opposes the proposed expansion ballot measure, not because the Black community does not believe in and fight for representative government and agree in concept on expansion as a pathways towards direct democracy. We oppose because this proposal does not check off any of the basic boxes. Why 9 districts? How much does it cost? Why the rush to divide communities? Why an acknowledgement of the proposal being flawed but promises to fix later? 6 years to finish? Bring it back to the voters? You can't make a bad ballot initiative better. No community in Los Angeles knows better the impact of failed or deliberate policy. Racial covenants, redlining, deindustrialization, the war on drugs, homelessness, organized abandonment. In our community, we must get it right the first time because second chances are non-existent and deleterious impacts are deadly. They're not like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Collins. I'm with the Los Angeles Black Worker here, and I'm with the Los Angeles Black Worker Center, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the current motion for a charter amendment. To be clear, we do support a possible expansion of the board, but not without the due diligence of a true community engagement process and adequate study. In the past few years, Black workers all over LA County have seen exactly what can happen when there is not enough transparency and accountability in government, particularly when it comes to the issue of redistricting, and we need our county government to do better. Transparent democracy isn't just about letting people know what's going on in government, but also allowing folks an honest opportunity to participate in political decisions that impact us. At the LA Black Worker Center, we envision a world where Black workers thrive in an equitable economy, and that cannot be done when our communities are not fully included in decisions that deeply impact us. We stand with the California Black Power Network, LA CAN, and other Black-led organizations demanding a real assessment to this amendment. Instead, we urge the board to work with organizations.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. I'm Onya Mobiekia with Black Women for Wellness and Black Women for Wellness Action Project, reproductive justice organizations proudly based here in LA, right in Leimert Park, where due to nearly 3 decades of work to advocate for the health and well-being of Black women and girls, we have developed deep roots and built family in this cultural hub of Black LA. Today, we're here to express deep concern for this proposed motion. While we acknowledge and agree that the county is in need of governance reform, this proposal lacks the necessary community involvement and planning to benefit all Angelenos. It feels rushed, and while potentially transformative, we're risking significant changes without the necessary data to support our confidence that a monumental change like this likely will not result in unintended harms or consequences to our communities. To be sure, we're not opposed to reform. The process is what raises concerns. Our community has endured decades of systemic challenges, from access to adequate health care, healthy food. We understand urgency, but not at the expense of our communities. We call on the supervisors to pause this effort.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson, Dignity and Power Now. I can't think of a time in the last 22 years that I've been coming down here where the question of expansion wasn't actually a good question. But when we confuse expansion with the ability of people to actually meet their needs, we run into serious trouble. And I think the question before us now and the conversation that we're seeing here is that there is a conflation of representation and political power. We cannot turn to our communities and really say that just because we are expanding the board to 9, that translates into people's increased ability to meet their needs. When we were fighting for oversight of the Sheriff's Department, we had a number in mind around the commission size. We had staffing numbers. We had ideas around legal infrastructure, and we put it before the community through town halls, through conversations, through debates for over a year. And I believe where we landed was the right place. We don't see that level of rigor in this presentation, and we ask you that is what's necessary before you vote today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Rob Kwan with Unrig LA. I live in District 1, and 2 weeks ago I bit my tongue on the vague promises of an independent ethics commission because I had faith that the movers would come back with some language that had some minimal guardrails. This is not an issue of the perfect being the enemy of the good if it ain't actually good. To say these are half-baked reforms is actually a gross overstatement. This might be the least independent ethics commission ever imagined. Telling voters otherwise would be deeply misleading. There is nothing in here to ensure the independence of the selection or removal process of the commissioners or the compliance officer. The Section 1118 actually makes it seem like the executive, the elected official, would appoint them. There's zero information on the basic essentials of how to issue fines. I spent 6 years working on this issue at the City of LA, studying our ethics commission and those across the country. This feels like cheap sweetener thrown in to punch up your other reforms in that 50-cent tax you want to greenlight. You may say those details would be handled by a fancy task force, but voters are not approving those issues. The board left sole discretion to
Thank you.
on their own.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Stanley Thermidor. I work with the New Way of Life Reentry Project, and I am a member of All of Us in Los Angeles Long Beach chapter. I work in District 2, and I live in District 3. So for about a year and a half now, we've been working in conjunction with a lot of organization on governance reform on the LA City Council, and we have achieved ballot initiative to provide that. But that has been a year and a half process of community engagement as well as community contribution, which has contributed to a truly democratic process. So while we agree that reform is necessary and we applaud the proactive aspect of this motion, we feel that the lack of community engagement as well as the rush of the process gives us a pause. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to speakers on the phone. Moderator, please go ahead.
As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 80, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Christine Harris. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
And I am a resident of Canoga Park, and I support item 80. I am happy that the Board of Supervisors are seriously looking at increasing the number of its members. I believe that the point of doing this is to provide better representation of the constituents of LA County, and that's why that, in addition to expanding the board should also put forth a measure to do a full evaluation of the advantages of ranked choice voting to elect the additional members rather than continuing to use the 2-round contingent runoff system. This movement toward the charter amendment is a great opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to give direction to LA County Registrar Dean Logan to come back with a report on how the county could implement ranked choice voting for county elections and elections run by the county on behalf of local government. Cities and states that have already implemented ranked choice voting, such as Alaska, have found that ranked choice voting ultimately saves taxpayers a tremendous amount of money, will dramatically reduce negative campaigning during campaigns, and eliminate the spoiler effect in elections.
Thank
and
you.
It will result
Your
in
time
greater
has
voter
expired.
turnout.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Karen Waters. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Karen Waters. I am a local leader here in the community, and I support item 80. I would like to call to your mind the disenfranchisement which occurs with ethics violations. And with limited time to speak, I just wanted to emphasize that and also commend Supervisor Hahn for making the arrangements for the Bruce family to receive their property back. That was an example of reparations. So thank you for this, and I applaud this motion and approve agenda item 80.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jesse Fergozo. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Jesse Fragoso, and I am a Boyle Heights-based artist. Being involved in the community has made me believe children and youth are a key to the future, and I am calling in support of item 80 and would like to urge for new resources regarding the arts and culture created in Boyle Heights for our families in our community and also upcoming artists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Roy Humphreys. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you, Roy Humphreys, Roland Heights. Supervisor Horvath notes that this all-woman board was the only force capable of curing the moral deprivation of this body politic. How hypocritical. What happened to diversity, equity, and inclusion? Great job, Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Solis throws in the race card once again. Thank you. CEO notes the continued robbing Peter to pay Paul. Thank you for that. From the DA meeting this weekend, DA Hodgman, we need to modernize the criminal justice system, include jails with to bring back law and order. So, show me the money. Increase the board to 9. Why not 19? Show me the money. Supervisor Mitchell can do the math, but our Asian brothers and sisters speaking, just brush the math aside, which is, mind-boggling to me. Now let's get on to breastfeeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Leela Murphy. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Lila. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm calling with the Justice LA Coalition. While I always support a more representative governmental body, I agree with several of the concerns voiced by Supervisors Mitchell and Barger today, as well as many community members. This charter amendment has been presented as entirely cost neutral, but we all know that is highly unlikely. It is critical that CFCI and other Care First funding are not decreased to accommodate the board restructuring. Housing, mental health care, and other county services are crucial for LA residents. All too often, social and health services are the first to be impacted by county budget cuts. This charter amendment must not take taxpayer funds from the services Angelenos truly want and need. We need preliminary fiscal analysis because the board changes are going to cost the county money, so we need to make sure that the most crucial county services won't be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Hector Plasencia. I'm sorry. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hola, buenos días. Good morning, everyone. Hector Plasencia, pronouns they, we, Executive Director with Plasencia Consulting, a social justice action firm, and the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center, serving and advocating for the 115,000 queer and transgender residents throughout the San Gabriel Valley. We're calling in support of Motion 80 as it allows for increased representation, improved transparency, and governance transformation. As the motion advances, we are also in support of budget transparency to understand financial impact, community buy-in to ensure informed guidance, and an assessment of internal governance to provide clarity of how the systemic transformation will evolve. Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Maya Hendricks. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Maya Hendricks. I am a resident of Supervisorial District 3 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. Although I support the diffusion of centralized power and a possible expansion of the board and reforms that will enhance transparency and public input, the approach matters significantly. What our communities deserve is a deliberate charter amendment created not by personal preferences, but by a comprehensive understanding of what serves the public greater good. This amendment should ensure that our governance structure evolves in a way that promotes openness and inclusivity, reflecting the diverse needs of our population. More time and more research is needed to understand the risks that this motion may pose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Suzetta DeBusco. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I'm going. Hello, my name is Suzetta DeBusco, and I live in the unincorporated area of Livorno. I support item 80. We need more representation and transparency. I know change is hard and scary, and people say, but it's been this way forever. To me, doing nothing is the most scary thing of all. Doing nothing definitely does nothing, and I applaud people for trying to change. We need it here in LA, and we need more representation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Patricia McAllister. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, Patricia McAllister here. I oppose item 80. I don't think we need an ethics committee. We need a controller. We don't have a controller. The supervisors are controllers. They're handling all the money. We need to put on the ballot where we can elect our controller. At this time, the supervisors they appoint the controller, so the supervisors are in charge of the money. We also need transparency. Leaving Supervisor Mitchell out of the plans and knowledge of the board, that's against the law. And we need to file a grievance, a petition. I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you. Hi, Patricia McAllister here. I oppose item 80. I don't think we need an Exodus committee, and we don't need to expand the supervisors. The ethics, we need to deal more with, you say we need this because there's not enough money to help the people. There is enough money to help the people. What we need is a controller. We don't have a controller.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jacqueline Pinto. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline, and I'm a resident of District 4 and a member of Reimagine LA Coalition. We are cautiously optimistic about the potential in this motion for increased voter accountability and transparency of the county executive office. There are critical unknowns that, if not addressed, could exacerbate inequities and compromise transparency in our governance. As a board, you should be committed to a data-informed approach to enhance our county's governance structure. This includes the establishment of an independent entity to thoroughly evaluate not just the number of board seats, but also how policies are formulated and their impact on our community. Rushing to the ballot in November bypasses this crucial process, which is essential for addressing the root causes of our governance challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick.
We're going to go to speakers in person next. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, supervisors. My name is Shen Xiaoyu, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm here to speak in support of agenda item number 80, charter reform. With a population of close to 10 million in Los Angeles County, each supervisor represents approximately 2 million people. This large size of each supervisor district is not only out of alignment with county governments across the country, more importantly, it creates many barriers for residents' voices to be heard. I support the expansion from 5 to 9 districts in order to create more opportunities for residents to amplify their voices, to have more diverse representations on the board. Smaller districts will give each supervisor more opportunities to deeply engage with residents and build relationships. Los Angeles has historically led the country in diversity and representation, and this charter reform will further the efforts to increase diversity and inclusion, creating more seats at the table that reflect the multifacetedness of this county. This charter reform will lead to more efficient and more accessible county government for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The Red Chief Hunt. Let's get it on, you guys. Like Marvin Gaye say, let's get it on. I'm ready for it. Let's see. I think I got my slogan together. Vote for the Red Chief Hunt. The common sense chief, the chief that you know for the 7th district, C7 district. So I'm in support of this All my voters, you guys are not allowed to say my cunt on YouTube. My million voters on YouTube, please vote for the Red Chief Hunt. You know, not 4 more seats added to this board is just great and very positive. Thank you guys, and I am the Red Chief Hunt.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Regina Martin. I live in District 2. I'm with Black Women for Wellness. Although reform is important, the proposal to expand the LA County Board of Supervisors is rushed. The decision to expand from 5 seats to 9 seats was based on polling results, ignoring the actual needs of Los Angeles County residents. Next, the costs are unclear and hidden. When asked about the cost of implementing the proposed reforms, the response that it will not require new taxes highlights the lack of transparency. LA residents need assurance that essential county programs won't lose funding due to this hurried and flawed proposal. And the next thing that is concerning is the undermining of Supervisor Holly Mitchell's leadership on this issue. Supervisor Mitchell, a longstanding advocate for all LA communities, has been leading on this issue since 2023, proposing a package aimed at instituting through thorough study, research, and community engagement to determine.
Thank you. We'll go back to speakers on the phone.
Our next participant is Isaac Wikis. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Is that Isaac Wilf, potentially?
Isaac Wilkes, sorry, they have you misspelled. I apologize, sir. Yes, your line is open. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good morning. My name is Isaac Wilf. I live in North Hollywood in District 3, and I support item 80 to enlarge the Board of Supervisors. I believe that the goals of better representation would be best achieved by electing those 9 seats through proportional ranked choice voting. Instead of the outdated 2-round contingent runoff system used today, ranked choice voting would ensure that a majority, rather than a plurality of voters in each district, selects the Board of Supervisors and just keeps it at one election. Please ensure that the reform process includes this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Yarzita Gonzalez. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello, my name is Yarzita Gonzalez, and I'm with the Central American Resource Center, that is in LA. I'm calling in support of item 80 to expand the Board of Supervisors and elected county executives. We believe it's important that diverse voices are not only given a wider platform, but are also better amplified so they are given the representation they deserve in the decisions we make to ensure we direct resources that positively impact all of the county residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Laura Cahalan. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you. Hello, my name is Laura Cahalan. I am a resident of Supervisorial District 2, an organizer with White People for Black Lives, Reimagine LA, and La Defensa. I want to say that for many years, we've called for CEO accountability and the CEO to be an elected position, and all of the concerns raised today around the quickness that this ballot measure was proposed and the lack of community engagement are valid. So we do support decentralizing government power. We do support expanding the board. However, it would have been very helpful to have more community input on the front end of a ballot measure like this, because it was a holiday week when it was coming up and it was difficult to actually do the necessary analysis. And we are also concerned about fragmenting voting power blocks for both progressives and Black voters, and we want to affirm that we believe it's very important to have community engagement from Black communities for board expansion particularly, and redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Curtis Clark. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
I stand with Holly Mitchell. And what y'all need to realize is that we as Black Americans, we don't have a country to run across the border to, okay? And the white power play by Hahn and Horvath is unacceptable. And you know, it's going to have to quit, and y'all going to have to reckon with us, because I didn't see any immigrants, very few immigrants in the civil rights movement that our ancestors have had fought. So, you know, again, we don't have a border to run across to go home as a Black American. This is our country, and this is where we're from. And I stand with Holly Mitchell. And the due diligence needs to be done and taking place relative to this measure. And the white power plays need to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dave Gelati. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
A concept of board expansion. My name is Dave Gelati, President of LA County Firefighters, Local 1014, District 4 resident. Concept of board expansion and an ethics committee, CEO, and governance change is a concept that appears to have 5 supervisors' support and likely stakeholder and group and public support if and only if we took the time to get the details right and get the survey and the report back and a realistic approach to cost and budget. We support the amendment to carve out the CEO language if you're not going to move to table this. If you were to table this, much like with COVID, and get all 5 supervisors on board in collaboration, you would restore public trust and support and thereby get everybody on board with the concepts that you've put forward in the motion. I also submitted on behalf of Local 1014 some administrative oversight amendments that we offer up for the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Alicia Moore. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, hi, good afternoon to the entire board and everyone that's on this call. I would like to take this time to encourage each and every individual. Stop leading in prejudiceness. Stop leading in biasness. You must undo that from the content of your heart. When you are attempting to set a platform of people without the initiative to serve everyone for the same purpose, you are heading for a disaster. This world and democracy is already in a downward spiral. How dare you support that? How dare you? You must stand. And when you stand, you have to stand for what's right for all people. Prejudiceness is not okay. None of us asked for this.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Leslie Rojas. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Leslie Rojas, and I'm a student at the University of California, Los Angeles. I want to express my support for the agenda item number 80 because by reforming the county charter, we have the opportunity to create a more effective, representative, and accountable government for the residents of Los Angeles. Expanding the number of supervisors from 5 to 9 will allow more diverse voices reflecting the composition of Los Angeles County to shape county policy, bring people closer to their elected supervisors. I believe it is very important that all residents feel adequately represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for everybody for speaking on this issue. There's clearly diverse voices on this. You know, one of the things I just wanted to clarify, I know, Supervisor Mitchell, you were concerned that our encampment resolution might be impacted by us moving resources around in the county, but it was my understanding that, I don't know, Feisha, if you can answer this, that encampment resolution is paid for out of, is that part of Measure H dollars?
We do a little bit of both. We have encampment resolution that we're using some of the HI dollars. And then we have another part with encampment protocol where we clean up the encampments. And I can't remember if that's been implemented or not, but that's the one where we would use UUT taxes.
Right, but Measure H also, that's one of our resources for encampment resolutions.
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And to follow up on that, to clarify, you also highlighted UUT, but UUT is dedicated to certain functions. It wouldn't be for restructuring of governance.
No, so let me just clarify. I thought the question was, do we use our UUT, our taxes from our unincorporated areas? I'm sorry.
No, my question was, encampment resolution, that's something that we pay for through our Measure H dollars.
Yes, but it is not only limited to Measure H. We are launching, if we haven't already, a measure where we are actually cleaning up the encampments, the ones that we can't get to resolve, and we are using some UUT money for that because we're only doing that in the unincorporated areas.
Yeah.
And would UUT be a source? It's my understanding that's a source of funding
Like a
that's dedicated. It's restricted in
yeah,
how
we
it's
would not,
used.
no, we would not use UUT
Okay, so both sources of funding then would be restricted to those efforts.
for their
They would-
intended uses.
Yes. Okay. And then for County Council, I want to address the concern that was raised by regarding the fire district. Does this language address how the fire district would be addressed? I know that Local 1014 submitted some concerns in writing to us, and I wanted to make sure that this draft of the ordinance takes that into account, that we have not created confusion around the fire district as it currently functions.
I would say I don't think that we've created confusion. I believe the request was to have them exempt, and this does not exempt. They want to be exempt like the clerk of the board, the legislative analyst would be exempt, and this does not exempt them. There's no confusion. They're just not exempt.
And in order to exempt them, does that need to be part of a charter amendment?
So Supervisor, they are a separate legal entity from the county, and your board is the governing board of the fire district. So if there was no provision in the charter amendment relating to the special districts for which you're a governing board, then you would be the direct appointing authority of those districts. But the proposed charter amendment provides that the county executive will appoint those department heads subject to board confirmation.
So that includes the fire chief?
Yes.
Okay. And I also wanted to address a couple of other things that were raised. First of all, I want to thank everybody who came out and spoke, and I welcome the continued engagement that this process requires in order for it to be successful should the voters decide that they're ready for change. I appreciate the concerns that were raised about cutting services in particular, and I want to be very clear that this ordinance does not propose service cuts of any kind. It proposes restructure and reallocation within our $46 billion budget, not in addition to our $46 billion budget, and that is what's meant by at no additional cost to the taxpayer. And as you have heard, some of those services, the sources of funding for those services are restricted, so those would also not be considered. What will happen, should this proposal pass, is a governance reform task force will engage in a public process that will require hearing from the public, allow for transparent vetting of costs, and from where in the budget they would be paid. And so while that process is yet to unfold, it's hard to determine exactly where those sources of funding are at this moment, and I appreciate that that is that is a question that is on the table for many people, but what we are saying here is that this ordinance does not require cutting of any services. I wanted to address the assertion that we are politicizing the executive function, and I think that's one way of looking at it. If that's how you look at direct democracy, I think that it is making sure that this position, which drafts a $46 billion budget, has a first bite at the apple in terms of how it is structured, is accountable to the public just as we all are in approving and working on that budget. And so I appreciate that there can be differences of opinion on that, but I don't think that it means that we are doing something political in nature. We're doing something that is reflective of how government exists at local, state, and federal level throughout our country. I wanted to clarify also that there have, while I fully support additional study, and I believe additional study can always be helpful so long as it doesn't become a source of institutional inertia, I did want to clarify that there actually have been decades of study, as well as reports and evaluation. Those were outlined in the original motion. They were linked in the original motion, going all the way back to 1970, and as recent as the recommendation from the first ever independent Los Angeles County Citizens Redistricting Commission, which gave direct advice. It was an independent body, the first time that there was an independent body to draw those lines, and that body said directly to the board, the County of Los Angeles should explore a ballot measure and legislative changes to increase the number of Board of Supervisors. So I think this is responsive to that. I want to be honest and transparent in saying that that this proposal is not perfect. I appreciate that that is hard for some to accept. I would also say our current form is imperfect, and that is the nature of any governance structure. To me, the question is, do LA County voters deserve the opportunity to decide? Do they deserve the opportunity to vote on this proposal, as has been recommended through many reports and study? I think they do, and that is what I see before us today. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to second the amendment brought forward by Supervisor Barger, and I just wanted to restate an expectation I have of the Executive Office. I understand the Executive Office was putting motion language together. I'm not going to bring forward a motion. I'm hoping that me expressing the desire would be clear enough for the Executive Office to take action and for the Executive Office to determine the best way to get back to the board. And again, it was to ask to give us an update on what the process was. So all board members, while we've had staff involved in the process, I think it's important that the board be clear about what the process was, what went wrong, what went well, and clarity about where we are in the process. I think it was stated that the RFS hasn't gone out. I understand something did go out on July 17th, so if that could be a part of the process, because that action was taken by the board, so that work is continuing. There are other governance issues, hopefully that can be studied, that perhaps can come back. So I'd like the report from the Executive Office, because that is who is in charge of the process, so that's why I'm asking that of them. And because the Executive Office is also in charge of the vast majority of the commission, since it has been expressed multiple times that there are so many commissions, we don't know what they're doing. And I don't know if this is kind of a normal course of the work of the county or the board, that there be some kind of review and update on the work and the relevance, I think as Supervisor Solis said, of the commissions. I would suggest that we all put a pause, if we intend to bring any new commissions online, that we put a pause on that until we get the analysis from the Executive Office of the current status of the hundreds, plural I think, of commissions that are currently operating with resources, with staff. We heard just yesterday that there are 500 some odd staff in the Executive Office. I don't remember how many of them are assigned to commission services. So if those two things come out of Executive Office, I'd really appreciate it. And again, I second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, there is a second on the amendment. So I think we start with the amendment first. Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
No.
Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
No.
Supervisor Hahn, no. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
No.
Supervisor Horvath, no. Motion fails 2-3.
So we'll return to item 80, which is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve this item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Supervisor Hahn?
Yes.
Supervisor Hahn, yes. Supervisor Barger?
No.
Supervisor Barger, no. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to item 18, ballot transparency and consistency, providing voters with a fiscal and programmatic analysis on county ballot measures, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Oscar Valdez, our Auditor Controller, and Dean Logan, our Registrar Recorder County Clerk, are available for questions. Supervisor Mitchell, I will turn it to you.
Thank you. This ought to be interesting. Supervisor Barger and I are bringing this motion forward to address a serious voter transparency and education gap that will align us with the board's expressed values of transparency and public integrity, and with our board's practices as well as the state's ballot analysis process. LA County voters receive inconsistent information for ballot measures on sample ballots. State ballot measures are accompanied by a fiscal impact statement on a sample ballot. Yet this same important information is not included with countywide ballot measures, and I have to say I missed that somehow as a county voter all my adult life and as elected at the county level until recently. In fact, the state requires in the Elections Code that the Legislative Analyst Office and the Department of Finance do such analyses on statewide measures and allows counties to direct their local auditor controller to do the same analysis. Currently, such county fiscal impact information is left up to the opponents or proponents, no independent fiscal analysis. And more often than not, they do not possess the understanding of the county's fiscal structure to analyze the actual fiscal impact of a proposed measure. Unlike those on either side of the issue, the auditor controller has the experience and obligation to provide objective, fact-based analysis, not a personal or political opinion. Why is this important? Well, as we've been discussing for the last several hours, elections matter and can have life-changing impact on our communities. Trade-offs sometimes are made. So it is our role as leaders to ensure voters have all of the facts and impartial analysis that they need to make a voting decision. Voters are not consistently provided with the anticipated financial costs and programmatic impact of countywide ballot measures. This has resulted in confusion and sometimes a lack of trust in the county's budget process or program implementation. In some cases, this lack of trust has resulted in costly lawsuits and program implementation delays. Case in point, every budget meeting I have participated in since I've been here and since Measure J passed, the public continues to ask for a $900 million allocation to the Care First Community Investment Program because that's the amount the advocates believe is required under the measure. But I've not been able to find, and neither has anyone been able to show me, any impartial fiscal analysis of Measure J that confirmed that number. Measure J has resulted in lawsuits and public frustration, leading to damaged trust. And I expect that we will hear again at the supplemental budget about the community's frustration that they have not hit that $900 million figure. Ballot box budgeting, as challenging as that is a reality that the state of California and local governments face. The least we can do is ensure that ballot measures include an impartial and competent fiscal analysis of the impact on the county's revenues and expenditures. We already do this for our motions through the fiscal resilience process. Board letters submitted by departments to the board have a fiscal impact financing section. Additionally, our CEO analyzes the fiscal impact of all statewide measures as well as state and federal pieces of legislation. But we don't provide this information to voters for countywide ballot measures. And this motion will help solve this gap and show our constituents that we've heard from them and are making the necessary changes needed to make government indeed more transparent. As we all know, LA County is the largest county in the country, and we have arguably shown for the past 2 years that we are leaders in government problem solving. So this motion aligns with our current practices, state law, and who we are as a board: innovative, transparent, problem solving, forward thinking, and aspiring to be fiscally sound and responsible. I urge and I vote on this voter empowerment and problem-solving motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for inviting me to co-author this motion with you. I wholeheartedly support today's action to provide information and resources to our voters. I believe that this is one of the ways that this board can truly uphold the tenets of transparency and accountability that we have spoken of frequently, especially today. Trusting government and elected representation is critical to the continuing success of our local democracy. Equally, it is important to our success as well to make sure that our electorate is well informed. When voters have access to information that is transparent, they are more likely to have faith in the process and in the governmental body serving their best interest. We also need to provide accessible information to our county workforce, departments, and labor partners regarding the decisions at hand that will have an impact on our region. Information about the purpose and consequence of each countywide ballot measure is key. We need to make sure voters are confident that their voices are heard and that decisions are made openly and fairly. I am confident that the proactive outreach by the board will ensure voters have access to accurate information about the issues they are voting on, which supports informed decision making. I look forward to launching this process moving forward and supporting this work on behalf of the entire LA County. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yes, I certainly agree with the comments from both Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Barger that it's important that voters have clear, accurate information about the measures they're being asked to vote on. And I think it makes sense that they would want to have information certainly about the cost. So I just have a few questions to ask the two distinguished gentlemen on the dais. For our auditor controller, there is a lot of deliberate ways that the charter reform measure was designed to put emphasis on the implementation task force that would then begin to take public input and help craft some of the reform measures. What would a fiscal analysis look like for that particular piece of this charter reform measure?
Well, I think right now, and good morning, supervisors.
Good morning.
Thank you for the question. So I think for us, this is our first time doing this in LA County, where Auditor Controller has been asked to step in and do this based on Election Code 9160C. So we are definitely embracing it. Thank you for the trust that you've placed on us. And but one of the things that we want to make sure that we communicate to everyone is that we take these matters seriously. We're going to continue to ensure that we're executing our fiduciary responsibility, not just to the board, but the 10 million plus residents of LA County. We're going to ensure that we provide objectivity, independence, and transparency in our process. We understand that this process is developing. There's a lot of unknown variables right now associated with this. We're actually.
So that's kind of my question. How do you do a fiscal analysis on?
Well, we're going to be working with key stakeholders. We're going to be working with county council. We're going to be working with the CEO's office, with budget, with their ledge committee. We're also going to be looking at real estate and historical costs. We're going to be working with the executive officer, ISD, and really looking at historical data and maybe also some analysis on other agencies that have a similar structure, and basically looking and comparing and coming up with an estimate, because we're required to come up with an estimate. It's not an actual dollar amount that we're saying that it's going to be. It's going to fluctuate. I mean, you have the redistricting that's going to happen in the future. That's also going to impact, our analysis. So for us, it has to be a high-level estimate on all areas. And right now, it's still developing, and we're definitely going to be reaching out to our partners and requesting data from those individuals, estimates, but we're going to basically analyze, validate, and make sure that those numbers are correct and come up with our own estimate and present that in the fiscal impact statement. So this is very new to us. Like I said, it just we found out last week, so we're basically scrambling, but we can definitely assure you that we've reallocated resources and experts in our team, and we're going to be leveraging other individuals in the county to ensure that we meet the requirements of the statutory requirements.
Yeah, I see that. So it's estimate, guesstimate a little bit, just because, again, you've never done it before, and this is historic, this charter reform, so I don't know how much history backs up your fiscal analysis, but that's good to know. Would you, let me ask, first of all, how many, this will apply to any county-wide ballot measure, according to, so I'm assuming that the fire district measure would not qualify because the only district's not counting. But what about Measure A? I don't know if we've given it a letter yet, but our homeless measure, does this apply to that? And in a fiscal analysis, would you, for instance, on the homeless ballot measure, would part of your fiscal analysis be to say that it raises taxes and how much money it would generate?
Well, I think based on the information that we have, it's going from a quarter to a half cent. We can definitely, estimate that amount.
But you would you say that in your fiscal analysis, that it would be raising taxes?
It's an additional charge. I think, again, right now, we still need to develop the language in regards to what we're going to be saying in the fiscal impact statement. So I think it's still a little fluid in regards to where we're at right now, but we'll ensure that we provide, the appropriate.
So the opposite would be on this measure. Would you be required to say it does not raise taxes?
For the sales
for the charter reform?
I can't say that right now unless I look at the information, but again, we're going to be looking at historical. We're going from a 5 to 9.
I guess it's more broad, saying, is that part of a fiscal analysis on a sample ballot? Is that what the voters would be seeing? Would they be seeing this measure raises taxes or this measure doesn't raise taxes?
I can give the statutory answer, and what would be required under the statute is that the auditor prepare a fiscal impact statement which estimates the amount of any increase or decrease in revenues, which would include taxes, or cost to the county if the proposed measure is adopted. That's the language from the statute that he would be required.
So you don't think that necessarily means the fiscal analysis would say how the revenue is increased, taxes or no taxes? Just asking.
Actually, if I could just jump in here, I think that Measure A already says that. It already says that, there is a, whatever the figure is, the half cents.
That is correct. The ballot question itself is required to state the rate of the tax.
Right, but this is the fiscal analysis that will go on the sample ballot before the pros and cons. So I'm just asking, would that be a typical thing you'd find in a fiscal analysis of a ballot measure?
And we're also looking at sample, fiscal impact ballot measures from other counties. We do have some smaller counties up north. We're going to be reaching out to those individuals, getting a little bit more guidance on that. So again, we'll make sure that, we follow
like
these.
you said, we're saying no new taxes for the charter reform, but as Tom Fana just said, the Measure A or whatever, the homeless actually says it, that it will be raising taxes. So I'm just asking, well, is that part of the fiscal analysis that you would be required to say?
I think our responsibility would be to identify if there's any additional costs, whether there's additional funding requirements. I think that would be a policy decision for the board and recommendations from the CEO's office to come forth. But I think for us, we would have to definitely provide information if we see that there's increased cost.
Not necessarily
the funding,
taxes.
Yeah, where the funding's coming from. And I think it's been mentioned before, it could be a reallocation of NCC or something. But for us, it's just really identifying what additional costs we perceive based on factual, historical evidence, from 5 supervisory districts to 9. Things that we're looking at, we're going to be looking at, field offices, but I think that's all going to be subject to the redistricting. So there's a lot of unknown. So for us, it's really providing an estimate, and there's going to be a lot of variables in there and future policy decisions.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't think that going from 5 to 9 would just be increasing the exact amount of cost that each supervisor expends today, because if the districts are smaller, your field offices would be smaller, your
staffing resources, yes.
And you're going to figure all that
We're going to factor in staffing resources comparable against other agencies based on population.
Right. So to Dean, just because this is a fiscal analysis, just kind of in my head doing a fiscal analysis about this fiscal analysis, if this were to pass, explain us to again, I know we as candidates know how much money sometimes we spend putting a candidate statement on a ballot. How would this impact our money to place this on a sample ballot?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, and good afternoon. This is somewhat different than the candidate statements because it's the official information that's required by law to be placed in the sample ballot. So, and it's prescribed the number of words for each of these variables. So, for instance, currently the impartial analysis is up to 500 words. The statement in favor and in opposition have word limits and the rebuttals, et cetera, and there's an order placed in that. What the code allows for is the addition of the fiscal statement, which is an additional up to 500 words, and a 75-word description of essentially what yes means and what no means that would be inserted in there. So while it would take up more real estate in the sample ballot, it's official content, so it would take precedent over anything that is used to fill the space. So from a printing standpoint, we have to design the book in 4-page increments. So depending on, there are a lot of variables. So for instance, the full text of the measure, sometimes they're long, sometimes they're short, and the impartial analysis sometimes uses the full 500 words, sometimes it's shorter.
Maybe you can give us the least amount that it could cost and the most amount it could cost.
Yeah, my estimate would be that in most cases it would be nominal, and that we would fit it in and we would reduce the non-official content. If we did have to, if it did push to one more 4-page increment, that's a estimated cost of about $715,000. But that's for the full 4 pages, not just for.
So sometimes there's blank pages.
And we use those blank pages for.
But if you ran out of those and you actually have to have 4 more pages, it could be 700?
715,000 for each increment of 4 pages.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate both of this. Again, it's new. to our auditor controller.
And Supervisor, maybe just clarify, this ballot measure, the fiscal impact area, may be something new for our office, but financial analysis, financial reporting, that is not new to the Auditor Controller's office. That's our expertise.
That's what you do. That's what you do. Right. Well, I do, I certainly think that the spirit of this is right. I do worry just a little bit about the time and making sure that we do give voters the accurate analysis of what this costs. I think it will be a little bit difficult in the time you have.
One thing I might add, just again for transparency, is that all of this information is also subject to a 10-day public review process before it goes to print. So there is an opportunity for anyone to challenge the content before it goes to print.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. I'm somewhat intrigued by, our auditor. This is going to be your first time actually doing this kind of analysis. So, just like anything, people have perceptions, opinions, and of course, your skill set's very important here. But I have to question, I guess for me, is when there are policy decisions that are made by a board, that's one thing. But to then try to come out with a fiscal analysis on what the implications of a policy is, how do you go about presenting that? Because, we know that, there are folks that are for this and folks that are not for this.
Right.
And I'm just trying to get to how will your analysis, what are the metrics there? What are the, can you tell me what that process looks like?
I think we're going to be looking at factual evidence, historical expenditures, the increase from 5 to 9, same thing with the, elected CEO, all the various areas in regards to the new governance structure, and try to make sure that we have enough evidential documentation to support our fiscal impacts. So we understand that, we just can't just, come up with a number. We do need to collaborate with all of the various departments here because they all somehow support you, whether it's through ISD, the executive office, the CEO's office. We need to make sure that we capture those dollars, and we're going to have to figure out a way to come up with the best estimate there. Again, right now, we've just initiated the discussions with the various departments. We've started requesting information, so we're bringing the data in, and we can definitely provide updates how we're doing, with the process. At this point, we don't have any requirements based on the motion that we need to have this vetted by the the board office. My understanding was that we were creating it and submitting it directly to register a voter. So I'm not sure if that's the intent, if it needs to change. But for us, we are going to be objective and making sure that it gets done correctly. And we'll have the sufficient documentation to support those estimates. But right now, it's still fluid. We're developing our process. We have some ideas on how we're going to, do the calculations. But again, this is just early on in the stage, and we're trying to meet the deadline with register of voters to ensure that we have that submitted to them on time in order for us to adhere to the statutory requirements of how soon we have to process. But at the same time, we are going to be reliant on the various departments that I talked about: CEO, budget, real estate, legislative affairs, board executive office, county council, ISD. They're all crucial to our process and timely responses to our information requests.
I guess just, I'm glad you're saying that we will have a chance to look at how you set this up and what your metrics are, and where there maybe is commonality on our offices, just as an example, and where there isn't. Because I would venture to say not all of our offices are staffed in the same way or have as many offices. All those things vary, and geography varies because some of us represent larger spans and have, that's a necessity there. So that, a lot of that might change if we do go to a smaller, board. I mean, if we enlarge the board membership, but then the size of the district becomes smaller, there obviously isn't a need to have all of that. And that would also maybe say something about our departments as well, I would venture to say. So I take a look at that as well. And I just really want to try to better understand subjectivity and objectivity, because those for me are very critical. I certainly don't want to see a challenge moving forward based on an analysis that comes out that isn't fair, and it really can be skewed in one manner. And I get it, we have to look at what the cost figures are. But a lot of what you said earlier too is projecting. They're estimates, just like our CEO and you all, when you're putting our budgets together, you make an assumption, this is where we are at a point in time. And revenues change in that course. And it could be because of things that are out of our control. We run out of ARPA money as an example. Or there's a crisis, there's a disaster. Or there's a flush of money that came in that we didn't account for because tax rolls or came in higher. Those kinds of things all happen. So I really hope that the public kind of understands that this is not a, how could I say, a hard science. There's a lot of subjectivity here. And that's why you're in the position you're in. And that's why I know I, as a board member, I'm gonna definitely want to see what you come up with.
And again, the election code calls for the development of an estimate. It's not an actual cost, so that's what we're going to be doing. And with regards to having this reviewed by the board, that if that's the policy of the board, then we need to make sure that we're able to have it reviewed timely, because we do have a deadline to submit to register of voters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for raising those questions. And I just think it's important to acknowledge that while it might be new to LA County and our auditor, it's not new to the state and the ledge analyst. And so I think that there are places and examples, and as you mentioned, other counties, to look to for the process by which the fiscal analysis is done objectively in a nonpartisan, unbiased way. You're right, they are estimates, but I think that we have a responsibility to make sure that the voters have a clear picture of ultimate costs. To Supervisor Hahn's point, I think as has been communicated repeatedly by the proponents of the previous agenda item, it is stated in the ordinance language itself that there are no new taxes. Measure A is stated in the ordinance language itself that it is a tax. So I don't think the fiscal analysis will be the first time people understand whether it's not a new tax or it is a tax, but the fiscal analysis will be just that, a fiscal analysis of the content, I think, of the language. Again, for me, maybe I'm slow. I didn't realize this was not done at the county. I guess I just always assumed, because it was a process done at the state level, that it was just done. But I certainly think it's an important thing as we consistently and repeatedly talk about community engagement, empowering voters, transparency, that we do all that we can to make sure that the voters have the information they need to make an informed, personal voter choice.
Maybe also to clarify, yes, it is our first time for the ballot measure fiscal impact, but the county truly already has a process with the Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental process. They solicit, they collect, they analyze financial information from departments. This is a routine task for any type of state or federal legislation, so that's happening now. So we're leveraging that process also.
I agree, said that in my statement, wanted to acknowledge you're absolutely right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to thank both of you, Supervisors Mitchell and Barger, for bringing forward this motion and looking after the interests of voters to ensure that they're receiving impartial information about the measures that will be placed on the ballot. Unbiased analysis regarding our county ballot measures before them can be a powerful tool to help empower the electorate. And so I know we really are committed to making sure that we have accurate information. So with that in mind, I just want to ask a few questions about how this works, because I think I heard you say the county hasn't done this before, not for Measure J, not for the sheriff accountability measure. This has never been done for a ballot measure before.
Correct. Based on my discussions with staff, yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, starting sort of from the top, as a voter, will I see your fiscal analysis first? How will it look in the actual sample ballot itself?
Yeah, Supervisor, I can answer that. The elections code is very specific in that the impartial analysis that's prepared by county council appears first, after the ballot question itself, the impartial analysis. Then the fiscal impact statement would come next. I'm sorry, the brief description of what yes means and no means would come next, then the fiscal analysis, and then after that would come the statements in favor and opposition and the rebuttals to those statements.
Okay, so we have in the past provided impartial analysis from county council.
Yes, that's required under the code. So the fiscal note and the yes-no explanation are authorized or optional at the local level, but the impartial analysis and the statements pro and con and the rebuttals are requirements already in existing law.
Okay, so I want to be clear, we have been providing an impartial analysis as part of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then county council, I heard in your description, I want to, you read from something that I wanted to make sure I heard correctly. You said as it related to fiscal analysis, something around impacted revenue. Can you restate what you read, please?
Yes, just to be clear, I was reading from Elections Code 9160, where it states that the Board of Supervisors may direct the auditor to review the measure to determine the effects of revenue expenditures on the county, and it states that he or she, the auditor, shall prepare a fiscal impact statement which estimates the amount of any increase or decrease revenues or cost to the county if the proposed measure is adopted. That's from the statute.
Okay, so increase or decrease would be 0 because we're already writing that into the ordinance for the previous measure. And you're saying that that number, whatever that number is, has already been determined for Measure A? That's already been calculated, or no?
Supervisor, the official annual amount has not been calculated yet. We've been working off of estimates that we've had internally, yes.
Okay. And can I understand more about the 10-day challenge? Can you walk me through what that process is? And then I want to get into methodology so I understand more about the content.
Sure, and if council can clean up if I mess any of this up, but all of that official information that we talked about, the impartial analysis and the the statements in favor and statements in opposition, after they're turned into us and formatted and are ready for print, they are available for a 10-day public review process, and then any voter, member of the public, or by statute, I can also do this. I can go to Superior Court and seek a writ to have that revised, revoked, or challenged.
Okay, so by when would, if we're looking at the timeline, by when would we expect there to be something to review based on if this were to move forward today?
So I believe that the deadline for filing the statements is E-81, which would be roughly the second week of August. We would then turn that around quickly in order to have the 10-day period so that by the end of August, we would be ready to go to print, to have the ballots ready to go out in the mail to our military and overseas voters.
Understood. So it sounds like maybe the middle of August is when this would be in question, this 10-day review period.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And so with that, I have a few questions around the methodology. Since this is the first time we're preparing a fiscal impact statement for the ballot, what is the methodology you use in order to prepare that?
Again, like I mentioned before, we are going to be working with the departments to gather all the necessary information from all departments that may have an impact to the board, the CEO's office, look at the information, do analysis, compare it to other agencies, try to vet the information to feel comfortable making a recommendation on an estimate and developing the ballot statement, fiscal impact statement. So again, We haven't drafted one yet, so we're looking at some of the examples. We're also going to be looking at guidance with county council to make sure that, the language is appropriate. But in regards to the dollar amount, that's going to be independent from us. We'll basically be, we're the ones that are going to be basically validating that number. And, we are going to be relying on some of the information from the departments, but we'll try to validate as much as possible.
So you used the word independent, and I recognize this is sort of a tough question since in part we're talking in one ballot measure potentially about an elected executive. So how do you maintain independence when I think I heard you say you're also going to work with the CEO's office?
That's gathering information right now, so I know that's going to be, impacting their area, but we're also going to be pulling information from the ECAP system and comparing against the data that's being provided to us. So, but we do need the support from the various departments. I mean, we can't do it on our own.
I completely
and basically
agree.
start excluding various departments. So this is going to be a collaborative approach, and
I also know we talked separately about some of the proposed duties of the Ethics Commission and the entities around ethics that are proposed in the ordinance. You had raised that some of those duties might and operations may already exist in your existing budget. So I suspect you'll be able to surface that as well, that these are existing costs that are already being spent on these efforts.
right. And so yes, we have the Office of County Investigations. We also participate in another, a process where we evaluate other complaints for county officials. So that I can see that as part of the, Compliance Commission. But I think it's really, we need to really vet this. Things are going to change down the road. I think the motion in regards to, the restructuring of the board offices, the Ethics Commission, the CEO, this is all going to have future decisions, and these are unknown variables, but I think we can still factor those in to come up with an estimate.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone on the dais disagree with that there will be future impacts. I think I'm just trying to figure out in terms of order of operations. I also heard in testimony today and prior, emphasis on process, and at least one of the proposed measures anticipates a process going forward that allows for public input. And I want to make sure that the analysis that you're going to do doesn't restrict the proposed public process for input. So how will you be accounting for input from the public as to how some of these decisions might be made with regard to your projections?
And I'll ask clarification from County Council on this one, but at least for the bullet that we're talking about right now, the first one, this is basically for the ballot measure. I know there's 2 additional bullets for, in the future, I think the Auditor Controller is always going to be responsible for doing the fiscal impact analysis and statement for all future ballot measures, making sure that we coordinate with the CEO's office, with other agencies. So,
and I would just clarify, so it doesn't require public input before he prepares the fiscal impact. It allows for public examination afterwards. I just didn't know if it was.
Thank you.
I'm clear about that in terms of the fiscal impact statement. I'm saying that the ordinance as proposed, should it pass second reading and get on the ballot, requires the establishment of a governance reform task force that contemplates a public process for meaningful engagement from the public around how public dollars would be spent. Should there be changes within county governance structure, it allows for a public process. And the public may have different ideas than our auditor, controller, our CEO, or all the relevant departments who may participate in the conversation to provide this estimate. So I just want to understand how we are accounting for that public process and developing a projection.
Supervisor, if I might be of assistance, the motion does require the auditor controller to consult with CEO's office, among others. I want to just make sure that we're clear about one thing, that the CEO is not providing numbers that would put our thumb on a scale at where exactly this would land. As I understand it, that the homework assignment is to do a pre-ballot analysis, which would be a forecasted estimate. And so what we would work with auditor controller to do is figure out what is the best estimate that we could come up with based on the best model. So let me just indulge me for a moment.
Yes, please.
Form follows function. So there are a couple of things in the governance motion where there are offices and commissions. And so one of the questions would be is, what is the scale and scope of their work? what will the workload look like? And so once you answer those questions, then you can start trying to figure out, these are the number of staff that we might need. And then once you know the number of staff you might need, then you can start building the budget for that. That's one thing. The second thing I would say is we have currently similarly situated bodies in the county, so we don't have to completely start from scratch if we want it to be directionally correct. So that's on the offices. Then the governance motion also calls for like specific positions, like the budget, the budget and finance director. We also know, or we can actually estimate based on similar positions in the county, in order to attract a qualified candidate that's knowledgeable in these areas, it might have to be at this level and it might cost this amount. If we were able to use those as templates and then be very clear about the fact that these are estimates, I don't think it would necessarily restrict the governance committee from doing the more detailed work about scale, scope, and function. But I think we would have to be clear that these are estimates based on the information that we have now, and the estimates are in part based on some of the organizational units that are similarly situated in the county. It may be that the governance reform task force, they might depart from the template or, be broader or narrower, but at least we have a starting point.
That's right. I agree. I'm glad for the clarification. I think that, one version of how this could proceed is the governance reform task force in its public stakeholder process determines that some of what was suggested here today, that potentially board office sizes are reduced. Certainly it's possible that that doesn't happen given that there's a public process yet to come. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at, an estimate that is reflective of what is actually, what is actually possible, as opposed to saying, we're just being additive to what currently exists in the county. I know that also, it's my understanding also when the board reorganized the CEO in 2015, there was a $2 million savings that was sort of touted as a savings overnight simply through elimination of deputy CEOs. So are things like that being contemplated as part of this proposal? Because that's an additional cost savings, and I want to make sure I understand when you're thinking about what goes into those proposals, what you're considering.
So as you stated, the DCEO positions no longer exist because they were eliminated. What we would look at is, again, form follows function. And so if the county executive is actually going to have day-to-day oversight of operations of the department, that department is actually going to need more staff, because the former structure that was in place that positioned and enabled the CEO's office to sort of manage day-to-day operations no longer exists. So from my estimation, it would not be a reduction in the CEO staff, it would actually be an increase.
Okay. I think that's, as part of the drafting of the previously discussed ordinance, it was my expectation that there would be a public process going forward where many of these questions would be discussed and vetted with analysis of a fiscal impact. Yeah. I can certainly appreciate why there's a desire for estimates, and I can also, I think we can also understand too why there might be concern around estimates if it impacts the ability for the public process to truly be, a public input process that allows for considering all of the possibilities. So I wanted to better understand what you all will be considering as you are developing this methodology and presenting information going forward. And did I hear correctly that your analysis is coming back to the board for review, or it is not?
It's not written anywhere, so right now I'm submitting directly to register of voters.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I appreciate your line of questions, Madam Chair, and I think the points you raise is what complicated my feelings about the previous motion, because there are so many unanswered questions. How are the voters to understand? I appreciate the desire to have public engagement, but it's public engagement after the measure has passed. So for voters to fully understand what it could cost, it is complicated. I don't think that we can afford to not then at least give them a range. It is an estimate. And you're right, we shouldn't simply be additive. We should look at the details to the degree that they are there in the ordinance, understanding that so much of that work and those decisions will come later. But I don't think we can expect the voters to not have some sense of range when we're already asking them to vote on a process that is not, we don't see the end of the tunnel. We want to use that as an opportunity for engagement to the degree that it's the size of the task force, not full community engagement, it's the task force, whatever that size will be. But I think that we cannot, even though all of those ideas aren't fully vetted, because that's the work of the task force, we still have to be able to give voters a general idea of what their vote will mean in terms of cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I would call,
Madam
Supervisor
Chair,
Hahn.
Just listening to some of the concerns, like, again, I'm not sure we agree that the elected CEO staff should be increased. I think a lot of those, I think that's your opinion, and I don't know if that's necessarily what we all feel. So can I make an amendment to this motion that it does come back for a review before it goes to Dean Logan?
Review or approval? Because I can't support approval, because that's not what happens at the state level. The whole point of it being independent and objective is independent and objective based on
Okay,
what the auditor controller
How about
does.
review?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, and it's going to be reviewed anyway. It's got a 10-day review period.
Well, that's
so I have no
challenge.
issue with if it's concurrent with the 10 days that are already legally required. So if we want to do it so that
No, I think it should come back for review, not approval, before it goes to Dean.
Review and approval. So at the board level, we would just sit here and talk about it, but we wouldn't take a vote on whatever's in it.
Similar to what we did with the parking enforcement. We asked to have it reviewed.
I just want to make sure, because I mean, for me, it's supposed to be objective and not political. And if it's coming to the review so that we vote whether it can move forward or not, it becomes political and it's not unbiased and objective. The auditor controller is going to base it on statistical and data that he has before him. So if it's for review, I don't have a problem, but if it's for approval, I don't accept that.
So the statute pertaining to this provision is silent, but what I will say is for our impartial analysis, we do not bring that to the board. It's an impartial analysis that we submit directly to the registrar recorder because it's an independent impartial analysis. So we do not submit ours to the board. So I mean,
yeah, I hear you. I just think this is the first time there's a lot of ambiguity. I think it's appropriate that it would come back for review. So I'm making a motion, if anybody wants to second that, not for approval, but for review before it goes to.
Are the makers of the motion accepting it as a friendly amendment? No.
Not friendly.
Okay.
Somebody else wants to make
Okay.
second.
Okay, so there's a second.
Your prerogative, but no, it's not a friendly.
Okay, I just was asking.
I can see that on your face. It ain't friendly. I can see that all the way from over here.
All right. So with that, are there any other comments we want to make before we go to the public? Okay, with that, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Andrea McPherson, Byron Jose, Cookie Lamel, Derek Sue, Derek Steele, Diamond Cruz, Joe Farragher, Karen Mack, Kelvin Sauls, Kristen Nimmers, Mark Anthony Johnson, Maya Daniels, Onyema Obikea, Pete White, Red Chief Hunt, Regina Martin, Ron Collins, Ruth Mayfield, Stanley Thermidor, Teresa Velasco, and Yvonne Wheeler please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 18, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Our first participant is Irene Kale. Correction. Our first participant is Anthony Arenas. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Anthony Arenas with the Justice LA Coalition, born and raised in District 3 and speaking in favor of item 18. The charter amendment has been presented as entirely cost neutral, but as we've heard from other community members, it's highly unlikely. Angelinas deserve to know what the fiscal impact of the changes will be, and I want to make sure that the most crucial county services won't be impacted. It's critical that CFCI and other Care First funding are not decreased to accommodate the board restructuring. Housing, mental health care, and other basic county services are crucial for LA residents, and all too often, social and health services are the first to be impacted by county budget cuts. So yeah, again, I'm speaking in favor of agenda item 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Next participant is Irene Kale. You may please unmute your phone and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Irene Gao, Executive Director with Courage California. One of our main focuses of our work is providing voters the information and tools they need to vote up and down the ballot. I'm speaking in support of this motion. Courage California has taken position and engaged voters on city, county, and state ballot measures and include them in our Courage Voter Guide. Last couple of cycles, we've included LA County Measures A and ULA in 2022 and Measure J in 2020. We also know from our polling and our voter guide work that voters are really highly motivated to vote on ballot measures and want more information and guidance to help them make choices that align with their values and also feel responsible. Courage has lobbied for greater transparency and accountability on statewide ballot measures and are also here to lobby on behalf of that at the county level. We support this motion for providing voters with the fiscal and programmatic analysis on LA County ballot measures. So
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Alicia Moore. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, hi. Thank you again for the opportunity. The second time, and I'm just appalled at the opposition that's displayed on this board. This should not be. And I just pray that people are leading with their heart for a measure that benefits all the voters alike. There's no time for your opposition or your biases. Stop the hate. It's in your heart. Get it out. Pray. Repent. Stop that. It's ugly, Janice Hahn. Whatever it's ugly, guys. If you're of a human race, then you should act as such. If not, then you need to go back to the drawing board. I am so sorry. You guys are disgusting.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jacqueline Pinto. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Pinto, and I am a resident of District 4 and a member of Reimagine LA Coalition. I support many principles that Supervisor Mitchell is furthering in this motion, including budget transparency, expanded community and stakeholder input in the ballot measure development process, and providing expanded voter information during elections. This motion could make the equitable implementation of Care First related ballot measures more feasible because it provides a pathway for voters to signal directly to county officials who work on the county budget, such as the county CEO, that voters approve the fiscal implications of a particular particular measure. This clarity could foster implementation more directly true to the language of a ballot measure. While I am glad to see innovative and bold policy around governance reform, it would be helpful to have more time in advance for community input and analysis for motions like this one so that community members have more time to review important policy proposals before being asked to weigh in on them. I am hopeful to see this board in bringing forth motions that speak to the need for budget reform in the county.
Thank you.
As the county
Your time has
contends with
expired.
wasteful law
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Patricia McAllister. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can
Go
you hear me?
ahead.
Okay, yes. I'm in agreement with this ballot measure to explain to the voters how you're spending these revenues, good or bad. I'm ashamed that Supervisor Horvath said that the hiring of the 4 supervisors won't cost anything. Salaries are the most expensive part of a budget. Okay, now this reckless behavior of her saying that won't cost anything, the 4 supervisors, I'm not talking about Supervisor Mitchell because you guys keep her out of the loop. You're reckless spending because you're acting like you're controllers. You're not certified public accountants. We need on that ballot to elect our own controller. And I hope, like the city did, I hope they elect a certified public accountant. This reckless spending by these 4 supervisors, we need to stop it. People need to know we don't have a certified public accountant. They are handling the money. And if you know women, they do more spending than they do balancing the budget, okay? That's what's going on, and that's very important.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tim Cromartie. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Are you there?
Tim, your line's open. Go ahead, please.
We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker and members, Tim Cromartie with Secretary of State Shirley Ann Weber's office. The Secretary does not have a position on this proposal. However, I have spoken to the Initiative and Ballot Measure Coordinator at the Legislative Analyst Office, and I can share with you that the proposal does mirror the state process in 3 critical areas. 1, it requires completion of a fiscal analysis for all countywide ballot measures. 2, the dissemination of the fiscal impact statement in all required languages. 3, a yes-no summary explaining to the voters what the impact of a vote up or down will mean as a practical matter. And 4, input from community members and other stakeholders to help form not only the fiscal but also the program analysis behind it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next participant is Lila Murphy. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello again. My name is Lila. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm calling with the Justice LA Coalition. Once again, I agree with several of the concerns voiced by Supervisors Mitchell and Barger today, as well as many other community members. The board expansion charter amendment has been presented as entirely cost neutral, but we all know that is highly unlikely. It is critical that CSCI and other Care First funding are not decreased to accommodate the board restructuring or any other future ballot measures. Housing, mental health care, and other county services are crucial for LA residents. All too often, social and health services are the first to be impacted by county budget cuts. This charter amendment must not take taxpayer funds from the services Angelenos truly want and need. Voters deserve to know how the impact of any ballot measure, or what the impact of any ballot measure will be on crucial public services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Zamira Pena. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Zamira, are you there?
Zamira, your line is open. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Xiomara Pena with Hispanos Organized for Political Equality, calling in to offer an opposition to item number 18 and agree with several of the concerns already outlined by several supervisors as well as other community members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric. Eric, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody loves a good, transparent approach to the election. I know Dean will remember it, and Jeremy, my enthusiasm for getting candidate statements printed so that people could hear what they wanted to. Of course, it costs too much money, as we circled back on. This is interesting because this is kind of tit for tat. We've got to the point with the Board of Supervisors where, oh, no, you didn't. Here, I'm going to come right back and bring up the same points that you have to bring up now. So it's interesting. Maybe we'll get something done. It seems to me like this is hasty and late, but let's get it in front of the people. 500 words is very, very challenging, and I took note. $700,000 is not an insubstantial amount of money. And I don't know. I think this is so tribal. The auditor controller suddenly becoming rearing is this is all about power, and I think we should stick with 5 medium. Sized supervisors who do a poor job and see if we can right the ship.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we will close virtual comment and turn to our speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Derek Sure, I introduced myself on the last round, so I'll skip that. First of all, thank you to all the county staff and the Board of Supervisors for enduring a long process. This is good government. Though I think with the motion that already passed, we should have stretched it out a little bit and had the discussion of the finances in front of that. I speak in support of this motion. We do need to know what the costs are. I'm confused, though, about one thing. I hear the term cost neutral. I don't think that that's actually accurate, and I'm looking to my accounting friends here. I think this is actually tax neutral. In other words, there'll be no new revenue generated by the county to fund it, but there's been no expression or guarantee that this is cost neutral, and I want to be sure that I understand that correctly as a potential voter on it. And so I look forward to the report from the Auditor Controller. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Andrew McPherson, and I support this measure, but let's address the elephant in the room. Everyone doesn't have internet or knowledge of this new hybrid world we live in. I'm sure everyone knows someone who has a disability or a senior who may not have the education about this new virtual world we live in. So we need data from those who may not have access to all the election information and what affects them the most. And so we need to either mail out different information for the seniors and different things like that, or we can use our volunteers, our stakeholders. Our stakeholders, like the mental health department, we have meetings, we have events, we have a budget, and we can have an iPad and speak to everyone directly and make it so that we can get information necessary to have data in order to be able to communicate with people who don't have the.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maya Daniels, pronouns they, them, with Translatina Coalition, Reimagine LA, and Immigrants Are LA. I speak for myself when I say that any movement towards full transparency of ballot measures and the fiscal cost is a movement in the right direction towards working with the public and understanding how the budgeting system works in Los Angeles. I am excited about the many proposed changes put forward moving towards budget transparency. I hope that all of you are working equally as hard towards the actual implementation of measures as well. There are measures voted on and approved years ago that still have not moved allocated funds towards their intended places. I can only hope that in implementing new helpful ways to be transparent, that the movement of funds is going towards the betterment of the people of the city through measures like Measure J, and the transparency does not just end at the voting of ballot measures. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Diamond, and I'm here representing the Trans-Latina Coalition. Well, in order for our democracy to thrive, it is essential that the voting process is transparent and trustworthy for all citizens. As voters, it is our right to have access to the accurate and unbiased information about candidates and their policies. Transparency in the voter ballots ensure that our voices are heard and that our votes truly account. It is crucial for government officials and election authorities to uphold transparency in all aspects of the voting process, from the counting of the ballots to the disclosure of campaign finances. As responsible citizens, let us demand and support a transparent voting system to ensure fair and just elections. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Byron Jose with the Trans-Latino Coalition. So Los Padrinos Men's Central Jail and all the other county carceral systems are still standing. You as a community members, we spend a good part of our day, and we're more than happy to be part of this process, engaged. But again, how are we prioritizing our time and our resources, and asking the community to be here for that. And there's a CEO, and then there's going to be a director of budget. So again, what are the financial implications of those positions, and if that's just going to be a rebranding of what the CEO's current role is and the budget process not being transparent. Speaking of financial impact and transparency, let's direct the CEO to blow up her priority mountain process, or at the very least, stop carrying the sheriff and other carceral systems to the top of that list. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for sharing your experience at the state legislature in terms of lifting this process, but also how can we reimagine what co-governance and true transparency can look like in LA County. And thank you, Chair, for your leadership and all the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Derek Steele, here in the capacity of several different coalitions and spaces. Ambiguity, confusing, moving too fast. I'm a little perplexed by all of this because we push forward Item 80 that has a lot of ambiguity, it's confusing and moving too fast, but then we want to pause when we're talking about something that's straightforward, has precedence, it offers transparency and also gives community the info and the voice that we need. I support Item 18, and I think if we're looking at all the things that are happening in the global sphere as far as being here in America, President Biden showed how to set agendas aside and focus on what is best for the people. I think leadership here should take heed because solidarity, inclusivity, and collective work is critical, and that is not what is leading the way. And so we need to have a different type of conversation so the community members can be involved in these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Collins. I'm with the Los Angeles Black Workers Center, and I'd like to speak in support of Item 18. First, I'd like to thank Supervisors Mitchell and Barger for their leadership on this issue. The ability to have an independent fiscal analysis of a county-wide ballot measure allows for voters to have a greater understanding of what we're voting for. We've talked a lot today about transparency, and this recommendation is a prime example of how this board can walk the talk. A well-informed electorate is the key to successful democracy, and this measure would serve to keep voters informed in an objective way. The heart of the matter is whether or not you believe that we as voters should have an independent fiscal analysis of ballot measures. Regardless of how much time it takes or how much it may cost, this is what voters deserve. How can this board talk about transparency and then do anything but approve a measure that would create a clear mechanism for voters to understand fiscal impacts of a piece of legislation? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pete White, Los Angeles Community Action Network, in support of Item 18. It's interesting that now there's a lot of concern around analysis, cost, and timing, but not on Item 80. Politics and fiscal accountability should not resemble a game of three-card Molly or whack-a-mole. You speak of transparency, but fight to keep the purse strings hidden from a public eager to render decisions based on facts. LA Can worked hard to pass Measure H, Measure J, and will do the same for Measure A. Knowing what we know from those experiences, multi-year-long campaigns and even longer implementation, how we wish there were clear language around fiscal impact and accountability from the start. Negotiating in the dark will always undermine the ability of underserved communities to secure resources they need. It extinguishes real input and engagement even before it begins. If we really support engagement and transparency of all Angelenos, a yes vote should be easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Teresa Velasco, and I'm an SEIU Local 721 Executive Board member and a proud 6-year county employee. I am speaking on behalf of our Executive Board leadership with 55,000 represented county employees in support of Item 18. Ballot transparency and consistency provides voters with fiscal and problematic analysis on county ballot measures. With so many eyes on elections across the state and the country, it is imperative we sustain the trust of Los Angeles County constituents in the decision-making process. The service we provide, actions that can be taken by the county that are on the ballot every cycle. With transparency at the forefront of our processes, residents of Los Angeles County can be confident in making an informed decision for their families and neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Madam President.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Yvonne Wheeler, and I'm the president of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, representing over 800,000 union members in Los Angeles County. Today, I'm voicing our support for item 18, the ballot transparency and consistency. We know from experience that a well-informed and educated public creates an army of voters who understand the power of their decisions in the initiative process. This motion encourages transparency through analysis of what is being proposed to our collective voices as both a workforce and the community. In a time where elections have significant consequences, it is my sincerest hope that we continue to lead the nation by example. I urge you to support item 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ruth Mayfield. I'm with Black Women for Wellness, and I'm also a member of Black Women for Wellness that we located in Lamert Park. We've been over there for decades, and we advocate for the health and well-being of Black women and young Black girls. And at Black Women for Wellness, we understand firsthand the importance of transparency and direct democracy. Our community has endured decades of challenges, from access to adequate health care, healthy food and housing, to over policying, mass incarceration, efforts to push us up out of our neighborhood. Through all these struggles, we have never waited. We passionately for change. We have organized, built community power, and secured victories that move us toward more inclusive Los Angeles. While we believe that a reform package is needed and that voters should have a say in what reform looks like, we also believe that we should have a full understanding of the costs associated with any ballot measure we are asked to vote on. With that in mind,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Regina Martin. I'm with Black Women for Wellness. I live in District 2. I've canvassed in the community, and I continue to do outreach all over LA County. Majority of voters are always concerned about understanding state propositions and local ballot measures. People usually make the same comment. Main concern is this: are my taxes going to go up as a result of this measure on my ballot? Therefore, most voters are in favor of fiscal transparency. Fiscal transparency from a neutral, nonpartisan source associated with a ballot measure would clarify the cost of a measure and create an informed voter. The cost of a ballot measure, clearly stated in the sample ballot, would really clear up confusion for folks trying to understand how an individual is personally financially impacted when voting for or against a measure on their ballot. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Stanley Thermidor. I am the Policy and Advocacy Strategist with A New Way of Life, and I am a member of the Los Angeles Long Beach chapter of All of Us or None. I support this measure. Good governance functions best when there is transparency and good analysis. Providing voters with as much information as possible produces the best results. Otherwise, voters can vote for something without really understanding the impact it will have on this community. I also agree with Supervisor Solis and Chair Horvath's point that any analysis should not only include costs, but cost saving as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Red Chief Hunt, let's not trip, let's tie our shoe. Let me get an aye vote on this one. We know the responsibility of the voters and things like that. I too would like to have an aye vote on this. Vote Red Chief Hunt. Thank you, and let's get an aye vote on this. Thank you, Red Chief Hunt Angels.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, Supervisor Mitchell, I'll turn it to you.
Madam Chair, I don't even know why I had my name up there. I'm sorry to say. Although I had a conversation with Supervisor Hahn, and I think we have landed on something that would be considered a more friendly amendment. You want me to talk about what we talked about, or would you like to talk about it? So, and I'm going to make sure you're okay with this, that that the language be provided to the board before it goes to the registrar. The language be provided to the board before it goes to the registrar.
Okay. And you're good with that? Is the seconder good with that? You all are good with that?
We are.
Okay. So was there anything else you wanted to clarify?
I just wanted to say, as we were having the conversation, you know, that there's really nothing different between an independent legal analysis and the independent fiscal analysis. And we heard from County Council that the independent legal analysis doesn't come to us. And we have confidence in the capacity of County Council to do a legal analysis, and we have confidence in the capacity of the auditor, controller to do a fiscal analysis. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that from my perspective, they are different. One does not come to us, but this one will be provided to us before it goes to the registrar.
And I think that they hopefully on an ongoing basis will become the same as you are suggesting. But right now they are different because we've never had the fiscal analysis before. So I think having it provided to the board to understand how it will appear is helpful. But I appreciate that it is not a review. And I just wanted to address a couple of things that came up in public comment for clarification. There was suggestion around, you know, making sure that CFCI funding, for example, was not impacted. But I know that you are working within a 500-word analysis. So how will you be determining what makes or doesn't that 500-word cut in order for people to understand what impact looks like? Will things like CFCI be spelled out in your analysis?
I think that's something that we'll have to take into consideration. Again, we're going to look at some of the examples, and again, based on the impact that this is having on our ballot measure, we'll make sure that there's sufficient language in there, and if we need to clarify something, we'll spell it out in order to, you know, get that reflected on that statement. But again, it's new to us, so in regards to developing that statement, but we'll definitely get that done.
Madam CEO.
In collaboration with the auditor controller, I think there's two very important things here. One is the what, and the other is the how. So the what is the fiscal analysis. This is what this measure, you know, will do, and these are the costs and revenue expenditures. The how at some point is going to come back to the board on a public agenda where, you know, folks are able to comment and let the board know their, you know, desires and interests related to any type of planning in terms of how we would offset the costs.
I also wanted to acknowledge, I agree that we should be taking a look at governance as a whole. I know that that was the motion from the beginning of last year, and that work will be ongoing. One of the things that is included in this proposed charter amendment is something that is like the state process of the impartial analysis, that that office would be created in partnership with the Board of Supervisors, the Legislative Analyst's Office. So I just wanted to acknowledge that is part of the proposed charter amendment to add that to our structure, and I understand that that was beneficial for you in the state, and maybe it would be beneficial here. I have two questions. It will be provided to the board, so does that mean it will be based on the timing for when you have to submit? I've been hearing sort of through conversations that means potentially it would be provided to the board as a receive and file on our August 13th agenda. Is that your understanding or expectation?
We can do that, or we can provide it to the board via, I'll defer to County Council, via email to the various board offices before we release it over to register a voter.
I suspect there's, okay, and so it will be provided to us by email?
We can do that.
Okay, and I just want to make sure we understand the process. We don't want it on a public agenda for transparent. Okay, and the measure, and it will include analysis for both, for all measures in the county that will be decided by that point?
Correct,
okay.
County-wide measures.
Okay, and then should there be disagreement with what is included, what is the cure process?
That would be the 10-day public inspection period. I would imagine.
So
That would be the only opportunity.
Can you walk me through what that means? How, like, for example, what does that look like?
So the 10-day public review period, after we receive it, all the materials, we translate it into the required languages, we format it so it looks like it will look in the actual book, and then that's what's available during the 10-day public review period. And then anyone has the opportunity at that point to seek a writ if they want to challenge the content at that point. So the remedy is to go to Superior Court.
Okay, so it's a legal challenge. It's not something that would be remedied here by the board or within a board process. It has to go to the court.
That's my understanding.
Okay,
That's correct.
This is the first time we're doing this, so I'm just trying to be clear about what people's options are as this moves forward. Okay, seeing no other comments, first, the amendment was accepted as friendly, so we're now talking about a motion on item 18 as amended, which is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis? Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who came out to participate in that item. We are now moving on to item 3, Gender-Based Violence Prevention Initiative, which I held for members of the public on the telephone. Please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Since December 5th of last year, I've worked to elevate gender-based violence prevention in the county as our focus has traditionally been on intervention. This is the third in a series of motions I've brought before this board to spotlight the issue and ensure that as a county, we're collectively doing everything that we can to prevent gender-based violence. Last December, I also created the Gender-Based Violence Prevention Policy Deputies meeting to have a forum that would bring together our departments, the board, and community stakeholders to shape the county's role in the prevention space. I want to thank the board deputies, our county staff, and community partners for participating in these meetings and discussions over the past 6 months. The results of this work can be found in the recently released CEO report, which makes recommendations to formalize the work done on gender-based violence prevention this past year by adopting those recommendations. The CEO, through stakeholder engagement and community outreach with feedback from the deputies, has put forward the following definition of gender-based violence for the county. Violent acts or a pattern of acts of assault, threats, humiliation, and intimidation or other abuses that are used to harm, punish, or frighten due to a person's identified or perceived gender or sexual identity. Gender-based violence includes, but is not limited to, psychological, emotional, and/or financial abuse, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, gendered cyber abuses, sexual harassment, sexual assault and exploitation, trafficking, homophobic, and transphobic abuses. It is of the utmost importance that all county departments have a clear understanding of what gender-based violence is as we focus our efforts on prevention. This definition will serve as a focal point to address these challenges through a primary prevention lens. Although some progress has been made, there is certainly more work that needs to be done. We need to better understand the gaps in gender-based violence prevention services that currently exist throughout our county delivery system. Additionally, we need comprehensive, collaborative recommendations that leverage existing services in various county departments to move this work forward and truly help prevent gender-based violence through every intersection in our county. While this important work will be led by Public Health's Office of Violence Prevention, it is the expectation that all county departments collaborate and participate in the development of a comprehensive gap analysis, as well as recommendations. Community and lived experience perspectives are critical for this work and must be incorporated every step of the way. People are hurting, and we must do everything possible to break down silos and collectively come together to prevent gender-based violence from occurring in Los Angeles County. I'm pleased that 2 positions for work on gender-based violence were funded in the final changes budget, and I would ask that we look at additional investment for gender-based violence and domestic violence in our supplemental budget. For far too long, this work has either been unfunded, underfunded, or ignored. Gender-based violence survivors and our providers who serve them deserve more. And as we embark on this next phase of work, I look forward to the unprecedented collaboration between departments that we'll have not only in supporting the Office of Violence Prevention's work on gender-based violence, but doing all we can to leverage resources so we can help existing survivors and to ensure, if we do our job right, there will be no need for gender-based violence prevention in the future. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for introducing this motion. I think it's incredibly important that the work to address gender-based violence continues to be uplifted and advanced in the county. Gender-based violence comes in so many forms, whether it's physical, emotional, or psychological. It can be extremely harmful and demeaning to persons' sense of self-worth. And just as important that we emphasize prevention to identify and address unhealthy or unsafe behaviors before they even occur. That includes especially teaching our youth and engaging with parents about what healthy relationships look like. And I'm also glad to see that the directives include interdepartmental collaboration so that we're really tapping into all the available county resources and services. The motion today goes hand in hand with the motion I introduced earlier this month with you, Madam Chair, as co-author regarding the implementation of the county's gender impact assessment, which directed the county to create a plan to prioritize gender equity in healthcare, civic engagement, violence prevention, among other focus areas in all of our county department and services. I was also glad to see the inclusion of the LGBTQ+ Commission in the directives. Their insights, as you know, are vital because we know members from that community continue to be some of the most vulnerable to gender-based violence and harassment. For this effort to be effective and meaningful, the county needs to strive to provide services or partner with service providers out in the community that are culturally competent and include the voices of individuals with lived experience. We also need to ensure that any community meetings, listening sessions, and surveys are language accessible to incorporate the diverse perspectives of the many immigrant and English language learners in that conversation. And for all those reasons, I support this motion and look forward to working on this again with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for authoring the motion. And I really appreciate the new definition. I think it's inclusive of, new ways of abuse, cyber abuse, transphobic and homophobic abuse. And so it acknowledges psychological abuse that so many survivors have also endured. The new definition for at-risk populations demonstrates the initiative and dedication to prevention as well as the healing of the current victims and survivors, I should prefer to refer to them. I appreciate the work of the Office of Violence Prevention and the work that the group did to really expand and bring the definition current and relevant. Look forward to supporting the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for bringing this motion forward. I think it's another step in showing our communities that the county is strongly committed towards addressing gender-based violence and getting to the root of the issue by focusing on prevention. It's important that this board continues to identify and support our most vulnerable community members and address violence in a more upstream way to prevent dangerous and violent situations. Anchoring the gender-based violence prevention work in the Department of Public Health's Office of Violence Prevention and creating an ongoing policy cluster meeting will help break down the barriers to focus on alignment, best practices, and significant changes that focus on preventing gender-based violence. I think it's good to note that I don't think the county will be successful unless we do more for the county's domestic violence shelters and service providers. As much focus as there is on prevention with this work, it will be critical to continue elevating the work that our providers are doing daily. I want to thank the Women and Girls Initiative for their work in providing recommendations and for getting us to this point. There's much work that needs to be done to better understand the needs of our community members, community providers, and how the county can focus on gender-based violence. I look forward to seeing what we can accomplish in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Following individuals, please come forward and staff will assist you. Andrea McPherson, Byron Jose, and Red Chief Hunt, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address this item number 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Eric. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hey, I'm a little bit candid. Do you hear me?
We can barely hear you.
Okay, now it'll be better for a second. I'll try to say thank you for this one. You know, it's very important to try to do what we can. But I thought the Office of Violence Prevention was covered this. Is this a new group? Anyway, I think, you know, we want to, there are some specific areas where we can be very effective at preventing. But I think also putting this kind of an item right after an item where everybody's very angry, it's an interesting strategy. But I think, you know, kind of it muzzles us from our most pointed criticisms because it's freaking annoying. So thank you for good work on sticking up for the victims.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Deacon McLean. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deacon McLean. I'm also Commissioner Deacon McLean for District 4, Supervisor Janice Hahn. I just want to say thank you for bringing this motion pertaining to accessibility for the parks and inclusiveness, especially on this month, honoring Disability Pride Month. This has been long overdue, and I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for hearing our voices when we brought this to your attention. Thank you, and I just pray and ask that this motion be supportive to make, like I said, the parks more inclusive and accessibility for family members and kids with disabilities, especially so they'll be able to play with their counterparts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Genevieve Claverall. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Genevieve, are you there? Genevieve? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
The line is open. Our next participant is Alicia Moore. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, yes, thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone just for all that you do, all your endeavors you do in a positive way. Also, Supervisor Holly Mitchell, I thank you just for all the fight, along with, you know, the compassion and everything that you all hold when you hold it in a sincere manner and when it's held from a broader perspective on the level of everyone. So I just appreciate what you do in honesty and in truth. Okay, so just thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
We'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Andrew McPherson. You guys know me already at this point, but I agree with this motion in hopes that LA County Sexual Assault Council allows victims an open forum to speak and respond to all inquiries to better the community of those negatively affected by sexual assault. And from a more personal standpoint, of course, as a victim, I survived. I am willing to give necessary information to help other victims in coordination with the Sexual Assault Council. I'll speak about different things that happened to me and how strong I stayed from the different things that I was affected by, but still yet I'm here. And I think it's important that you have people from a personable perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Next speaker.
Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt. Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt. I support this measure. I support peace at all levels for anybody and for everybody. Peace is very important that we make sure that people are safe. So I like to have an aye vote on this. Thank you, Red Chief Hunt.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, so I'll turn it back to Supervisor Mitchell.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment, perhaps it's difficult with people who aren't in the hearing room, who are only listening to us or online. The five of us are consummate professionals. We can agree and we can disagree on policy and practice, and it's not about anger. I don't know if people assumed when the board was all male that when they had policy differences that they were angry. It's not about anger. Again, we manage the work of the county and we get the work done in a collaborative fashion. So I just felt it was important to elevate that statement.
Thank you. With that, item 3 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 8, addressing accessibility and inclusion at Los Angeles County Parks, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. We're on item 8.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to start off my comments by thanking someone who was here in the boardroom all day, but just because of the time he had to leave, and that's Carlos Benavides, who's my commissioner on disabilities, and what a great advocate he is, and how this sort of this motion kind of came about because of him, but also just a shout out to all of our commissioners on disabilities. And mine are Carlos and Ray Pizarro and Deacon McLean, who all of them brought this issue to me and worked with Norma Garcia, our our Parks and Recreation Director. And, it was actually, Carlos has been talking to me a lot as my commissioner that really feels like we probably need to do a little bit better kind of on all of our facilities, making sure they're accessible. He's even volunteered to, go in his wheelchair and actually try out different entrances and exits of all our facilities. But a particularly, incident happened with him. We were opening a pickleball court in Cerritos, and just the layout of where the handicap parking was, how far he would have had to go to find a ramp to just even get up onto the sidewalk and into the park. And he instead of taking the long route that we were intending for people in wheelchairs to go, he saw a little, ingress, like almost a little driveway that he thought he would just cut it because he was late for the program and he'd already been driving around in his van trying to find parking. And the incline of that little driveway onto the side, it was so steep, he literally almost tipped over backwards in his wheelchair. And it was that, among all the other things that he talks to me about, that he's like, really, we need to work with your Department of Public Works. We need to work with your parks. We need to make sure that just something as simple as, parking your car and trying to enter a park can be extremely difficult and maybe even dangerous for somebody in a wheelchair. So I think it's not enough that we simply comply with ADA guidelines and regulations, because I think we could have said that parking lot and where we intended people to enter the park complied, but it wasn't really realistic or practical for Carlos to do that. So this motion before us today directs our Department of Parks and Recreation in partnership with the Department of Aging and Disabilities and the Commission on Disabilities to develop universal design guidelines, which will include design recommendations to support our disabled community. These guidelines will be used for future park renovations and new park projects going forward. And, it's just always a good reminder that people with disabilities face challenges when accessing parks due to social and structural barriers. And there are ways to make our parks easier for someone in a wheelchair, for example, to enjoy playground equipment and gathering spaces. And another challenge he brought up, and again, sometimes this is the thinking that we don't always immediately recognize, but he said, for instance, picnic benches at our parks for someone in a wheelchair, that's, impossible to sit at a picnic table. And so maybe going forward, we design picnic tables that actually have a space at the table for someone in a wheelchair. So these are, not radical, but they are innovative and creative, and I think it's time for us to look at that when we design our parks. And I recognize that to create meaningful and lasting change when it comes to including people with disabilities, it's important to involve the people with the lived experience in program planning, implementation, and evaluation. So this motion creates a Parks Accessibility Task Force comprised, again, of members of our Commission on Disabilities to work with our departments of Park and Recreation and Aging and Disability to develop the guidelines and recommendations for our future projects. Our county parks, I think we would all agree, and our open spaces are the heart of our communities. They bring people together, they promote health and well-being, and provide recreational activities. Our Department of Parks is celebrating their 80th anniversary. I know we all included a little anniversary message to their video. If you haven't had time to see the entire video, it's actually really inspiring about throughout the county, the incredible parks and open space that we have available for people in the county. And so I know our department is committed to being inclusive and improving the way we serve people with disabilities, and I have no doubt that they will work hard to implement the new designs that this task force recommends. We created the Department of Aging and Disability to provide services and support to our aging adults and people with disabilities. It will be important for them to have, it will be important to them for them to be involved in this process. Again, thank you to all of our commissioners. And I like doing motions that specifically task our commissions. I know we're talking a lot about reviewing commissions, which ones are helpful and which ones aren't, but I do like it when we task our commissions who are there for a specific reason to advise us to be a part of something as important as this going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me co-author this motion. This motion is a big step toward increasing the variety of activities and recreational opportunities offered to older adults and people with disabilities at our parks. The need for parks and public spaces that can accommodate a range of mobility and sensory capabilities spans all ages and touches all communities. By developing, adopting the universal design guidelines, we will increase opportunities and promote inclusivity. Investing in universally accessible recreation is critical to narrow the play equity gap for children and adults with disabilities, and to do it right, we need to expand well beyond ADA. I want to give you an example. Measure A funding is something that I tapped into and was proud to present Burbank with $40,000 to purchase brand new wheelchairs for rugby and basketball players, as well as all-terrain wheelchairs to increase access to city trails. And you'll see up on the screen, I don't know if we can put it up, we did this. But one of the things we found out is that Measure H funds were not, these wheelchairs were not eligible for that because of the way the language is written. So Norma actually took it upon herself to work, I think, with County Council to include language that allows the purchase of these in order to let them play rugby and basketball in the gymnasiums. So I've seen firsthand how powerful this is, and how, for lack of a better term, liberating it is for the individuals that are getting out there and playing, and to watch the families is truly inspirational. So I think it is important for this board to support improvements at our parks that directly contribute to the well-being of residents, not only with disabilities, but across the board, and older adults facing accessibility issues. Together, I really do believe we can foster inclusive and universally accessible recreation in all of our LA County parks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Really beautiful. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Concur, agree with everything that my colleagues said. It just hit me as I listened to you, Supervisor Hahn, in terms of talking about the park benches, those traditional cement park benches that are connected. I had an experience at our Juneteenth celebration at Victoria Park in Carson, where I could see a senior hesitant as she was getting out of her car, walking over. So I just went over, a community activist in Carson on a cane, and she said the problem with those benches are they're too low. And I'm afraid if I sit on them, I can't get up. So I'm glad that we have our Aging and Disability Department together, and that it will be a dual lens in this redesign to make sure that we create accessible spaces for our aging and differently abled constituents. But that just struck me that was her fear, and she was considering not coming to the event. So when I committed to her that I would be there to help her, and if I was busy, somebody would be, she came and was probably one of the last to leave, because then she had a level of confidence that she didn't have otherwise. So thank you for the motion. I'll be looking forward to supporting it.
Absolutely. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Byron Jose and Red Chief Hunt. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 8, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now, be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when you have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Carlos Benavides. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Benavides. First, I'd like to say I support this wholeheartedly. It's something that's really needed. Accessible parks are necessary to help promote better health for people with disabilities. Being able to go to the park and walk in a safe environment will improve quality of life for persons with disabilities or without. Individuals with disabilities are on a fixed income. They're not able to join the gym, but they can benefit from being able to walk around the local public parks, provided that their safety is not compromised. Having the ability to frequent a public park with a safe path of travel with rest locations will encourage others to do the same and improve the quality of their life. And I want to thank Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Mitchell, all the supervisors for continuing to support people with disabilities and all our seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Diego Ceballos. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Horvat, distinguished Supervisor Solis, Mitchell, Hahn, Barger. My name is Diego Ceballos, Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation for the City of Burbank, here to speak in support of item 8. This motion marks a significant milestone in Los Angeles County as we all come together to embrace access, diversity, and inclusion. Access to adaptive sports provide a meaningful platform for individuals with disabilities to showcase their talents, determination, and resilience. Engaging in sports involves cardiovascular health, muscle strength, and leads to improved overall health outcomes. We are grateful for Supervisor Hahn and Barger for their vision, their leadership, and their support for adaptive and inclusive sports throughout the County of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Catherine Bergman. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Bergman, and I'm representing the adaptive rugby team that plays out of Burbank at McCambridge Park. I'm speaking on the importance of adaptive sports, particularly rugby, and the incredible support we've received from the City of Burbank Parks and Recs Department. Through their generous partnership, we have access to free gyms and vital equipment, including new chairs recently donated. The support is crucial in bringing our team back together for those especially traveling long distances from places like Riverside. More than just a sport, rugby serves as a social event, helping individuals reconnect with the community, find support, and work on the rehabilitation. We are proud to include female athletes promoting diversity and inclusion. Gym time is scarce and invaluable for individuals with disabilities. Often gyms have no AC and are highly needed for individuals with disabilities, and the cost of gym space can make finding the right location difficult. The high cost of equipment as well creates barriers, but this partnership allows for everyone to participate and newly injured individuals to try rugby without the financial burden of buying specialized chairs as well.
Thank you.
Every
Your
Sunday
time
we
has
get
expired.
together and play.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Armando Ornelas. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Armando?
Armando, your line is open. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Armando Ornelas. I coach, manage 4 power wheelchair soccer teams in the greater Los Angeles area. Currently, we're using one gym, McCambridge Recreation Center in Burbank, to hold practices on Sundays. Some of these individuals travel over 60 miles to participate. So to have different gym locations throughout the Southland, we can reach more individuals to experience these adapted sports. To get off the sidelines and play competitive sport is life-changing. Gives them an outlet and something to look forward to. Helps build self-confidence, improves self-esteem, gain independence. Everyone deserves the chance to play. As in all sports, win, lose, or draw, the thrill and joy is in playing the game. We can provide opportunities. Just think of the possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Deacon McCain. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Deacon McCain, are you there? Okay, moderator, please go to the next caller.
Our next participant is Ann David. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Ann, are you there? Ann? Okay, we'll go to our next caller, please.
Okay, our next participant is Glenn Gregos. Please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, Supervisors. Pleasure to talk to you this afternoon about item 8. I'm a resident of Burbank, and I'm on the Burbank Advisory Council of Disabilities. I was in an accident in 1973 at 15 years old, so I've been in a wheelchair for 51 years now. And I can tell you that the adaptive sports programs that are being generated and the universal design in the parks is something that's very healthy and inclusive for the disabled community. It supports families, it supports the community, and it supports our health. And I'm so happy to see you all doing this, and especially to Supervisor Brager for recently helping us at Burbank. So thank you very much, and all have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ray Bizzarro. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for bringing this item to the meeting today. My name is Ray Pizarro, been on the County Commission on Disabilities. It's a very important item to look forward to and implementing for our aging population. are disabled and other disabilities in our community. I think we should definitely, when it comes down to renovating our parks, is implementing our universal design to be able to enjoy our families, friends, the great outdoors, and become part of our community. Thanks again for bringing this item forward. Looking forward to working with all you guys and being active in our community and our parks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, with that, item 8 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 10, accountability for programming at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Hahn, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Colleagues, it's been just over a year since we reopened Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall after the Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, decided that our other 2 halls were unsuitable for the placement of youth. And last year, our Probation Department and Department of Public Works and ISD worked extra hard to reopen a facility that had been closed for years and was never supposed to reopen again. And, you know, I know even my office had other plans for that facility. And yet, with an all-hands-on-deck effort, it was reopened as a juvenile hall within just a few weeks. But I've always said that the problems that forced us to shut down our other 2 halls were not going to disappear when we reopen Los Padrinos, because the problems aren't necessarily related to the facilities themselves, but to systemic issues in our probation department. 1 year in, we've now seen this reality. The probation department has continued to face challenges with meeting minimum requirements and standards at Los Padrinos. At the end of last month, that BSCC found probation out of compliance in program delivery at Los Padrinos. Now, what does that mean? It means that the youth activities that were scheduled to happen did not always happen when and where they were supposed to. In fact, the BSCC looked at camera footage and saw that many programs were not actually occurring in the units when they were scheduled to be on the calendar. And when programs did occur, they were shorter than what was scheduled and what was documented. The BSCC was not the first one to point out the discrepancies between the programming calendar and the reality. For a few months, our Probation Oversight Commission, community-based organizations, and various board offices have brought this to the attention of the Probation Department. It's clear that the system in place for scheduling, monitoring, and documenting programs and activities at Los Padrinos is not working. It's past time that we take a real look at the systems we have in place to make sure that calendared programs are actually happening, and that they are happening when and where they should, and that they are being documented properly. So this motion directs our auditor controller to evaluate the probation's processes for overseeing, monitoring, and reporting on calendared youth programs, and to provide recommendations to the department to improve these systems. It then directs them to return in 4 months to see that changes have been made and what impact they've had. The motion also directs the auditor controller to include the Department of Youth Development and other partners in the evaluation process, because they also have an on-the-ground view and understanding of what's happening. It's my hope that this motion will help us understand the root of the problem and address it head on, because there's a lot at stake here. The BSCC is requiring probation to submit a corrective action plan explaining how they're going to quickly fix the problem in order to come back into compliance. This motion today is important because it will make sure that we as a county have our own internal process in place to address the heart of the issue to stay in compliance, and that our internal processes include other departments and partners, not just the probation department. I think it's important for both collaboration and accountability. This will not only ensure probation stays in compliance with BSCC, but it will also make sure that the youth in our care are provided with the consistency and the structure that they need to thrive. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for being my co-author, and I will turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you bringing this motion forward and including me in it. We know probation has made a tremendous effort to both get into compliance with BSCC mandates, but also to significantly and permanently change the culture of an organization that has often failed to focus on caring for our young people in custody. We have to be clear that while BSCC compliance is critically important, it is the floor and not the ceiling. In this context, our goal and focus must be to care for the young people who are in our care. We need to provide supportive care-first programming so our youth leave our facilities in a better place than when they arrived. And in evaluating probation's process, we'll not only learn what isn't working, but ensure that probation implements best practices for providing, maintaining, monitoring, and reporting on programs for youth in our care moving forward. I know there was a motion at our last meeting as well to look at programming holistically, and I think this kind of focused accountability on Los Padrinos is critically important. For reform to truly take place, implementation and oversight are key, and through efforts such as those in motion, the county can continue to reimagine youth justice and recommit our promise to our system-involved young people, showing them we are dedicated to a care-first model, to better outcomes for them, and for caring for them right now, because they deserve it. Seeing no other speakers, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Byron Jose, Eduardo Mundo, Gerardo Gomez, Richie Funt, Rolando Vieda, Sarah Gongora, and Sal Campos. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 10, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Melinda Cocoon. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, it's actually Melinda Kakani. I'm with Children's Defense Fund California, and I'm also an appointee to the Probation Oversight Commission by Supervisor Mitchell, and I'm speaking in my capacity as the Director of Youth Justice at Children's Defense Fund. I have to start by saying that the sky will not fall if you give the public 2 minutes to speak. Supervisor Horvath, silencing the people you rely on to maintain your position of power is kind of disgusting. Moving right along, given my limited time, every single day at LP qualifies as disgusting and a complete rejection of the humanity of our young people. The hope is that no one person has to spend a day there, and my sincere hope is that you all decide to focus on building and strengthening our communities instead of trying to fix this fundamentally flawed ship. However, in the interim, anything that brings about accountability feels marginally better than nothing. And the challenges you speak of, Supervisor Hahn, go well beyond programming. There's a culture of dishonesty. This is the first time camera footage doesn't align with what probation documents. The SEC, OIG, DOJ, and the POC have been bearing witness to this culture of fraud. And
Thank
so
you.
while this motion
Your
fails to
time has
address
expired.
that in response-
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Leila Murphy. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello again. My name is Lila, and I'm speaking with the Justice LA Coalition. Justice LA stands in full support of any motion which works to support our youth impacted by the juvenile justice system, moving resources away from the harmful carceral system and into community care. In LA County, though almost $400 million is poured into youth incarceration every year, time and time again, as you've all mentioned, the probation department has proven incapable of providing for and protecting our youth in custody. In 2023, we lost multiple community members inside youth detention centers because of the endemic culture of mistreatment and neglect. Children dying in the custody of LA County is simply unconscionable, and yet it is a reality. If we really want to support incarcerated youth, we have to decarcerate youth. Supporting our youth through comprehensive programming and care in the community is urgent and essential. It's time to move funding for system-impacted youth where we know it is actually needed. Community-based housing, education, and mental and physical health care. We cannot afford to give the bloated probation department any more of our
Thank
tax
you.
dollars.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Diane Terry. Please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Diane Terry, and I am a commissioner on the LA County Probation Oversight Commission. I'm calling to share my support for this motion. Research tells us that young people do better when they have access to trauma-informed relational programs that allow them to see a different future for themselves. As commissioners, we visit LP regularly, and we hear youth tell us they desperately want programming, but none are available. We hear staff describe how they are creatively implementing their own programming because there's a void. We see large numbers of youth piled up in day rooms saying they're bored, and we hear from providers who can't get into the facilities due to unclear protocols and communication channels. Then we wonder why youth are fighting, upset, using substances, or are disengaged, and why staff feel defeated. Probation leadership tells us they have a vision for what programming should look like. We have yet to see how or when they will implement that vision. A working, accurate calendar is the bare minimum start. An internal plan is needed to understand how the department will sustain
Thank
compliance.
you. Your
and
time
stop
has
this
expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
We'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Ronaldo Villeda. I am the Executive Director of Hoops for Justice. I'm here today to thank you for your continued work and engagement with community stakeholders to further our vision for Youth Justice Reimagined. Community-based programs are essential to help youth in our care reach their full potential. In the last hearing, Supervisor Hahn, your message to the youth in our program empowered them and other units. They have since created a youth commission that is focused on uplifting their voices to influence the decisions that impact them daily. Despite their circumstances, they understand the importance of civic engagement, and they wanted to send you another poster to let you know some of the programs that they would like. This is from the boys in R1 and R2. They would like fresher food, more reentry programs, trade programs, more music programs, community support, safety nets for our families, visits with our friends, because sometimes those are our only family members. And lastly, they would like to hug their mothers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hard to follow. Honorable Chair, Supervisors, thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Eduardo Mundo. I am currently the chair of the PLC. I hope this is the first and only time I stand before you and make public comment related to an issue that should have been addressed by the Probation Oversight Commission. We are here because the chief and his team continuously fail to work with the commission that was brought into existence by this body to provide objective and robust oversight and analysis of their operations as we move toward realizing Youth Justice Reimagined. Although the chief recently could not speak to the veracity of a commissioner's report to Supervisor Hahn, I can assure you that I, as a commissioner, will in the future. Please pass.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Dr. Sarah Gongora, and I'm a project director with the Probation Oversight Commission. Thank you so much to Supervisors Hahn and Horvath for putting this motion forward and simply for believing in the importance of providing programming opportunities to our young people in Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. The POC has been tracking the programs and calendars of Los Padrinos really closely since October 2023, when we found that important programming like substance abuse was not being delivered as according to the calendars. Programming opportunities provide our young people with something to look forward to on a daily basis. It's not just for keeping them busy. They're an opportunity for the young people to envision a different path for themselves and for just a couple hours a week to sit with a caring adult who can help them envision a different future. The POC will be looking forward to hearing the Auditor Controller's findings and to supporting any and all recommendations to making Los Padrinos a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you to Red Chief Hunt. I also respect what you guys are doing too. The kids are important. If we start when they're young, then we're doing our job. We can't fail our kids. So thank you, Supervisor Hahn, and thank you, Madam Chair, for supporting this issue. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Cookie Lamel. I am here with AFSCME Local 685. I'm representing them. It's very interesting. When I started to work with Local 685, I spent a lot of time at Los Padrinos, from in the morning until 2 o'clock in the evening, and I saw a lot of programming being done. There are problems now, from what I'm understanding, that there are shortage of staff. Sure, if that could be cured, the probation officers themselves actually have a lot of programs that they have instituted themselves. One lady had, she gets toys for the kids every year at Christmas time. At Thanksgiving, they do baskets. I mean, there's so many different things that they have been doing for so many years. It's very interesting to me that these people came up here to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. No other speakers. Okay, with that, item 10 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 12, establishing an independent ethics commission, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Barger, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I have before you today a motion on ethics reform that I'm pleased to bring forward in collaboration with Supervisor Horvath. During our last board meeting and again earlier this morning, we've had the opportunity to discuss governance within LA County and reflect on proposed changes and reforms to improve our work on behalf of the people that we are elected to represent. A proposed independent ethics commission, along with an Office of Ethics Compliance and increased lobbying restrictions, are included as part of the proposed charter amendment that Supervisor Horvath and Hahn have placed before this board. However, we know that these ethics reform measures are actions that this board can take now without needing to wait for November. As outlined in the motion, there are several key components that we can begin to implement today. This includes the creation of an independent ethics commission comprised of subject matter experts appointed by neutral authorities and supported by an ethics compliance officer. Through these efforts, there would be an independent oversight and authority over ethical conduct, county contracts, lobbying, financial disclosures, conflicts of interest, and campaign finance laws. This effort will also support the implementation of data portals to make lobbying information and campaign contributions easily accessible to the public. Finally, this board motion will support an increase to 2 years for the cooling off period for former county officials to lobby the county once they leave county service. In the motion, we've included examples of neutral appointing authorities for the Independent Ethics Commission, such as government ethics leaders from academia and a court representative. I would like to make a slight change from the reference to presiding judge to instead read retired judge or retired justice. I'm eager to begin this work and to signify our collective commitment to integrity. I would like to again thank Supervisor Horvath for co-authoring this motion with me and joining in this effort. We know that this is the right thing to do, and it is a step in the right direction in showing the voters that we can get important things done with a sense of urgency and ownership. By moving forward with ethics reform now, we can walk the talk in committing ourselves to a culture of integrity and responsibility that will benefit our local operation of government and support a more ethical future. Again, thank you for your consideration, and I hope to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I appreciate being included in the motion and obviously am in support. As we've embarked on this journey of reimagining our governance, good governance groups have highlighted for us various options available to establish a truly independent commission. We also heard testimony today, and I'm grateful that this process is starting now, that we will be able to provide for that public input so we establish it in the right way, since it is our intention for it to be truly independent. An independent ethics commission is part of our charter amendment as well. I'm especially committed to the public input process for how we make our government better, and expect to receive input on how the public stakeholders would like the independent ethics commission to be designed. Of course, making sure that it is focused on its independence. This motion is one option for consideration to begin to create an independent ethics commission, which we hope to bring to voters this November as well. So we can move this forward both by ordinance here at the board and make sure that it is that it lasts beyond this board through charter amendment this November, so that it is codified and cannot be undone. And so with that, I'll turn it to Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, for putting this proposal forward. You know, working for LA County, and especially in positions where you're trusted with taxpayer dollars, it's about working for the public and putting other people over yourself. And if you're looking for a career to fill your own pockets, you know, go work somewhere else. But, you know, sadly, there have been a number of high-profile situations in which not just LA County officials, but LA City officials have been accused of abusing their power and their position for personal gain. And even though I would like to think these people who do this are few and far between, these situations are toxic. And every time it happens to one, it keeps eroding the public's trust in their local government. And that's such a problem. We need the public to trust that we spend their tax dollars not just wisely, but justly and fairly. We need the public to trust that when they vote for a measure that outlines how their tax dollars will be spent, that is exactly what happens. I wholeheartedly believe that we need an ethics commission. And that's why I think it was so important to Supervisor Horvath and I that we included that in the reform package that we are working to put in front of the voters in November. I think it makes good sense to go ahead and establish this commission now and not wait for November, but I also think it's vitally important for accountability that an independent ethics commission is written directly into the charter so that it cannot be upended by a future board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other colleagues in queue, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Red Chief Hunt and Stanley Thermidor, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 12, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Rob Kwan. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Hi, I'm asking you all to oppose this motion. It leaves the board with complete discretion to strip the commission of its power and authority without seeking any voter approval. Calling that commission independent is disingenuous. This motion contains 2 new wrinkles. It says that the commission should select the ethics compliance officer, but as I noted earlier, that would be in conflict with charter language for the county executive in 11.18 that says they appoint department heads with some noted exceptions. The idea of having an outside entity appoint commissioners is great, but clearly you haven't been paying attention to what happened at City Council. Madam President Yvonne Wheeler will be raining hell on you as they fought furiously against allowing anyone other than elected officials from appointing commissioners. There's 35 years of history in our city that indicates those in power will undermine the commission. Supervisor Barger, a couple weeks ago, you brought up your former opponent, Mitch Englander's corruption scandal. Well, what about the other one where an ethics staff whistleblower said that he threatened to cut the commission's budget if they didn't change their interpretation of gift disclosure requirements?
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Commission.
Our next participant is Patricia McAllister. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay, yes, I'm against this here. You electing your own commissioner. This is, and also you have missing here fraud. embezzlement of county funds, we need a federal audit, because the way it's set up now, the supervisors can call up to this man who's a businessman, and Oscar Valdez, who you call an auditor and a controller. He's a businessman, so they can pick up the phone and tell him, write me a $100,000 check. He's going to write it. And then they'll tell him, find out what budget you want to take it out of, what fund. Okay, because they appointed him. He works for them. There's a conflict of interest. The city had that. The city had a lawyer as the controller. The people didn't know, and I got up on the microphone and told them that he was a lawyer, and they voted him out, and now they have a CPA. He ran for office as a certified public accountant. He is certified with the state of California. And look at L.A. L.A. is looking better.
Thank you.
Because he's putting
Your
the
time
money
has
where it's
expired.
supposed to go.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Yeah, we've been kicking around the Ethics Commission for a long time, and, I think creating a commission is one thing, but establishing an appropriate set of rules is another. And I think that the county is a little loosey-goosey as compared to the city when it comes to ethics. And we used to look very closely at the lobbying numbers, and nobody can forget the revolving door violation, which was as plain as day, and nobody did anything about it. The guys down in the Office of Compliance and, in the executive office, there's too much self-review. I think this is yet another iteration of what's ineffectual at the city, unfortunately. I know, what's good is they are transparent and they share all the information. The enforcement mechanism is, they cut the fines in half. They don't go after incumbents. They try to block challengers. It's very, very bad. And it's very shameful. So I hope we can get this pushed through, because it will at least put cause to not go for the
Thank
bigger
you.
expansion.
Your time has expired.
So.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in person. Please go right ahead.
Yes, my name is Andrew McPherson, and I agree with item number 12, establishing independent ethics commission would be great. Ethics reforms will not just be about compliance with new rules and laws, but it will instill work integrity and responsibility within the government to benefit the constituents it serves. It sets the tone for how organizations are governed as well, and how elected and appointed leaders behave, ensuring more ethical future based on established principles and deep-rooted sense of integrity. Department of Mental Health employees are employee counties who right now automatically should have public trust. They should take an oath to serve with certain limitations people with certain limitations who may have they don't have the power to defend themselves against abuse, neglect, and discrimination. We just had a stakeholder.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay. I just want to clarify, based on some of the comments that were made, this motion does two things. Correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Barger. One, it directs County Council to provide a revision to the county code regarding the cooling off period that will come back to us for introduction on our September 10th agenda. And it provides a report back that encompasses a lot of information about a how on the Ethics Commission, but it doesn't establish it. And so I just want to make sure that, people know that there's opportunity for public input, that we want to make sure, our intention here in terms of its independence is realized. And so we welcome feedback on that to make sure that that's exactly how we're doing it. So,
Correct.
Okay, good. With that, item 12 is revised as before us. Moved by Supervisor Barger, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 15, heat education and alerts for TK through 12 schools, early care and education settings, and summer camps, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As we've all felt across Los Angeles County over the past few weeks, heat waves are becoming more frequent and increasingly unbearable, and today's no different. The rising temperatures are not only uncomfortable, but are also a serious health and well-being concern for all of us. Climate change has led to a rise in global temperatures and caused historic heat waves. From 2010 to 2019, the state of California reported over 599 deaths due to extreme heat. However, an analysis by the LA Times puts that much higher, closer to 3,900 deaths. And to me, that's pretty alarming. And it's especially concerning for our residents who are most vulnerable to heat-related illnesses, and those are the following: older adults, younger children, and those with pre-existing health conditions. We have to work to protect our most vulnerable residents, and especially our young people. Heat has the most serious implications for children since their bodies are not able to regulate their body temperature as efficiently as adults. That makes children more vulnerable to heat illness, and it can have serious effects on their health and well-being. They also spend more time than adults do outdoors, playing and participating in sports, which puts them at a greater risk for heat exposure, illness, and heat-related injuries. Children are also less likely to rehydrate themselves when outdoors, which can be dangerous and even fatal. Last year, the board unanimously passed my motion to help schools reduce pavement and asphalt on campuses as they trap heat and make areas even hotter. County departments were directed to provide technical assistance for schools regarding potential grant opportunities that could help fund the development and growth of green spaces at our schools. The motion also promoted the use of schools as cooling centers. Schools, as you know, are an important community asset that we can use to provide relief to residents during these heat emergencies. Following my motion, Department of Public Health created a health education toolkit for TK-12 schools with information about early symptoms of heat illness and first aid responses. The toolkit has proven useful, but it just represents the first step. The motion I'm presenting today builds off that earlier success by directing the Department of Public Health to create and offer heat safety training presentations to not only TK-12 schools, but to early, childcare, summer camps, and other youth-serving institutions. It also directs the county to provide clear warning alerts to these institutions to ensure they take the appropriate precautions to prevent heat side effects. Our future is our youth, and we need to protect them as we move into this blistery, so hot summer ahead of us. And I ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Couldn't agree with you more, Supervisor Solis. Support it. When I read ECE, I had a aha moment because you talked about TK, and I think sometimes when we hear ECE, we think about child care centers, but more than half of ECE settings across LA County are home-based, and they're licensed by the state. So I wanted to make sure that the toolkit and the outreach is available to home-based child care facilities, particularly because a part of their licensing requirement is to have outdoor play space. So they're encouraged for kids to have outdoor play space. So I want to make sure that in the reference in the motion to ECE, it includes home-based licensed early care and education providers.
I want to welcome Deborah Coleman, Director of the Office of Advancement of Early Care and Education from our Department of Public Health, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, again, my name is Deborah Coleman. I'm the Director of the LA County Office for the Advancement of Early Care and Education in the Department of Public Health. So yes, I agree, Supervisor. Definitely providing resources and training opportunities and awareness around heat are important to include our family child care homes in whatever strategy we put forward.
Okay, so I hope that you would then be working with the alternative payment agencies and the resource and referral agencies that tend to have the closer relationship and connection to family-based
Yes.
daycare to make sure that child care, to make sure that they are in the loop.
So our plan would incorporate working with community care licensing, the local offices
Okay.
in LA County,
Okay.
with our local resource and referral agencies, as well as our alternative payment agencies.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Absolutely.
And I would just add to that, it's a good point. Thank you for raising that, but also making sure, and I know that Dr. Ferrer and your department knows this very well, providing materials in the various languages for those providers, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your leadership on extreme heat. We know this is one of LA's most important environmental justice and public health challenges, and our schools and parks operate year-round, providing programming and resources to the community, as well as serving as cooling centers for most of our vulnerable folks. And so on the hottest days of the year, facilities like El Carrizo Park and my district open as cooling centers with programming for vulnerable adults and children. Thanks to our earlier board direction, the County Office of Education, Public Health, and our Chief Sustainability Office are already working to green and cool school campuses, recognizing the critical role that they play, and I appreciate the attention to the additional centers that provide a critical service in our communities. We also know that our youngest children, those ages 0 to 5, need additional attention because they might not show the same signs of heat illness as older kids or adults do. And so we need to ensure that early child care providers are connected to this important work because we know that infants are at an elevated risk of sudden infant death syndrome following heat exposure. So I look forward to continuing this discussion at next week's board meeting, where we'll receive a presentation on several resources, communication strategies, and policies to further protect LA County residents from extreme heat. Seeing no other supervisors in queue, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individual please come forward? Red Chief Hunt, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 15, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, and we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Shyla Price. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
My name is Sheila Price, and I am a student, environmentalist, and a youth climate commissioner. I would like to speak in support of item 15. As mentioned, this summer has definitely been summering, as we've all felt these effects, and as things are continuously changing within our climates, our summers are not only going to get hotter, and if these effects can have lasting and devastating imprints on grown adults, I can only imagine the effects that they'll have on younger, smaller bodies. Which is why I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for this motion to bring heat education and alerts to schools. And I request that the board will support this very crucial motion. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Diego Rodriguez. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diego Rodriguez, and I'm a social services provider and administrator. I also serve in the county's Public Health Commission representing SU1. I'd like to first thank Supervisor Solis for her motion. From a public health perspective, educating our communities about the dangers of extreme heat is crucial and can be life-saving. Psychologically speaking, we often fear and fail to prepare for what we do not understand. By implementing comprehensive training programs along with a heat warning alert system, we can effectively equip staff, parents, and other settings and providers with the knowledge they need to respond to extreme heat. This is a life-affirming public health best practice that will protect our children's health and well-being. I respectfully request the board's support to ensure the safety and health of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Andy Yam. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Andy Yam, and I'm a board member with the Garvey School District, located in Supervisorial District 1. Are protected from extreme heat, especially since we have a lot of outdoor activities, making sure that heat education is available to our many staff, as well as even our after-school providers, is critical to ensuring that our students remain safe and healthy year-round. And so I'd just like to speak in support of, again, item 15, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your motion to bring heat education and alerts to TK-12 schools. I request the board to support this important motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
speak directly into it. You may begin.
Thank you very much. This is critical. We live in a climate and in a region where we're susceptible to terribly hot days and nights, and to get these children educated about it is an absolutely good idea, and we should educate everybody about it. There are a few things you can also do to make a better situation, which is after you shower, you dry off with a towel, but it's so freaking hot, you put the towel outside. You don't have to wash the towel because you're clean. So people often go through several towels a week. Let's go through one towel a week. And then we can save the water to deal with the embarrassing structural problem at the fire department that we are trying. By the way, this voting ballot is going to be so crowded. It's going to be like one of these meetings where you can't even remember what you're talking about. What are we doing? Don't we have a way to streamline and make this? I mean, it's messy. Somebody said it. Government is messy. Democracy is messy. But this is a total mess. And I want to thank you for presiding over it.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Norma Castillo. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Dr. Norma Castillo. I'm an ECE an after-school program with a Sexual Needs Director, and I want to speak in support of item 15. I would like to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for this timely motion. I would like to support the heat alert system because it protects our children's health and enhances their academic success, which suffers in extreme heat. I respectfully request the board to support this essential motion to safeguard our children's well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Paul Hennessy. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Hi. Heat issues are only going to get worse with climate change. So beyond education, LA County needs more incentives to reduce pavement and asphalt. But we also need far, far more trees, especially in low-income areas and schools. You know, driving around low-income areas of the valley, for instance, which is way hotter than LA, there's severe lack of trees and green space that provide adequate shade. So let's invest in shade-providing bus centers, UV-blocking umbrella giveaways, alternatives to asphalt, and many, many more trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Devin Ivey. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Devin Ivey. I'm a director at Families Uniting Families. I'm also a former educator and a current foster youth advocate. And I'm calling to speak in support for item number 15. I do want to just give a shout out to Supervisor Hilda Solis. Thank you for this motion to bring heat education and alerts to K through 12 schools, early care and education settings, and to seasonal summer camps. Let's be real, everyone. LA County really is a dream location, but it gets alarmingly hot during the summer. As a result, this is a common sense motion, and the LA County Department of Public Health should really already be sending these alerts as part of their responsibility to protect the health of our children in this county. This alert will provide a necessary trigger for schools to know when they need to step in to prevent and potentially any potential injury and sickness from heat. So I request that this board support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Nakia Fields. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Hello there. Happy Tuesday. My name is Nakia Fields, and I'm a parent with an 11-year-old boy who goes to school in LA County. And my 11-year-old boy only likes to sit in the room and be on the computer and has very limited awareness of his safety in heat or while doing physical activities. So I'm definitely here to speak in support of item number 15 on behalf of my baby, who I worry doesn't have the wherewithal or knowledge to take care of himself in unsafe situations like being in the heat. I am also a founder and executive director of a nonprofit that provides services to children and youth, particularly in schools, preschools, ECM settings in San Gabriel Valley. And I really want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for this motion to bring heat education and alerts to TK to 12 schools because of things like the worry I'm talking about with my own child. I'm sure other parents have the same issues, but myself as a mental health provider, I'm aware that there are many families who need support. All right, thank you.
Our next participant is Jameli Ratcliffe, please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Trammell, are you there? Trammell Ratcliffe?
Oh, yes, I'm here. Sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Trammell Ratcliffe, and I'm with the organization called Just Us for Youth, and I'm the community relations representative on behalf of the organization. And I want to basically speak on item number 15. I want to first off by thanking Supervisor Hill Solis for her motion to bring heat education and alerts to TK to 12 schools. I personally have a child who's getting ready to enroll into the early childhood program through the LA County Fairplex. And just to see him, drenched in sweat, and he's saying, oh, it's hot, like, why is it so hot? This would be a great opportunity to allow for our youth and our young adults to get that education early on, as they sometimes don't get the education until later on down the road when they're getting employed in different places, and to talk about the importance of, the heat and things like that. So I think this will be a great opportunity to educate our youth and young adults.
Thank you. Your
And
time has
also
expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Gabriella Eddy. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Gabriela Eddy, SCCC, community organizer in East Los Angeles. In support of item 15, I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her motion to bring heat education and alerts to schools and summer camps. These alerts will help a necessary trigger for schools to know when they need to step in to prevent any potential injuries or sickness from extreme heat. Having this motion will help parents feel more at ease with trusting staff with their children in hot days. As a mother, as an organizer, I ask you to please support this important motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board at this time.
Okay, no speakers in person, so item 15 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 15, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger? Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 16, electronic benefits transfer chip readiness, preparing and planning for Los Angeles County's transition to EBT chip tap technology, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And also thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for joining me as my co-author on this motion. As many of you know, the county and the state have been trying to address the growing problem of electronic benefit transfer, or EBT skimming, for quite some time now. That's been a subject of our board meetings as of late, a crime that disproportionately victimizes our lowest income residents. I have authored 3 motions over the past 2 years and also co-authored motions by Supervisor Hahn directing county departments to focus on outreach campaigns and come up with a creative solution to tackle the continuing criminal enterprise involving skimming devices. The most recent action was directing DPSS to provide nearly $1.1 million in fiscal year 2024-2025 to the District Attorney's Office to increase enforcement of those who are committing EBT-related fraud. Despite these efforts, the problem has continued, and the number of those victimized keeps going up. From January to April 2024, close to $21 million have been reimbursed to Los Angeles County residents who have had their EBT funds stolen as a result of EBT skimming. But the state is implementing new technologies that we're hopeful can dramatically reduce these scams. The state will be issuing new EBT cards equipped with the chip and tap technology, and this board went on record encouraging the state to do that. They're expected, I understand, to be available by the end of the summer. The modernized EBT cards will help boost their security and reduce instances of EBT skimming. However, this transition, in order to be successful, will need to educate and notify all stakeholders, both the clients and small businesses that accept the EBT payments. The motion, therefore, aims to get the county ready for this transition to the new EBT cards, and it will undertake the following: comprehensive multilingual outreach campaign so that EBT cardholders know what to expect once the new cards are issued and when, and also ensure that businesses have time to modernize their equipment and are encouraged to do so to continue serving their customers utilizing a more secure card. And obviously, this is so necessary, especially with our mom and pop providers that are out in our communities that really face a heavy burden when skimming goes on. And everyone knows here that it's so impactful for our vulnerable communities. It also puts taxpayer dollars in the hands of criminals abusing our safety net program, so we don't want that to happen. The county needs to be ready for the transition to the chip and the TAP technology so that we can stop and reduce EBT skimming from continuing. And we need to have a more effective partnership with all our stakeholders so that we can have a smooth implementation. So I'm hopeful that we'll get there. And if necessary, I would even call on ISD to help us, because they work very closely in partnership with us here and with many of our providers. So I don't see why that can also be part of this motion. So with that, Madam Chair, I want to thank Supervisor Hahn and ask respectfully for your aye vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this motion forward and asking me to be your co-author. And I hope this is the final motion in a series of motions that we've done that asks the Department of Public Social Services, DPSS, for a readiness and implementation plan to ensure that all benefit recipients know about the change to include new chip-tap technology for their electronic benefits transfer or their EBT cards. In January 2023, we worked on a motion that asked DPSS to work in collaboration with other county departments to implement strategies to combat illegal skimming in the county. We then authored a motion last July stressing the DPSS to do everything that they can to have the state implement the new EBT cards with chip and/or tap technology. And as a result, DPSS has worked closely with the state, along with the CEO's legislative team, to advocate on behalf of Los Angeles County. I want to thank Dr. Contreras for her leadership, along with my former staff member, Nick Ippolito, and the DPSS team for the work they did to help Los Angeles County be one of the first early adopters of this new technology. When we say that LA County is a safety net for our most vulnerable residents, we mean it. And implementing chip technology is going to close a hole or mend a hole in that safety net by helping to protect these cards from the scam of skimming. So this is a win for our residents, and I'm looking forward to an equitable and inclusive DPSS outreach plan that reaches all benefit recipients and EBT retailers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much to Solis and Hahn for bringing this forward. I was trying to sit here and think about a more appropriate way to say this, but I don't have one. As hard as we have worked with DSS to get this technology, DPSS better be ready. There's no other way to say it. They have got to be ready. We work too hard to push the state to get the appropriate chip technology. In California, the state of innovation, it's ridiculous that benefits are still being provided on this antiquated technology. So DPSS, stay ready, you don't have to get ready, my grandmother used to say. So thank you for the motion. I fully expect that they'll be ready. I remember my first year here, based on the onslaught of calls my office gets every month. I mentioned earlier, 45% of the thousands of calls we get monthly are about DPSS, and the vast majority are about skimming. And DPSS does a great job to reload, but there is still a delay. And if you are relying on CalFresh to feed your family, a day can make a significant difference in your ability to feed your family. I remember asking Dr. Contreras and CO Davenport if we were incurring the admin cost of all of the rework DPSS staff has to do to reissue cards. The state covers the loss, but were we eating that admin rate? So it is been an incredible administrative burden on LA County in dealing with the skimming issues. So I'm glad DSS is ramping up. I agree with you, Supervisor Solis, in terms of the mom and pop providers. The other category of providers are farmers markets. We worked very hard at the state level to make sure that farmers markets could accept EBT. We, just since joining the board here, we supported and launched the only farmers market in the city of Compton, that's at Compton Community College, where Dr. Curry there is matching their EBT benefit. He's using his American Rescue Plan dollars and doubling the benefit for not only students, but their families. And so I am hoping that we are capturing the farmers markets in our small mom and pop business outreach, because we can't lose the farmer market opportunity to be included. And so thank you for the motion, and I just wanted to make sure that the farmers markets were going to be tapped as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please.
Madam Chair, can I just
Supervisor
add one
Hahn.
thing? We're not holding the item, I think it's 17, it's on consent, but it is also safeguarding older adults from scamming practices and financial. So there's actually another item today that we're looking out for the protection of them against this particularly evil criminal activity. Yeah, so just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Andrew Kazakis and Red Chifa, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 16, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Of course. Our first participant is Lorena Chukata. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
My name is Lorena Chakta, and I am with Servants Arms. I would like to speak in support of Supervisor Solis' motion, item number 16. I thank Supervisor Gila Solis and co-author Supervisor Hahn for this motion to prepare Los Angeles County for the transition of EBT chip tap cards. The need to have access to more secure payment methods to help reduce instances of EBT skimming is greatly needed. It is crucial that we educate EBT customers and businesses about what they need to do to prepare for this transition so that there is no disruption in accessing benefits. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Andy Yam. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Andy, and I'm a board member with the Garvey School District, as well as the First District Commissioner for the Department of Public Social Services, appointed by Supervisor Solis. I just want to speak in support of Supervisor Solis' motion, item number 16. Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis. I co-author Supervisor Hahn for this motion about preparing Los Angeles County for the transition to EBT chip/tap cards. As a DPSS Commissioner, we were having a lot of conversations about the horrible nature of stealing EBT funds, and so we're glad that there is going to be an implementation plan to make sure that the cards with chips can make their way into the hands of our customers. So thank you so much, and I ask for your aye vote on this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. Which item was this?
16.
Right, just the one line to orient me, or I could just do my general public comment.
This is item 16
Which is,
on electronic benefits transfer chip readiness. If you could...
right, the EBT chip readiness. Boy, I mean, I want to stand right over near Mitchell on this one about the fight to get the state to. So now there's no choice. This has to be implemented successfully. It's just it's low-hanging fruit. So I appreciate that. Now, what I don't appreciate is this coming up now when everybody is checked out and it's not being given enough attention that it really needs, and it's being used to somnambulate everybody so that we can't really participate in the meeting. I find it challenging. I try. I know the chair is crafty and sneaky, very, very sneaky. Okay, I gotta go. But listen, keep up the good work.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dominic Lozano. Please mute yourself, speak directly into your phone. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dominique Lozano. I'm an intern with Rising Communities. I'd like to speak in support of Supervisor Solis's motion, item number 16. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and co-author Hahn for this motion about preparing Los Angeles County for the transition to EBT chip and tap cards. This motion is crucial, aiming to ensure individuals have access to more secure payment methods, especially in reducing instances of EBT skimming, educating EBT customers and businesses to make the necessary preparations for the transition will help prevent disruptions in accessing benefits, making it a smooth implementation process, creating support systems, and safeguarding for those who rely on these benefits. Additionally, I want to emphasize the importance of EBT cards being utilized at farmers markets, creating greater access to fresh, healthy foods for all community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Alexandra Gay. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Gay, and I'm commenting on behalf of Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County, a nonprofit legal aid organization. We commend Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Hahn, and the board for their attention to this matter of ensuring that CalFresh and CalWorks recipients in LA County are prepared for the transition to chip technology. We applaud the adoption of this technology to protect vulnerable beneficiaries, and we agree that DPSS must develop and implement a plan that will protect beneficiaries' ability to access their benefits while the new EBT cards are distributed. DPSS must notify all beneficiaries of the transition process and must outline how it intends to reach those who have limited English proficiency, those who don't have internet access, and those who are unhoused or have no permanent fixed address. DPSS must also be prepared to handle an increase in calls to the customer service center line during this transition to troubleshoot customer problems and restore access to benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board at this time.
Thank you. We'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Kazakis. I support the motion and thank Supervisors Solis and Hahn for bringing it forward, and also appreciate Supervisor Mitchell's frank remarks as well. I'm a senior attorney at the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, where I've helped many victims of EBT skimming theft over the years. I've seen firsthand how heinous it is, for individuals and households. And ChipTap is a very welcome upgrade. I'm particularly supportive of the motion's focus on unhoused individuals being able to receive their new EBT cards. The state's current plan is to includes deactivation of the old EBT card just 45 days after mailing. And this is going to lead to many people losing access to their benefits if they didn't receive the mail, and an increase in urgent requests for DPSS in-office card replacements. So this motion will help to ensure that DPSS is prepared and gives the appropriate outreach to the community. The motion also smartly focuses on local mom and pop retailers. It's going to be a moot issue if we roll out this new technology.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's any additional information you'd like to make sure is shared with our offices, please provide it to our staff so we can make sure it gets to all of us. Thank you. With that, item 16 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 16, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. I have one motion to read in. Would like to offer this read-in motion regarding the Victims of Crime Act, and I would like to thank Supervisor Solis for co-authoring it with me. VOCA was passed by Congress in 1984 and established the Crime Victims Fund, which is the largest funding source for victim services in California and throughout the country. The VOCA fund, financed by fines and fees associated with federal white-collar crime, is experiencing a shortfall, and the amount allocated to the states by the federal government is projected to be $600 to $700 million less than last year. VOCA is at the center of California's response to supporting victims of crime. These cuts will impact programs serving victims of child abuse, elder abuse, human trafficking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and more. Organizations that receive VOCA funding provide counseling, housing services, crisis response, and direct legal services, along with a range of other responses to address trauma and support healing. In Los Angeles, nearly half of all unhoused women are domestic violence survivors, and about a quarter became unhoused because of domestic violence. This is just one of the services that is absolutely critical to victims and survivors that we cannot afford to lose. In the recently released state budget, $103 million in one-time funding has been allocated in victim services grants to help backfill the federal VOCA gap. Even with this funding, we know that many of our local providers are experiencing shortfalls and have been or will be forced to cut programs that serve our most vulnerable. This is unacceptable. We need to understand the impact of this funding shortfall will have in Los Angeles County providers. These are essential services that some of our most vulnerable Angelenos depend on. And while the state and federal governments continue to explore long-term solutions, we need to understand the local landscape to determine what we can do here in LA County to ensure continuity of these essential services for those in need, including our undocumented community. Victims of crime are often traumatized over again when trying to navigate services. We must assess the impact of these VOCA cuts to our local providers who serve survivors of child abuse, elder abuse, human trafficking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and more, and those in need of our support. These are critical services, and we need to understand the local landscape. With that, the directives are that we therefore move the Board of Supervisors direct the Chief Executive Office in consultation with the Department of Public Health, Office of Violence Prevention and Domestic Violence Counsel, District Attorney's Victims Services Bureau, the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, Office of Immigrant Affairs, the Aging and Disabilities Department, and other relevant county departments and entities that work with victims and survivors of crime to report back in writing in 30 days with a budget analysis on the impact of the Victims of Crime Act funding shortfall in Los Angeles County. This analysis should include impact to services by supervisorial district, service type, provider, population served, and the amount of needed funding should the board seek to supplement the shortfall. We further move the Board of Supervisors request the District Attorney's Office with the Public Safety Realignment Team and the Chief Executive Office to report back in writing in 30 days with a feasibility plan to access AB 109 funds as a possible stopgap funding measure to ensure the continuation of programs and services for survivors of crime in response to the reduced and loss of state grants that support the Victim Witness Assistance Program, XC, Underserved, Unserved, Victim Advocacy and Outreach Program, and XE grants. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you if you have any remarks.
I wholeheartedly support this. We've heard from our providers in our district and across the county, and they are really experience a substantial blow to a cut in their staffing and services, and this is not the time to allow that to happen. So fully support this.
Thank you. We will vote on this motion after public comment. Are there any others? Seeing none, we'll now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on the remaining items and general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Don Offerman and Andrea McPherson, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Anthony Arenas. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Anthony Arenas. from District 3 in the Justice LA Coalition, and I wanted to speak in support of Agenda Item 14, moving forward, removal of barriers to family reunification in LA County and providing family reunification and maintenance services and programs in our jails for incarcerated parents. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for prioritizing incarcerated parents and highlighting the need for strengthening resources for family reunification. This data is going to be crucial for constructing equitable jail depopulation policy, and criminalized and incarcerated parents are all too often forgotten and excluded from the conversation. I support the reunification of incarcerated parents with their families. And that's all. I just want to say I'm in support of Agenda Item 14. Thank you again, Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Paul Hennessy. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
I'd like to speak on items 31, A10, and public comment. I'd like to urge the board to sue the DTSC for their inability to clean up the Santa Susana Field Lab. Though this started in Ventura County, the radioactive waste has bled into LA County, specifically large portions of the valley, with water and crops absorbing toxic and radioactive waste. Boeing was supposed to clean this up last year, but still haven't. Toxic waste cleanup is long overdue. Please work with Ventura County supervisors and sue DTSC to clean up this property quickly. Somewhat related, since you're discussing actions related to outbreaks of infectious disease with item A10, I'd like the board to add this item to a future agenda. The board must do more in the fight against COVID that's still killing and disabling people at an alarming rate. Long-term effects that include cancer, dementia, heart attack, and organ damage. COVID is shown to be more severe in people with cancer, which is on the rise in the valley thanks to the slow approach to the Santa Susana Field Lab cleanup. Lead mask mandates in healthcare permanently, clean air tools such as upgraded ventilation and HEPA filtration in all public buildings, transit and forced congregate settings, and incentives to businesses to clean the air. Things like true HEPA filter giveaways, clean air requirements, classrooms, tax incentives to upgrade HVAC systems to ASHRAE 241 or better with MERV 14 filters would go a long way. Let's get LA Public Health to do clean air education campaigns for schools and beyond. And these protections go beyond just COVID. Clean indoor air will reduce not just all airborne illnesses, but also reduce absences in schools, make public spaces more accessible for those who are immunocompromised, and reduce pollution and wildfire smoke. Please bring A10 to a future agenda and allow public to give additional ideas on disease reduction. When we clean the water, it led to the near eradication of cholera. Imagine what we can do if we clean the indoor air. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rob Kwan. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Just general public comment. So this board is going to lie to voters and claim to create an independent ethics commission so that it can get a nice new shiny elected office to run for. It's going to mislead voters and give them false hope that you're going to ethically spend money on that 50% tax. This ethics commission is just a weapon you were wielding before and after passage, because the ethics commission will never fight the hand that feeds them and go after incumbent elected officials. Opponents are the only ones that are going to face any consequences. This is just incumbency protection. Did any of you and your staff check in with the LA City or Long Beach Ethics Commission staff before this? I've been in it, going to the League of Women Voters Archive at CSUN to dig up a copy of the Cowan Commission report, heading to city archives to review Councilmember Wu's record. I put in the work, and no disrespect, but in the last 6 years, I've done more to help pass good governance reforms than all of you combined. And that also includes killing bad reform. So I'll start making the rounds with press and driving up some stuff for you. So enjoy, bask in it.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Patricia McAllister. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
please continue.
Yes, I'm speaking on public comment 80 and 17. Okay, here's what I want to say. It's important that we get this controller, auditor, to be an elected official. We cannot have the supervisors appointing someone to that job. That means that he or she works for them, and they must follow what the supervisors tell them to do with that money. See, people don't see it like that, but that's the way it is. When we make him an elected official, they can't fire him. See, they can fire the one they got now because they put him there. So if he don't do what they tell him to do, they will fire him. we must get a something on the to get this elected. Okay, we got to get it where we can elect this person just like the city does. The city elects their commissioners, elect their accountants. Okay, we don't. So we got to get on that. Now, my public comment, it's so very important to LA County to elect the controller, and that person can advertise that they're a certified public accountant. Okay, the 4 supervisors that we have here, they're running it. Now, I would never speak out against, what's going on, keeping one supervisor out of the loop and things like that. I've worked for corporate America for years. It happened to me, but it didn't bother me because I got my check. It was just me. But I said I better speak out because we're talking about millions of people. You guys, each one of you represent millions of people. So by you leaving one supervisor out of the loop, you're hurting all of those people and jeopardizing her job for being, or his job for being reelected. So we have to do something about that, okay? You can't do that. So it's not about anger. No anger or nothing like that. I'm all business, and I don't hold grudges. If you change, fine. We're friends, but I'm not going to bend to what you want me to do. So we need to get things changed. Now here, we need to investigate the seniors and these senior facilities, the Los Angeles County Department, the Los Angeles Development Authority Department. Based on my research, they are cheating seniors, charging them more rent than they should charge them. Seniors are eating out of garbage cans because they can't afford food because the LACDA is, it's crooked. It's based on my knowledge. So we need a federal investigation on that money and how HUD and the Social Security Administration, how they're monitoring or not monitoring how that money is being charged as a senior citizens. So those are my comments for the day. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mel Bailey. Please unmute your phone and speak directly into it. You may begin.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon all. Speaking on number 80, agenda item 80 and public comments. Going back to agenda item 80, I do understand the need. It's the why that's still confusing. I do believe that by doing this and setting the CEO in that position, it does muddy the waters and creates a conflict of interest as it relates to delegation of duties, which is, falls upon the board's responsibilities. On that item also, has there ever been an identification as to do any board members change their mind when public comments are read? For years that I've been coming to the meetings, it seems that whatever the supervisor belief is prior to the meeting, it's never affected. I could be wrong, but I have never seen it affected, which makes public comments a little voidable. General, I've asked before if there can be some type of assessment done on all of the LA County facilities as it relates to asbestos for your employees, for your constituents, for yourselves as well. I think that's something that should be addressed. And then the last general comment is in regards to Republic Services, the trash in the city of Compton. It's a substandard service that's very chaotic, and I'm not sure if the city of Compton has ran that by your desk, but it's definitely a service that needs to be reconsidered or a new RFA to be presented. That's all I have, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sarah Johnson. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Johnson, and I've been disabled. I'm sorry, I'm speaking on point A10 and general comment. My name is Sarah Johnson. I've been disabled with long COVID for over 2 years. I ask that the LA County reallocate the investment of OTC COVID tests in molecular Lucira by Pfizer tests instead of antigen iHealth tests, and also make them more widely available. The cost is comparable when you factor in the time needed for accuracy. Lucira is far more accurate. One 5-pack of iHealth is $28 today, but a 4-pack of Lucira comes out to $31 each. Someone could spend 3 days wasting multiple antigen tests assuming a false negative, exponentially infecting others for days, including children and the at-risk, or instead use one Lucira test and know definitively in 11 to 30 minutes if they are truly positive or negative for COVID. Additionally, one household of 4 people can pool test on one Lucira with
Thank you.
accuracy.
Your
I
time
ask that
has
the
expired.
county make a better
Next
investment.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jackie Romero. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Romero with the California Restaurant Association, speaking on behalf of the restaurant community to express our concerns regarding Agenda Item 4. LA City's draft PEIR for the proposed plastics program proposes measures that are extremely concerning for neighborhood restaurants, such as mandating reusable foodware items for all on-site dining and requiring reusable and returnable foodware for to-go and delivery orders. These measures are not only unfeasible for restaurants, but will compromise food safety and lead to larger amounts of waste. The state of California is currently undertaking a regulatory rulemaking process that will result in the most aggressive recycling targets in the nation, if not the world, under SB 54. This monumental effort took years of collaboration and should be allowed to have a chance to work. LA restaurants are among the most challenged in the country as a result of policy decisions made during the pandemic. This is particularly true here as LA County imposed the most severe restaurant closures anywhere in the nation. Local restaurant operators are still fighting mightily to save their businesses and the jobs they provide. We respectfully ask that you reject this item and allow SB 54 to be fully implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ann David. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
In 3 days, we will recognize that 34 years ago, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, was signed into law. In 2017, LA was awarded the 2028 Paralympic Games. This agenda included accessibility access to public spaces. It would be kindly appreciated that when considering creating advisory boards, you include an in-person, online, call-in option hybrid meeting. This would allow those unable to attend in person due to traffic difficulties within LA County. Your consideration of my comments is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jesus Rojas. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jesus Rojas from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. I am here to speak on agenda item number 49. We again urge the County of Supervisors to delay the passage of this ordinance, making the pilot Stay Health LA program permanent until permanent funding has been secured for it. Otherwise, it will force the county to take needed funding away from fundamental county services, including public defenders from criminal cases. The county's budget has already been cut by $1.4 billion this year alone. To add this huge new program now without permanent funding is financially reckless. Further, it does nothing to solve the root problem for renters being unable to pay their rent, which is cause for 80% of evictions. Rather than putting taxpayers' dollars into lawyers' pockets, the county should create a permanent direct rental assistance program for low-income renters. The $21 million can
Your
either
time has expired.
pay the average $3,500.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Heather Detweiler. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Heather Detweiler. I'm from Sherman Oaks, and I'm calling to speak on A10 and general public comment. I'm here today to urge you to take the ongoing airborne pandemic more seriously. It is past time that we should be following the science and requiring masks in healthcare settings at all times, not just when the numbers are high. COVID-19 causes a syncytial virus that persists like HIV, and it's a level 3 biohazard. It's not at all like the flu. Like HIV, it causes a short acute illness, but then it persists and damages organs silently until one day something happens like long COVID, which can easily completely disable you. Heart attacks, strokes, diabetes, neurological problems, much more. It can attack any organ that is connected to your vasculature, which is all of them, by the way. The vaccines help, but they don't prevent long COVID, and they don't help the spread. We need better vaccines. We need masks in healthcare. We need no mask bans. We need you guys to push back on mask bans because it's really important for you to be protecting the people of LA.
Thank you.
We are in a surge
Your
right
time
now,
has expired.
and
Next speaker, please.
I asked for 2 different things. I should have had more time.
Our next participant is T. Carter. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
All right, before I start, let me know how much time I have because you just cut the other lady off and she had more time. So I'm speaking on item number 12, item number 18, and public comment. How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
That's item number 12, item number 18, and public comment. How much time do I have?
3 minutes. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking how much time do I have for
Again,
item 12,
3
18, and
minutes.
public comment. Okay, thank you. So to start, I'm calling to speak about some time ago. I called in regarding a statue that was given from Ruben Salazar, a Hispanic male, to Boyle Heights. But Frederick Madison Roberts was the first African-American assembly member, and he was never given anything. So it gives the illusion that certain groups of people made progress and others didn't. We asked Ms. Mitchell to speak about this as an African-American person. She didn't. Another thing I want to point out is Ms. Atkins out of Mitchell District. She still has not been assisted. It's going on 1 year now, but I understand she's Muslim, and Ms. Mitchell declared that we should send funds and support the Israel people. I understand that, but it's biased to not give Mrs. Mitchell assistance, to give Ms. Atkins assistance. Ms. Mitchell's office has not reached out to her. Also, Janet Hahn's office, Mike Gibson, assembly member, sent out a request for for assistance for African-American elderly lady. Janet Hahn's office has not responded. All they wanted to do for her is to rush the inspection by the county. She has her Section 8. Janet Hahn's office, over 2 months, has not responded to Assemblyman Mike Gibson's office for an African-American lady. So another thing is, in regard to item number 12, I just find it interesting that there is something about an ethics commission. When I sent emails to Lev, director at the Board of Supervisors, to show each board member how I was neglected regarding Mrs. Savales, and you guys have not responded to me. But I sent Lev all the emails to give to each Board of Supervisors. So I'm going to be adding that in a claim form against the county of neglect. So remember, the date I sent the emails to Lev to give to all of you regarding discrimination, no one has responded, and I have that email, and I also have the certified letter. So a claim will be filed against the county for discrimination regarding my matter. Again, I sent the information to Lev, and I asked Ms. Barger if she was a recipient of that, and Ms. Barger's staff hung up the telephone in my face because I just asked were they a recipient of the emails that I sent to Lev. So the email still exists. So when I file my county claim form for discrimination, I will also refer to have this call to be pulled, as I'm recording it also, as a part of my claim, as a part of supporting facts for the lawsuit for discrimination. Again, Ms. Mitchell's office has ignored my matter for discrimination when I presented regarding Ms. Savales. Now Ms. Savales no longer works here, and it's very interesting that Ms. Mitchell is proposing something about a ballot transparency when she can't get into racial transparencies within her office or even help black people that are Muslims, but she prefers to send resources and everything to the Israelites. But thank you so much, and that was the purpose of my call, and I feel like discrimination tactics should stop, and Frederick Madison Roberts should be giving a $300,000 statue the same way the Hispanic Salazar was given.
Thank you.
Statue.
Your time has expired.
First served.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Julep Thomas. Please unmute yourself and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Am I ready? Okay, great. I'm speaking on items 10A and general public comment, so I believe that gives me 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Julep Thomas. I'm a constituent in Los Angeles, and I am calling to ask that the Board of Supervisors does more to protect the citizens of Los Angeles from the ongoing respiratory pandemic. The way that we are currently responding to this threat will ensure that the people of Los Angeles suffer the greatest effects. We are not controlling the spread. We need masks in healthcare, universal masking in healthcare, and we need a clean air initiative that will protect people who are most vulnerable in congregate settings, such as our children in schools. No. We we need to make sure that tests and treatment are easily accessible to all. We need Paxlovid. We need better tests, as mentioned by a previous caller. The iHealth tests and IntelliSwab tests that are available at various public locations are not accurate, and most people are not aware that they need to be testing, serial testing over the course of days to ensure that they actually have a true negative test. We need to increase the isolation time of positive cases. We need paid leave for people so that they are not financially burdened by protecting their community. And I'll leave my comment there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there's currently no other remote speakers to address the board at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll close virtual comment and turn to speakers here. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, distinguished supervisors. My name is Don Offerman. I would like my newly assigned Deputy Public Defender, Ms. Mills, replaced with another DPD. She is incompetent and uncaring. I have court in Burbank on July 25th, and Ms. Mills is doing nothing meaningful to prepare for a DDA request to raise my bail, foremost among many other concerns that I have with Ms. Mills. The chain of command at the Public Defender's Office is circling the wagon. Management is forcing me to accept Ms. Mills and thus a railroading. Ms. Horvath's aide in Van Nuys has not been able to get my DPD replaced. Please cause another Deputy Public Defender to be assigned to me, hopefully by July 25th. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Next speaker, please.
I'm speaking on 117 and public comment, so I don't know how many minutes that gives me, but thank you so very much for your time.
You have 2 minutes left, so 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for listening to me. Madam Chair, I would ask that you do give us the opportunity as Service Area Leadership Team, Department of Mental Health team members, and all USCCs and other people having to do with the Department of Mental Health and stakeholders to have another orientation. That orientation would consist of better ADA rights for all because we were not able to attend different meetings having to do with the orientation. Actually, it was just one. And a lot of people that I invited were left out. They felt so distraught because when we listened to that orientation, either you were hybrid or you called in. That was great. But when you had further communication having to do with the actual, signing up for the stakeholders, you had to have an email. How many people have a grandmother that doesn't have an email? Well, there were plenty there at the meeting, and they felt left out. They could only call in because they could not participate in the hybrid world. And then after that, they did not receive any word from the staff. I have 7 different people who are disabled, 1 legally blind, 1 developmentally delayed, 1 VA, and several more people who want to have the opportunity to just be able to give back and give their mental health input to the Department of Mental Health so that decisions could be made by you guys and data could be obtained by real people that are really going through mental health disparities. So please allow us to have another orientation with ADA rights having to do with all people and to be totally inclusive. Thank you.
Do we have a member of our constituent assistance team who can help assist with the Department of Mental Health issue? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Arthur Fred Munoz. In 1966, my father was killed in the Vietnam War. He was a 25-year-old man, an Army Ranger and a staff sergeant. He was killed in the second tour of duty. After that, in 1990, without my father, I was egregiously convicted in 1990 in case number CR 25901 in Ventura County, California. I was wrongfully convicted where I was persecuted of a case in which they suppressed all my defense evidence, and one of the most egregious acts of injustice that you can possibly imagine. However, after that, I've had a lot of trouble leading to actions here in Los Angeles County. 2 months ago, when I went to go register under the 290, under that registration requirement, they tried to kill me by poisoning me with the solution that they had in the sheriff's station there. And then after that, they broke a large bottle of penicillin antifreeze in my vehicle to let it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your time has expired, but we can connect you with a member of our constituent assistance team who can work on your case with you. I'm so sorry, but your time has expired, but we can refer you to staff here. Would you like to be referred? Thank you for coming today. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Joaquin Beltran. I'm a lifelong LA County resident. Today, I'm calling for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the crimes of genocide in Palestine. There's been an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. Lancet has published a study showing 186,000 murdered. It's likely much higher than that. And on October 17th, the county supervisors, Supervisor Horvath, introduced a resolution for unequivocal support and nothing about condemning the genocide since then. We need to divest from all funds contributing to genocide in Gaza and invest here at home, mask in healthcare, clean air infrastructure updates in all government buildings, non-mRNA option of Novavax at all vaccine sites, and we need to condemn mask bans. That's a violation of our rights to health, privacy, expression, free Palestine.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, there are no other speakers. With that concludes our time for public comment. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we'll be voting.
The following items are before you: 1 and 2, 4 through 7, 9, 11, 14, 17, 19 through 43, 45 through 74, 75A. On item 75B, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to August 6, 2024. Item 76A, Supervisors Horvath and Supervisor Solis read in motion. 78 and 79, 81. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. I will begin. First, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Shannon Doherty, who passed away on July 13th at the age of 53. She was a resident of Malibu. Doherty was born in Memphis, Tennessee, and became a prominent actress and advocate known for her roles in television and film. She gained fame with her memorable performances on the television series Little House on the Prairie, Beverly Hills 90210, and Charmed, where her talent and charisma earned her a dedicated fan base. Beyond her acting career, Doherty was known for her bravery in the face of personal challenges. She publicly shared her battle with breast cancer, using her platform to raise awareness and support for cancer research and those affected by the disease. Her courage and openness about her health struggles inspired many and brought attention to important issues in cancer treatment and survivorship. Her impact extended beyond her professional work, as she was admired for her strength, resilience, and commitment to making a difference in the lives of others. Her legacy is one of both artistic achievement and heartfelt advocacy. Doherty is survived by her mother, Rosa Doherty, and brother, Sean Doherty. Absolutely. Next, when I would move that we adjourn today in memory of Bob Newhart, legendary comedian who died July 18th at the age of 94. He was a resident of Bel Air. Newhart was born and raised in Chicago. After a stint as an accountant, his comedy career launched in 1960 with the recording of his first stand-up routine called The Button-Down Mind of Bob Newhart. The comedy album was #1 on the Billboard charts for 14 weeks in 1960 and earned 2 Grammy Awards. He is the only comedian to do so. Known for his smart but casual delivery that poked fun at the everyday, Newhart was a frequent guest on talk shows and often filled in for Johnny Carson. His popularity grew when he crossed over into TV with two hit shows, The Bob Newhart Show and Newhart. Generations of audiences also know Newhart for his parts in film, including 2003's Elf and Catch-22 in 1970. As famous as he was, Newhart was equally known for his enduring relationship with his wife, Ginny. The two wed in 1963 and had 4 children, Robert, Timothy, Courtney, and Jennifer. Ginny died last year after 60 years of marriage. They are both survived by their children and grandchildren. Next, I would move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Richard Simmons, who passed away on July 13th at the age of 76 at his home in the Hollywood Hills. Simmons was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, and moved to Los Angeles to pursue his career, where he became a beloved fitness guru and television personality. Known for his infectious energy and dedication to helping others, Richard inspired millions through his exercise programs, videos, and public appearances. Simmons' career began with the opening of his fitness studio, Simmons, in Beverly Hills in 1974. He quickly became a household name, known for his unique blend of enthusiasm, encouragement, and humor. His television show, The Richard Simmons Show, and his many exercise videos brought fitness into the homes of countless people, promoting health and wellness with a message of positivity and inclusivity. Beyond his work in fitness, Simmons was a tireless advocate for those struggling with body image and self-esteem challenges. He dedicated his life to making fitness accessible to everyone, regardless of their starting point, and his compassionate approach made a profound impact on the lives of many. Simmons is survived by his brother, Lenny. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Dr. Ruth Westheimer, who passed away on July 12th at the age of 96. Dr. Ruth was born in Frankfurt, Germany, and immigrated to the United States in the 1950s. She became a pioneering sex therapist, author, and media personality, making significant contributions to the field of sexual health and education. Westheimer's career was marked by her dedication to open and honest discussions about sexual health, relationships, and personal well-being. Her groundbreaking radio show, Sexually Speaking, which began in the 1980s, became a platform for educating and empowering people on topics often considered taboo. Her approachable and candid style endeared her to millions of listeners and viewers. In addition to her media work, Westheimer authored numerous books on sexual health and relationships, providing invaluable guidance to readers of all ages. Her legacy will continue to inspire and educate future generations on the importance of open communication and understanding in matters of sexual health. She is preceded in death by her husband, Fred, and survived by her daughter, Miriam, son, Joel, and 4 grandchildren. With that, I will turn it to Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Bill Viola. Bill Viola, a renowned video artist, died on Friday at his home in Long Beach. He was 73. Bill was born in Queens, New York. During childhood, he showed an early aptitude for the arts and technology, and in 1973, he earned his BFA from Syracuse University, which was at the vanguard of new media studies. After graduation, Bill created experimental artworks across a variety of media, including video and sound installations, electronic music performances, and works for television broadcasts. His use of technology was advanced for his time, which established Bill as a leader in the burgeoning field of video art. Viola's works are centered around the idea of human consciousness. He will be remembered for his experimental video projects, exploring spiritual and universal experiences with video installations, electric music performances, and immersive environments over a 5-decade career. Viola represented the U.S. at the 46th Venice Biennale, and his works have graced the walls of some of the world's most prestigious museums, including the Guggenheim, the Whitney Museum of American Art, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Museum of Modern Art, the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, the Museum of Contemporary Art, and the Getty Museum. He passed away peacefully at his residence in Long Beach after battling Alzheimer's. He's survived by his wife, Kira, Perov, his sons Blake and Andre Viola, and daughter-in-law Eileen Milliman. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Vivian Estes, who was born in Indiana, but she also attended Crispus Attucks High School and then went on to study at Fisk University. She later married and moved to Los Angeles, where she was employed by Los Angeles Department of Water and Power for over 25 years. She lived a long 98 years of life filled with love for her family, her faith, and her community. She was like a second mother to many and a friend to even more. She may have been small in stature, but her heart was as big as the world. Her gracious, classy demeanor and instant sweet smile will forever be missed. Vivian was preceded in death by her husband, Frank. She is survived by her son, Frank Jr., and daughter-in-law, Stephanie Farrell, both of whom were classmates of mine in high school. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Berger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Daniel de la Torre, resident of South Pasadena, who passed away on July 11th at the age of 29. He was born on October 21st, 1994, and was raised in the San Gabriel Valley. He graduated from LaSalle High School in Pasadena in 2013. During his time there, he achieved an impressive 6 CIF individual titles and 6 league championships, including the 2012 CIF State Cross Country Championship. He went on to compete for UCLA, distinguishing himself as an NCAA All-American in both cross country and track and field. He qualified for the 2024 U.S. Team Olympic Trials after running the 2023 California International Marathon in Sacramento. Beyond his athletic achievements, Daniel was a dedicated and beloved teacher at Alamanzer Academy, an all-special education school in South Pasadena. He leaves behind a legacy of kindness and perseverance. He was a true inspiration to many and touched the lives of all those around him. He will be deeply missed. Daniel is survived by his parents, siblings, nieces, and nephews. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Tom Puzel, retired Burbank police detective who passed away Thursday, June 20th after a lengthy battle with cancer. Tom was born in Burke, South Dakota on May 9th, 1949, to Martin and Lori Puzel. In 1956, the company relocated out west, settling in Burbank. Tom attended St. Finbar Elementary and Bellarmine Jefferson High School. He began his career with the City of Burbank in the Parks and Rec Department before transferring to the Police Department. In September 1971, Tom started his career in patrol, and in May of 1989, he was promoted to detective. As a detective, Tom specialized in auto theft. He served the City of Burbank honorably for 34 years before retiring in 2005. He will be remembered for his commitment to his community and his devotion to his families. Tom is survived by his 5 children, Keith, Jim, Stephanie, Jennifer, and Melissa. And I move that we adjourn in memory of Dr. Stephen Willens, a resident of Burbank, who passed away June 8th after a heroic fight with cancer. He grew up in Brentwood, and he knew he wanted to become a dentist from a young age. He earned his undergraduate degree from the University of Pacific in only 3 years. He then enrolled in the UCLA School of Dentistry and later attended USC, specializing in pediatric dentistry. He earned special certifications in cleft palate rehabilitation and orthodontics. In addition to his passion for providing medical care, he loved teaching. He was awarded the 5-year training commendation in 1985 as a member of USC's Department of Developmental Dentistry faculty. At Rancho Los Amigos Hospital, he taught incoming residents and treated special needs patients. He was a member of the cleft palate team at Rancho Los Amigos and Olive View. His contributions to the field and community led Providence St. Joseph Hospital to recognize him as a lifetime staff member. In Burbank, he led a pediatric dentistry private practice for over 30 years. In 2020, he retired after 40 years as a dentist. Outside the clinic, Stephen enjoyed surfing, skiing, sailing, mountain biking, tennis, and racquetball. He will be deeply missed by his family, his friends, and all those he helped throughout his many careers in healthcare. He's survived by his wife, Alana, daughter, Laura, son-in-law Mark, granddaughter Chloe, sister Penelope, nephews Daniel and Parker, sisters-in-law Julie and Amy, and brothers-in-law Dean and Bruce. And I move that we adjourn the Board of Supervisors meeting in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the LA County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Pacheco Pedro Juan Bernbe, Army; Roe Philip Freeman, Navy; Roosevelt Anderson, Air Force; John Edward Suki, Army; Gerald Wayne Peterson, Air Force; Frederick Lamont Calvert, Army; Gil U. Equest, Army; Ronald Dennis Vassar, Army. Their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country should never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Today I move that when we adjourn in the memory of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Sheila was born on January 12, 1950 in Queens, New York. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in political science from Yale, and the Houston native, Elwyn Lee, got a job with the University of Houston. Her career in public service spanned well over 3 decades, serving as a judge in Houston, a member of the Houston City Council in 1989, and a member of the United States Congress since 1994. Sheila was a tenacious advocate for justice and a tireless fighter whose work improved the lives of millions of Americans. No matter the issue, from delivering racial justice to building an economy for working people, she was unrelenting in her leadership. I had the honor and privilege of working with her during my 8 years in Congress and as the Secretary of Labor. Together, we advocated and worked on many social justice issues regarding labor, immigration, healthcare, environmental justice, and women's rights. We collaborated on the Green Jobs Act of 2007 to increase funds for job training programs. We also introduced a comprehensive reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act to include protections for Native American, transgender, and immigrant women. In addition, we both served on the Women's Caucus. We introduced legislation to improve working conditions and workplace safety standards for women. After my time in Congress, Sheila continued to fight for all minorities. She was the author and lead sponsor of the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, which established the first new federal holiday in 38 years. Her major legislative initiatives included the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, the Fair Chance for Youth Act, and the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, just to name a few. She was a member of over 60 congressional member organizations, including the Congressional Black Caucus, the Labor Caucus, Progressive Caucus, the Women's Caucus, the LGBT Equality Caucus, and many others. She was relentless, one of the nation's fiercest, smartest, and most strategic leaders who spoke truth to power and represented the power of the people of her district with dignity and grace. Sheila passed away this past Friday at the age of 74. She'll be dearly missed, and her legacy will continue to inspire all who believe in freedom, justice, and democracy. My heart goes out to her family, her husband, Dr. Elwyn Lee, children, Jason Lee and Erica Lee Carter, and beloved grandchildren, Ellison Bennett Carter and Roy Lee Carter III. May she rest in peace, and I know Supervisor Janice Hahn also would like to join me in this adjournment and speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. I also got the honor of serving with her in Congress when I was there for 5.5 years, and you've described her perfectly. Relentless fighter for justice, always seeming to be right there when it mattered. Some of us always were amazed at where she showed up, that she could get into certain things and just be there front and center. Actually, I remember before I was in Congress, I think it was the Michael Jackson funeral here in Los Angeles, and they were so strict on who got in and where you sat. And I mean, no one was allowed to, even be a part of the program. And then sure enough, there she was on stage with a congressional, in memoriam scroll that she was presenting. And I think we were all chuckling. But it was important, for her to represent, her district and also as a member of Congress. But I was thinking that we just, as a board, had a 5-signature letter supporting her reparations bill in Congress. And she had reached out to me and was so happy that we had done that. And, you know, I didn't really realize it, but every Congress, she introduced that reparations bill, never got any traction, not ever, you know, passing Congress, but she really appreciated our Board of Supervisors. And the last text I had with her was June 8th. And she passed away shortly thereafter. She is way too young and such a force for good. We will miss her.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, when we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Nathaniel Walker. Mr. Walker was born on August 22nd, 1954 in Fowler, California, and passed away on June 27th at the age of 69. He was the eldest of 6 children and was a proud big brother and leader. He graduated from Fowler High School, where he played the upright bass fiddle in the marching band. This solidified his love of music, and he continued using his gifts to spread joy to others by singing in the church choir and as a member of their family band, Power Field Express. In addition to music, he found his passion in construction, where he took pride in building and repairing homes for his family and friends. He helped his godson, Aiken, build out the Hilltop chain of restaurants and cafes, which now have locations in View Park, Inglewood, Eagle Rock, and here in downtown Los Angeles. He also partnered with his son, Prophet, to build the Treehouse properties. Most recently, he led the redesign and build out of Aura, a cafe in Leimert Park, where he took great pride in building a safe space for his community to gather, connect, and enjoy. He was well-respected, loved, and admired, and he'll be remembered for his integrity, kindness, strong faith in God, and unwavering commitment to his family. He loved laughing and telling stories. He is survived by and will be deeply missed by his wife, Rose, 5 children, Brittany, Genoa, Keith, Marcus, and Prophet, 4 siblings, Kendall, Omar, Paul, and Udu, as well as a host of extended family and friends, including 11 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
Thank you. We'll take all of our motions as seconded. If there is no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. That concludes our meeting today. Members of the public and colleagues, we will be showing a video presentation. Supervisor Hahn has a video presentation celebrating the reopening of the Paramount Library. The next meeting of the board will be a policy presentation meeting to be held on Tuesday, July 30th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.
I'm here at the Paramount Library that just reopened after a year-long renovation. This library didn't used to have a single window. It just wasn't a pleasant space to spend your time. Now, not only did we add windows, but the library also has lighting that mimics natural light. We also added beautiful indoor plants with a living wall, new seating, new computers for library visitors to use. I invite you all to come and see how we have transformed the Paramount Library. Check out the new features and take advantage of every resource our county library and the librarians that work here every day have to offer. And on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, all 10 million of us, we wanted to give a special recognition on the grand reopening celebration with our congratulations and best wishes. The Board of Supervisors of LA County does hereby join in yourself. What a cute plaque. I'm going to give one to Sky, and I'm going to give one to Andrea.